What's up, YouTube? You know who it is. It is I, Master of Earth. And before I start this video, guys, I always have to thank you guys. Thank you for allowing this divine interchange to take place. Thank you for having me in your life. Thank you for allowing us to share energy, guys. This is very beautiful and it's an honor. Thank you so much for giving me this divine honor. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot to cover in this video, a whole lot of illusions to purify, a whole lot of things that we need to learn about ourselves. And I intend for this video to do just that, to benefit you in many ways and to help us all grow, as always, guys. So thank you once again for watching. Let's enjoy it. Alright, so guys, we're going to start this video on this note. Of course, by now, we all know who we truly are. And if you don't know, we are the energy of life. The very same energy that's given life to everything in existence. The very same energy giving life to the plants, the birds, the animals, the planets, the different universes. We are that energy, guys. I would like everybody to realize that that's what we truly are. We are consciousness. There are forces that are trying to make use of the energy of the body, and that's us, consciousness. These forces has completely mastered our anatomy. They have studied us. They know everything there is to know about our bodies. They know everything that they know things about our bodies that we are yet to realize, guys. And through all of the knowledge they have acquired about the human body, these people are literally accessing us, okay? And when I mean by accessing us, I mean they have found a way to access consciousness within human beings. Now that they have access into our energy, now that they have access into our consciousness, they are literally using this energy to do whatever they want. And that's the reason why this matrix is created this way. They're literally stealing our energy, having us do things that are destructive to us, having us do unnatural things for their own benefit. They don't care if it means that we're going to have a low state of consciousness. They don't care if it means we're going to live our lives with disease. All they want is our energy. And they're literally using our energy to create this matrix. They're using our energy to power this thing. And this video, one of the topics we'll be discussing in this video is exactly how this is being done. And one of the most charged places where you can find consciousness energy, guys, is the eyes. Okay? And there is so much that we are yet to discover about the eyes. In this video, we're gonna use this video to learn as much as we can. Okay? Yeah. Now, guys, the part of our eye that's being attacked is what we know as our field of vision. If you was to look straight, everything that your eyes can perceive within that moment, coming from your central vision and also from your peripherals, everything that your eyes can perceive within that moment, is what I referring to when I say your field of vision, guys. Yeah, so the reason is quite simple, guys. A lot of our brain functions are dependent on our eyes. Our eyes and its capacity to receive light determines a whole lot about your health and your state of being. And we need to realize, guys, the brain is powered by light. And these aliens know this. They know that our brains use light to function properly. So one of the best ways to stop our brains from functioning well, they need to manipulate our capacity to absorb or receive light. And that capacity is directly related to your overall field of vision. Now, ladies and gentlemen, your field of vision is directly connected to your consciousness. Our field of vision responds to the level of life within our bodies. And if we have a lot of life within our bodies, our field of vision will expand. But if we have little life within our bodies, if we're literally walking zombies, our field of vision will contract, okay? Our field of vision determines how much light is able to enter our bodies within any given point in time. If our field of vision is contracted, that means less food for our brains, less food for our whole bodies. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these alien forces understand how connected the eyes are to the whole body. And they came to the conclusion that as long as they continue to give the body the right stress, your field of vision will remain in a contracted state. And that's literally what's going on in society. Whether we know it or not, our field of vision is being attacked relentlessly. Like, it's being under a full throttle attack. And it's so significant, our field of vision, because this is literally what we use to see reality. This is what we use as our standpoint for our outlook of things. If they contract our field of vision, there will be possibilities, there will be codes, there will be all types of things our bodies won't be able to get because our field of vision has been damaged. All right, so guys, in order for the human body to remain in a contracted state of vision, in order for the body's field of vision to remain contracted, there must be changes that these aliens have to do within our bodies so that we remain in that state. And guys, this is all done based on a science. They have completely mastered our bodies down to the T, and this matrix is a result of that. Now guys, just to break it down for you guys, in order to keep the body in the constant state of contracted vision, they need to keep the body in the constant state of stress. And guys, what they do is pretty fucked up what they do. But one of the ways to ensure that we're constantly under stress, they fuck with our heads, guys. They literally rewire our brains and they fuck up the natural design of the human body. Naturally, guys, the human body is designed to live life stress-free. It is meant to go through life stress-free most of the time and to only suffer from stress periodically or very rarely. But the way that the world is now is the reverse. You're under stress all the time and you hardly get any rest. You hardly get any escape from the stress. And the way it works is this, guys. The way that they change the human brain, they change the brain waves that power our brain. The alpha wave brainwave is truly the natural state human beings should be in. And I would like everybody to realize that anytime the body's under some type of stress, beta waves are the dominant brain waves that are being operated in our brains. What determines the brainwave that you're in is oftentimes the rate of these cycles, okay? These are brainwave pulses. Now, guys, right here, all I would like y'all to know, I would like everybody to realize that the beta waves, you know, what we use for our wakefulness, the brain waves that we usually use when we're wide awake, these come from the conscious mind. The conscious mind literally governs and powers beta waves. And all of these other waves, alpha, theta, delta, these are manufactured and come from our subconscious mind and our higher minds. Humans are naturally designed to go through life in alpha waves. By us becoming beta wave dominant, by us replacing these alpha waves that came from us, that came from our subconscious minds. And let's remember, there is no distinction between the mind and the body. Alpha waves literally come from our bodies, the intelligence that is powering every cell. This is what even creates these alpha waves. And through us becoming beta wave dominant, we are literally allowing an alien frequency to take over our brains and control us. If your mind is being dominated with beta waves, everything you do is no longer coming from the body's intelligence, from the natural world, from the subconscious mind. Instead, everything that you're doing is coming from an alien frequency that has learned how to control your body and take over. And beta waves is a requirement. Whether we know it or not, brain waves is all determined by the eyes. And in order to change humans into beta wave dominant people, in order to make human beings beta wave dominant, they have to make changes to our eyes. And we gotta realize that our eyes are behind a lot of the things that go on in our bodies, guys. And yes, our eyes literally determine what kind of brain waves we are experiencing within that moment. Now, in order for us to know exactly how human beings are forced into changing their original nature, we got to understand how our eyes are even being used to do it. So let's do that now. Ladies and gentlemen, as you already know by now, light is literally the food of our brains. Our brains literally use light to function. Guys, due to a lifestyle that involves artificial lights, that involve artificial screens, that involve glasses, sunglasses, that involve not really any type of exposure to natural lighting, due to this very unnatural lifestyle, we have failed to give our brains the food that it needs to operate efficiently. And right here, I gotta say this once more, the eyes literally are the brain. The part of our eyes that is not getting the food that it needs is our rods and cones, guys. We need to understand the functions of our rods and our cones, and it basically goes like this. Our cones are used to translate light and produce color out of it. Our cones are involved in all types of perception of color. Now, friends, the rods are literally used to see all the things that don't require light. And that basically stands for all of the invisible frequencies coming from life, okay? And the best analogy to put it, just imagine seeing life in black and white, okay? Even though there isn't any color, you're still able to see things that doesn't really involve color, such as detail, forms, different variations in the hue and stuff like that. The rods and the cones are one big system. They're not separate. It's one overall function of the eyes. Whether we know it or not, all of the light that we get during the day is what the body uses to power up all of the subconscious activities that go on at night. And our vision is first and foremost always dependent on how much light we're getting from daytime. So one of the ways to ensure that our rods and our cones are starved, that they are in a constant state of stress, you literally have to reverse night and day. Okay? And the most simple way to explain it to you guys, they set up a system where humans during the day are completely isolated from natural light. Okay, so now they're no longer giving their cones any type of stimulation. They're treating the body as if it's nighttime, and that gives the body stress. During the day, you need to make sure you give your body as much light as possible. That's what the day is for. It's for food for your body, you know. But besides that, guys, we gotta realize that during the night, and this is all based on the design of our bodies, just by being in darkness, the way the night is basically designed, it is a total relaxation trigger for all living beings that operate on, you know, a solar frequency. Okay, so during the night, instead of for humans to be in a very dark environment, instead they keep humans in high lit environments. Once the sun is down, our rods are put into the picture. We start to use our eyes for more of a detail sense during the night because there is less light. Instead of our rods to function properly, and this needs to be done through the relaxation triggers a dark setting does to our eyes. Anytime it's dark, we start to use our eyes in a more relaxed way. No, they light up our environment and they force our bodies to think it's daytime, and this stresses the brain out in ways you can't imagine. And all of these things are used to keep humans in a beta wave frequency. Whether we know it or not, during the day, just exposing your body to sunlight, you will be more likely to access alpha waves and the subconscious mind. By isolating yourself from natural light, by being exposed to high lit areas at nighttime where you're supposed to be in your subconscious mind, that's the perfect time to truly access your subconscious mind. The best way to stop humans from being in the alpha wave state is to reverse night and day, to make daytime nighttime and to make nighttime daytime. And it's messing up our rods and our cones, causing us to starve them unknowingly. So guys, by us unknowingly starving our eyes, we have given a dulling effect to our perception, guys. And due to the fact that we're literally starving our rods and our cones, we are seeing only 10% or less of our overall capacity to perceive. Okay? Just to sum it up, guys, I will say this. The things that are powered by the invisible frequencies of the sun, human beings are naturally supposed to be able to see those frequencies, okay? We are supposed to be able to perceive those things, but because our cones have never been able to get the food they need, they have not been able to do the job
they're supposed to do, and that's to power the rods and giving us that perception to see invisible light. So in a way, guys, we are now living life in black and white. We are seeing life with less than 10 or 5% of our potential to see it.
And by having us see less, the food that our brain should be getting, it won't be getting those foods, and our brains will be suffering from disease as a result. Our brains will be a lot easier to suffer from stress.
Ladies and gentlemen, this alone will stop your brain from its capacity to even function properly. Because of your vision now being limited through the starvation of your rods and your cones, there will be things, there will be light codes, possibilities, opportunities, all types of things that your body can respond to and react to because your vision has now been dulled down. Now that it has been manipulated, there will be things you will never be able to access. There will be things, there will be light codes you won't be able to receive, all types of phenomena because your eyes have been tampered with.
I know y'all remember how it was when you was younger. I'm pretty sure that a lot of viewers have memories of the world being more colorful, of the world being more vivid, of the world being more filled with light and wonder and beautiful things. Ladies and gentlemen, there truly is an operation going on underneath the scenes, and children are the target. These changes, all these changes that I'm talking about, how they target us, all these things take time. Okay? All these things take time. It takes years of doing a particular something to cause a reaction in the body. So let's continue to explore all these topics to gain more awareness about our bodies.
Now, guys, there is no coincidence that children are in the alpha wave state, and by the time they're adults, they are no longer in the alpha waves. They are now living their lives in the beta waves. There is no coincidence, guys. If you investigate what went on between those times, between the child's life and as it grew into an adult, if you research or investigate what went on during that time, you will see a key factor in how humans are being forced into becoming beta wave dominant. Ladies and gentlemen, school is not what you think it is. School is one of the systems used to teach humans how to use their eyes improperly. And I will say this, guys, school did not come from a benevolent source. It did not come from a place that had the empowerment of all human beings in mind. School came from a place that had ulterior motives like world domination and the overall crippling of human beings, you know.
Out of all the stress that can possibly affect the eyes, the most powerful stress that truly affects the eyes is schoolwork, guys. As you already know, beta waves is the brainwave of stress. They use stress to keep us in beta waves, and we gotta realize that how our eyes come into this picture, this is what they do, guys. Somebody's field of vision. Alright? The way that it works is this, guys. They create a split in our field of vision. They create a split just like that. A split in our field of vision. Our peripherals, okay, the vision that we use to be aware of our environment, our peripherals is created, that vision is manufactured by the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind is based on the peripheral vision. And I would like everybody to know now, our conscious minds, our egos, are all coming from our central vision. That vision we use to extract detail from things, our conscious minds literally come from that vision. Anytime you actively use your eyes, let's say to read, you have to over exude your central vision. The human eyes are literally designed to look into the distance. It's literally designed to make use of both your peripherals and your central vision when it's looking at things. And school is basically designed for the human body not to see the world in this manner. Instead of looking into the distance, instead of perceiving overall everything, school is forcing people to look and to read and to force an unnatural type of vision. And that alone gives your body stress. The fact that your conscious mind is being called into action, your body thinks this is a time of stress. Besides school forcing humans to use their eyes improperly, there is also another contributing factor that contributes to humans becoming beta wave dominant. And we need to realize that the way that the mind operates, any type of mental effort, any type of formulation, calculation, any type of problem solving, planning, any type of logical thinking automatically replaces all your alpha waves. Anytime you use your mind and you require some type of mental effort, ladies and gentlemen, you are no longer stimulating your subconscious mind. You are instead in your conscious mind, and beta waves is what's dominating the brain at that specific moment. Okay? School is designed to force children to use their minds improperly, and the way they do it is by giving children tasks. Okay, different tasks that require mental effort. Guys, so not only does school tamper with the minds of children, okay, they also teach children how to use their bodies improperly. And we need to realize that the way the subconscious mind moves the body is entirely different from how the conscious mind moves the body. If you observe animals, plants, all living things, they are operating from the subconscious reality. They are operating from the one absolute reality. And the thing that distinguishes most animals from humans is that animals coordinate their body movements holistically. If an animal is to do any type of movement, they move their whole body in the process. They move their whole body as if it's one dynamic unit. But humans, on the other hand, do not move our bodies as one unit. Instead, we use our different body parts separately, okay? And we need to realize that is how the conscious mind moves the body. Instead of moving the body as a whole piece, the conscious mind moves one body part at a time. Now, guys, if you really investigate school, how are children moving? Well, they sit them down and they write
with their right hand. Okay, and if they're left-handed, then they will write with their left hand. But all I want y'all to know is, writing with your right hand and only using your right hand, you are literally programming your body to be in the conscious mind. Okay, that's we need to see, guys. I know this sounds crazy, I know this sounds bizarre, but this is the truth. School, it did not come from a place that had the well-being of humans in heart. School came from aliens, and it was designed to cripple humans, to destroy them spiritually and physically. And everything that goes on in schools is the direct operation of mind control. By the time a student graduates from school, they are no longer capable of approaching life naturally. Instead of them to see the big picture, instead of them to see the divinity in all things, they're going around life trying to solve problems that don't exist. They're going around life looking at things and labeling everything they see. That's the tree I learned about in school today. That's a dog. That's a sheep. That's a moon. You see what I'm talking about? Not only that, we learn to use our bodies improperly. We now become right-handed. You know, we become one side dominant. And all these things reinforce the split that these aliens are trying to create within our bodies. They're literally trying to make sure that we become beta wave dominant. And one of the only ways for a human to become beta wave dominant, you literally have to create a split between the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. And just to sum it up, because I don't want this video to focus on school. Just to sum it up, guys, they will teach us to see the world improperly. They will force children, they will give children the wrong outlook on life, because they went through years of being taught that you have to solve problems. They went through years of a teacher giving them labels for their world. Okay, that's a tree, that's a dog, that's an owl. This is how you write owl, OWL. All types of left brain activities. All these things that they teach in school does not create a holistic brain. Instead, school creates a split in the human's brain, and it overstimulates one side of the brain and it starves the other side of the brain. Now, friends, it really isn't just school that is contributing to the destruction of the human eye. We must realize all these aliens want. They, one, want to keep us away from natural light. And two, anytime we use our eyes, they want us to be in central vision, so that our conscious minds is what's dominant in our minds instead of our subconscious minds, you know. So some other ways that they reinforce this agenda, like I already said, guys, we have been studied. A lot of things that are out right now is out in order to help these aliens in their agenda. And some of the things that are in our reality that is doing the same thing school does, guys, television. Not only TVs, guys, but any type of artificial screen is teaching children right now how to live. There are parents that are not in their children's lives because of their jobs or whatever. So their children have to get all the information from the world from the TV. So the TV is now a form of a teacher for most human beings. Same way school is designed to give children perceptions and all types of thinking patterns that will separate them from reality and so forth, television is doing exactly the same thing. Things such as the news, talk shows, reality TV, all these things are programming. They're literally perceptions, beliefs, opinions, all of the creations that egos, all of the things that egos do is blatantly in TV, and all they use TV for, they're trying to program a certain type of ego within you. They want you to have particular kinds of beliefs about reality. They want you to see the world in these sort of ways. So one of the easiest ways to give humans these ego-based informations, perceptional informations, they just put it in TV and have you look at it. Just to sum it up, all of the things that they do is systematically designed to keep us in our center vision. The way we look at the world is only but one way of the infinite different ways we can be looking at the world. So ladies and gentlemen, these aliens literally designed a world where you are forced to always make use of your central vision. Now, it's funny how everything connects. It's just so funny. But just like I said, how our egos represent less than 1% of our overall mind. Ladies and gentlemen, our center vision represents less than 1% of the overall ways of us, of the overall functions of our eyes, okay? So just to break it down in a way that everybody can understand it, this is basically the eye, all right? This is the eyes, okay? And all this is a circle, all right? And what I would like everybody to know now is that right now, existing within this moment, there are infinite, I'm talking about infinite different universes right now that are coming from our subconscious mind, okay? This is our subconscious mind. There are infinite different realities that are being sourced and that are coming from our subconscious minds, and the original function of the eyes is to be used as an antenna to tune in to these different frequencies, or to tune in into these different realities or dimensions. Let's just say that this circle has infinite sides, okay? This circle is infinity, and there's just infinite different places for you to tune into, okay? Now guys, the split that I have been talking about in this video literally is just like this, okay? It only represents less than 1% of all of the different functions and all of the different realities your eyes can be exposed to. So we're just going to draw it just like this, just a line, okay? That line is the split. This is the way that, this is where humans are tuned into. They're tuned into this sector of energy, and within this sector of energy, the eyes are being used to create forms, to separate things, to distinguish phenomena, distinguish what you're looking at. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we need to realize the reason why society is so focused on forcing humans to only see life in this manner, to only use but a small portion of their eye functions, is literally because if we choose to see the world in any other way, we are literally accessing our subconscious minds. They are trying to design a world where it is impossible for humans to access their subconscious minds. And the only way they can do this is by forcing an unnatural center vision on everybody.
In order to limit an infinite being, in order to stop them from accessing their infinite power, and this power literally comes from our bodies, it comes from our subconscious minds, you have to give these beings egos. It is the only way to limit infinite beings.
They do not want people to realize there are infinite different ways of viewing the world. There are infinite different ways of using our eyes, because they know once we begin to use our eyes in different ways, we will start to tap into hidden potential, which represents the subconscious minds. We will begin to tap into our subconscious minds, and they do not want that. They do not want human beings to be exposed to themselves. They do not want human beings to know the truth, to wake up from their amnesia, to realize that they have been replaced by beta waves, to realize aliens have taken over. They do not want us to realize that. So they force us to only see the world in one way, and that's to avoid any type of subconscious connection or influence.
By living a life where you're driven by sight alone, and let's remember, nothing is as it appears. We limit ourselves because we can no longer see the world properly. If we're going by sight alone, everything has to be labeled. Everything has to be given meaning. Everything has to be differentiated, and that alone is illusions. So, through living life through sight, we give our bodies a false perception of the world no matter what we're doing. And depending on how truthful that perception is, it will have a limit on the body, okay? A quick example is this. Somebody, through all of their conditioning, through all of what they've been taught, they might come to believe that they're incapable of climbing a tree, okay? Each time that they look at a tree, they'll just look at the forms of the tree, they'll look at the branches, and then they'll just think to themselves, oh man, I can never climb that. They are going by sight alone. Whether they know it or not, the body already knows how it can climb the tree. It already knows that the person is able to climb the tree. The body already knows that the power is there. But because these beings are now living through sight alone, they will never ever realize that the power is within them and the subconscious mind. All you have to do is connect with the subconscious mind, and anything that you're trying to do, it will help you do it because it knows how to do it. It's connected to all things. So one of the main agendas, they're trying to make us sight beings. They want us to live by sight alone. They want to give our perceptions all types of rules, all types of beliefs, all types of opinions, all types of measurements, all types of limitations, you know? And all of this is done so that instead of us to fall back into the unlimited energy source known as the body, the subconscious mind, we are instead limiting ourselves by looking at what we're trying to do and going based on our beliefs and our perceptions and our opinions about it. Yeah, so literally all of these agendas is done to give us a thinking problem. They literally want us
to form perceptions that cause us to always constantly be thinking. That's it. That's all they want. In order for them to control our bodies, they literally have to put us in a position where before every action, we're thinking. Instead, the human body is supposed to operate from the subconscious mind. There's no space to think. There's no space to formulate perceptions, to formulate calculations and measurements and all types of bullshit. You just do. You're just in the now. All of this stuff, school, TV, media, all of the crap that they give humans are literally designed to force us to think before we do. And that gives us instant limitation. We literally have a thinking problem. We think at times where there's no requirement to think, you know? We think when we don't need to. And because of this thinking, we are causing a block from our subconscious from taking over our bodies. Now guys, we need to realize that the eyes have different ways, different styles of looking at the world. And the way that the eyes is designed, it's designed to change its style of viewing the world based on what type of activity you might be doing, okay? There are infinite different ways for us to use our eyes depending on what kind of function we're trying to get out of it. And they do not want us to learn all of the different ways of using our eyes, because once we learn how to use our eyes, this split will be irrelevant. We'll be using all of the infinite different channels that have been hidden from us. So just to give you another example that will basically sum it up for you guys. A lot of times people subconsciously, okay, they subconsciously find a way to negate this influence, this split in our vision, okay? When people want to tap into their subconscious minds, they naturally close their eyes. They naturally stop that vision, our center vision, from dominating our eyes. And just by closing your eyes, a lot of people tend to say that their body took over. They was able to do things that they wouldn't normally be able to do because their eyes was closed and so forth. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I started this video on this note. I told y'all that we have been studied and these aliens has found a way to access consciousness directly. And you know who consciousness is, guys. We are consciousness. Now, guys, this is something that I would like everybody to realize now, okay? And this is one of the ways that they're controlling humans. This is one of the ways that they're able to even access us. And the thing I would like y'all to know is this. At the center of all perceptions, okay, no matter what way that you use your eyes, at the very core of whatever you're perceiving, that's where consciousness is, guys. And any particular time that we look at something, at the very core, there you are. That's where your energy is. That's where consciousness is. Now, in order to access consciousness, they have to find a way for humans to constantly shoot consciousness out their eyes. And as you know by now, the only way that your body can shoot consciousness out your eye is when you're making use of your conscious vision, when you're making use of your central vision. That is the only time your consciousness is shooting out your eyes. So basically, guys, anytime that you're trying to extend your will out to matter, I don't care what type of whatever it might be, okay, in order to have consciousness be engaged in whatever you're doing, you have to shoot consciousness out your eyes, and the only way to do that is by centering your vision. So just to give you a quick question to ask yourself right now, where does your awareness go when you're not focused on anything in particular? Ladies and gentlemen, I need for y'all to bring awareness to the power of your attention. Your attention is being targeted. They are targeting that precious energy that is shooting out your eyes, called consciousness. If you research the original meaning of attention, the Latin meaning of attention, it means to stretch towards, okay? To stretch towards something, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, anytime that you look at something, your pineal gland literally uses invisible rays. It shoots it out your eyes, and wherever that it hits, your consciousness will basically attune to whatever it is, and that's just how the body is operated. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we need to realize what consciousness does, okay? All consciousness literally does is interchange with matter. Everything that goes on in this universe is a result of consciousness interchanging with matter. Consciousness will store itself within a vessel, and whatever that vessel does through the power of consciousness is how consciousness interchanges with matter, okay? They have mastered the interchange of consciousness with matter, and they know everything starts at the eyes. So, ladies and gentlemen, not to complicate anything, I'm basically going to sum up the whole interchange process between matter and consciousness. And ladies and gentlemen, the whole interchange between consciousness and matter all begins with light. Light is the first process. Let there be light. That is the first process of the great interchange between consciousness and matter, the great interchange that we know as life. Everything in the universe moves in the cycle, okay? And just to say it like this, your energy first started from your first breath. Let's just say that your energy first started from the breath, all right? So let's count the cycles, all right? Let's count the cycles. The process first starts in the body. It starts with the first breath of a newborn. That breath of life, that first cycle is then used to power the body itself, all right? That cycle now cycles back up and is used to power our heads, our perceptional faculties, and this truly takes manifestation in our eyes. Once our eyes are open, it then receives light and it becomes an image. This cycle back down, it cycles back down. Those images are now processed by our different organs, by all our different endocrine organs, and these images are now is now cycled back up as feelings, okay? So now these feelings now come into our heads, and based on the feelings, it now cycle back down as actions, okay? And these actions spiral back up depending on if we do these actions enough times, they will finally spiral back up as habits, and that's how the whole process starts. All right, that is literally the interchange between consciousness and matter. It's all orchestrated through a cycle, and these aliens got us right at the start of that cycle, and the start of that cycle is light, guys. All right, so basically friends, at the very core of whatever we perceive, there lies consciousness. Now that I have basically explained the creation process, the whole interchange of matter, everything starts with light. These beings know that at the core of whatever we see, there lies who we are, consciousness. So, one of the main agendas behind the Matrix is to constantly find a way to put consciousness in a box. By making sure human beings are constantly attuning to any type of artificial lighting from screens, from phones, from televisions, from light bulbs, whatever it might be, these are the light codes the body will use to power up the images that fuel our feelings, that eventually fuel our actions, and that eventually will fuel our habits. By giving humans an unnatural world where they are constantly under stress because daytime is now nighttime and nighttime is now daytime, and one of the only ways to make this possible is by during the daytime they attune you into a dead, unnatural, artificial lighting frequency, and then at nighttime they do exactly the same thing. Instead of for you to be in darkness, they tune you back into this dead, lifeless frequency. I want everybody to realize one of the only ways to make the influence possible, they literally have to make use of artificial lights, any type of artificial light. Any type of rate that comes from light, whether we know it or not, guys, the subconscious mind literally attunes to whatever rate our eyes are feeding to it. Since consciousness is at the very core of everything that we perceive, as long as they're able to give us a dead frequency of light, our subconscious minds will attune to that rate of energy. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, whether we know it or not, the sun has a pulse. It has a frequency. It's traveling at light speed. It's a rate of light pulsations that once your body attunes with, it will be able to really power the natural biorhythms and the natural cycles that go on in our bodies. And here's the thing that I would like people to realize. Yes, the TV gives people unnatural perceptions. They really force a very unnatural type of ego on most people. But the main agenda behind TV is not what they're showing on TV. It is the power source behind the TV. The light that is being used to power all of these screens, whether it's your phone, whether it's a television, whether whatever type of screen it is, the light source has a pulse. It has an unnatural flicker, an unnatural rate, and that hypnotizes the body. That is the culprit right there. In those screens, there's a type of artificial rate of light, and each flash is given subconscious artificial biorhythms that the body will act on. It will give the body's feelings and actions and all types of crazy things. So guys, the main agenda, the number one thing they want us to be attuned. They want consciousness to be in a box. That's the secret to the Matrix. Each time you're using your central vision to focus on something, and if it's a box, then there you go. They have your consciousness within a box, and it will be feeding your body unnatural light frequencies, and every single artificial screen does it. Now guys, second to this is just being in unnatural light. unnatural light reflects off whatever it hits, and the colors that we see in unnatural lights, these unnatural lights really do produce a dim kind of light perception. The only way to truly see something in this true color, sunlight has to hit it and you're able to truly see the color from that object. But if you're constantly looking at objects through artificial lighting, you won't really get the true color of whatever object it might be. So guys, another way that they get us, and it's quite crazy, they understand how the body is designed. They know anything that we look at, our subconscious minds will attune with it. So one of the best ways to make everybody on a beta wave frequency is to overpopulate the world and make sure that no matter what, you're constantly looking at people and people are constantly looking at you. Through humans using only their central vision at all times, consciousness streams are shooting out your eyes. And if somebody's in the beta wave frequency, you guessed it, beta waves are literally shooting out their eyes, and just by them looking at you, they'll be unconsciously giving you limitations and all types of rules and all types of opinions that are coming from their beta waves. Just by people being around, that oftentimes limit people's behavior. We need to understand that the human body, all human beings are naturally designed to look at the world as if it's a mirror. Anything that they look at, that's literally what they are. So beta waves are dominating the world right now because most human beings are beta waves, and we have never seen no different, you know. Guys, so this is really no secret. Most of the things that give energy to your body, anything that gives you energy, usually requires no humans or little contact with humans. You usually need to be alone in a natural environment to increase your energy. And most of the times, anything that decreases your energy usually involve humans. Whether you're making contact with a human, whether you're in a situation where you're exposed to a lot of humans, most of the time when you're outside of nature and around humans, there is a decrease of your life energy. And the beta wave phenomena that happens is a result of the nature of the human beings. I call this the mirror neuron effect. Whatever we look at, we subconsciously become. Now, in this video, we spoke a whole lot, and we're going to have to continue this video in another video. But I can still end this video with a few tips to help y'all, and these tips are quite simple. One way of reversing this influence that they have on us, all they're trying to do is to make sure that humans are not exposed to alpha waves. That means during the day, they do not want you to have any access to natural light, and during the night, they do not want you to have access to darkness. Also, another key factor is they constantly want you in central vision. Ladies and gentlemen, all this is only possible because we are in an unnatural environment. A good way to reverse all of the alien mind control going on now is to simply go back in a natural setting, and a natural setting is abundant in green or any type of natural color. To sum it up in the best way possible, they are literally trying to keep humans out of green. They do not want us in a green frequency. They do not want us to see a lot of green. Whether we know it or not, the sidewalk is there to stop humans from seeing green. All this stuff is like this to stop humans from seeing green. Out of all the colors in our color spectrum, green is one of the only colors that doesn't give the body feelings, guys. It does not provoke any type of reaction in the body. It's the only color that we can stay in where we don't have to force any type of reaction. We can just relax into our subconscious minds, you know? So by keeping us outside of this green frequency, by giving us all types of different colors, these colors are then processed as feelings and they end up driving our actions. Okay? So a good way to mellow yourself out, to get back into your natural state of being, you have to immerse yourself in natural settings. Any type of green, any type of brown, anything that comes from nature usually has the perfect colors your body can use to function properly. And one of the easiest ways to reverse this crap is to simply be in a natural setting during the day and to be in a natural setting during the night. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to start meditating as much as possible to always give time for alpha waves to take manifestation in our bodies, guys. So take out time during your day to close your eyes. You know, that alone will replace the beta wave dominance on your mind. And one thing I have to say here, since we're on the topic of meditation, I know a lot of people want to see visions and want to experience out-of-body experiences and astral travel and do all these fun things. You are using the wrong set of eyes to do it. Each time that people meditate, most people tend to bring their conscious eyes with them. Every single phenomena that comes from the body, it instantly ceases because these people are always trying to perceive what's going on when they meditate or when they do anything. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to learn how to relax. Don't try to see anything. Just close your eyes and just let the subconscious do what it do. Also, guys, I know I spoke a lot about our central vision in this video. And I want to say this now. There is absolutely nothing wrong with our central vision, okay? You know, it's one of the ways we are supposed to use our eyes. It just represents but one of the ways we're supposed to use our eyes, you know, out of many. The only thing wrong about our central vision is when you unknowingly let an alien force manipulate your central vision. And this all comes from your perceptions, okay? Nothing is wrong with having a central vision. Nothing is wrong with a center perception. The only thing wrong is when you have illusions dominating every single perception that you have. You have falsehood constructing the reality that you live in. Ladies and gentlemen, even though we have been conditioned and trained to use our eyes unnaturally through overexerting our central vision, ladies and gentlemen, we are now put in a position where we literally have to keep doing it. We have gone years of giving our eyes the wrong beliefs, the wrong opinions, the wrong perceptions, the wrong rules, limitations, whatever. It is now our jobs to open these books up once again and try to expose these eyes to truth. All you have to do, ladies and gentlemen, is to give your brain as much truth as possible. And you can get truth from books, you can get truth from screens, you can get truth from somebody next to you. That's the beautiful thing about life. Even though all of this stuff is used against us, we can still use it and flip it back on them. We can still use this warfare against us to better ourselves, you know. So I suggest that You literally search for truth. It's not a thing about knowledge anymore. It's about truth. Look for truth, guys. Even if it means reading books, well, guys, you have to read books. You have to find a way to rewire your brain. You got to rewire your perceptions, and you can instantly do that by giving yourself more knowledge and more truth. And you have to realize that these alien forces don't really care about our perceptions, because they know that's a quick fix. That's so quick to fix. Anybody can fix a perception in an instant just by being exposed to the truth. So they realize we got to get them at the start of that perception. And the start of any perception is light. By attuning us to an unnatural frequency, that's where they're hitting us the most. By giving your brain truth, by giving it the right perceptions, that alone will do a lot of the reversing of the alien influence on us. We have to be exposed to truth any way possible. Last but not least, guys, the best thing any human being can do right now is to sun gaze during the daytime and to be in a dark setting during the nighttime. And the reason why I say that all human beings should be sun gazing is literally because that is one of the only ways to truly reverse the starvation of our brains. That's the only way for us to truly stimulate our cones so that it can finally stimulate our rods, so we can then upgrade our vision, and we can then live life with a better vantage point, a better view of things. People that sun gaze, little do they not know, they have been upgrading their rods because they have been giving their eyes the food that it needs, which is light. These people are now able to see something that is invisible. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people oftentimes tell me that they see a ball of energy at the very center of their vision. And I already did a video about this. I called it the eye of the eye. Now, ladies and gentlemen, everything I said in this video is true, guys. At the very center of your vision lies consciousness. Because these sun gazers have been given their eyes the food that it needs, which is light, they are now operating from an upgraded vision, and they are able to see things that are invisible. They are able to see invisible frequencies that they wouldn't be able to see otherwise if they hadn't had gave their eyes the energy they need. So one requirement for my next video focused on light, you will have to have a center of consciousness in your vision. You have to develop the eye of the eye. That's the only way that you will be able to learn most of the different ways of using your body that I will be teaching on YouTube. Everybody has to have that eye of the eye in the center of your vision. So anybody that already has it, perfect. You already got everything you need. And everybody else, I suggest that you start sun gazing. And this is a quick tip for anyone that has trouble sun gazing during the day. Why don't you use the trees? Use the leaves of the trees to filter out the sunlight for you, and you can look at the sun through the leaves. Make it easier to sun gaze through the harsher times, like around 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. like they say, you know. So anybody that has limited eyes, anybody, I'm talking, it doesn't matter your race, whether you're white, whether you're Spanish, Asian, black, whatever. If you have trouble sun gazing, use the trees to filter the sunlight so that you'll be able to get some form of stimulation for your rods and your cones. Alright? So guys, like I said, this video is getting a little too long. I had to finish it here, and we will continue more in another video. Ladies and gentlemen, I will say this Producing this video took a lot of time. I had to literally stand in front of a screen. I had to put myself in the position where I was literally sucked into that artificial frequency just to produce this video. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please donate something. I mean, damn. You know, help me out, support me. You know, it was a big sacrifice on my part, man. I guess it's all worth it in the end. I hope y'all enjoyed it. You know, if you want to donate, the link is in the description. You know, and yeah, guys, I hope y'all enjoyed it. More videos to come. You know, like I said, we're still going through the basics. This might seem complex, but no, we're still in the basics. And one of the requirements for my next video that will be focused on light and how we can start to see the different realities and all that other stuff, one of the requirements, you have to have the eye of the eye. You have to be able to see things through the eye of consciousness, and that's only possible by having a center vision that has consciousness at the very center actualized. And yeah, so guys, man, this video was so long. I hope, thank you for watching. Master of Earth, man, there's no cause of anything. Yo, how you doing, friends? You know who it is. It is I, Master of Earth, and we here together for another video. Before I even start this video, guys, I gotta thank y'all for sharing this time, allowing this to be possible, allowing this interchange to have existence. Thank you, guys. It's an honor for me to be able to interchange with you guys and to connect with consciousness. All right. Okay, guys, so straight to the point. Right now on planet Earth, there are forces that are manipulating humans. I spoke about this in my previous video, but by now we should be aware that mind control, global mind control, is currently being practiced on planet Earth. And there are forces that are using mind control to change humans into something that they're not. Okay, they're basically trying to create an existence for us, and they want us to live that existence, and that existence is a false existence, guys. Anyways, in this video we're going to dive more into this subconscious mind control. I realize that there are still some topics that need attention before anything else. So in this video, I'm going to focus on another form of mind control that basically changes humans into something that they're not. And all they're basically trying to do, guys, they're trying to basically make us less alive. They're trying to remove all of the essence, all of the life, all of the things that make us human. They're trying to get rid of it. They're trying to remove it from our bodies. They're trying to stop us from being who we truly are. So yeah, guys, in this video I'm gonna basically show you guys how right now on planet Earth the human body is being forced to assume a zombie-like existence. The life within human beings are now at a very low level, and in this video we're going to explore why. And real quick, guys, I need y'all to realize that human beings, every single last one of us, all of us are divine, and we need to realize that we have access to the source within us. We have access to the one consciousness, the universal energy field. Human beings are very magical, guys. We have powers and a lot of abilities that we are ignorant of. And I need for us to realize that one of the reasons why all of this mind control is literally going on, guys, forces are trying to prevent humans from knowing who they truly are. They are trying to create an existence for us that keeps us ignorant our whole lives of our capabilities, of our true nature, of our true identity, and so forth. Now, guys, how these beings operate is very simple. All they're trying to do, they're trying to create a disconnection within every human being that stops them from making access to who they truly are. Ladies and gentlemen, this inner source that every human being has access to, that's literally what they're trying to stop us from connecting with. This inner source, let's just call it our subconscious minds, the intelligence of our bodies. We need to realize that our bodies have its own intelligence, and the intelligence of our bodies are closer to who we truly are than the intelligence of our egos. And there are forces that are trying to prevent us from making a connection with ourselves. Okay, now guys, now that we're on the topic of our body's intelligence, let's use this as an opportunity to learn about the center of our body's intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, within our core, within our bellies, we have access to an intelligence that is beyond anything that we can imagine or anything that we can conceive. This intelligence within our cores has a direct link to the intelligence of the one mind, the intelligence of the universe itself. And we need to realize, guys, that all of these intuitions, all of these hunches, all of these feelings, all of these guides are literally coming from this intelligence that is being sourced from our cores. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to realize that within our cores lies an intelligence that is so precise, that is so accurate. It is the number one navigational tool for most of our body's different biological functions and so forth. A real quick reminder, guys, all of our chakras, all of our energy lines, all of our energy channels are all being sourced from our cores. It is from our cores that all of these energy centers originate. And from our cores, these energy centers spread all across our bodies. Alright, our bodies is one big system. Our bodies is just one big system of energy, and we need to see our cores as an interception point for body consciousness and energy. Our bellies is the main hologram for the intelligence of our subconscious mind, the body's intelligence. And now, guys, in my video, specifically the one called The Science of Aging, within that video I explained that our intestines is really an energy processor. All information that the human body experiences, the intestines is specifically designed to process it. Whether it's information coming from our sight, whether it's sounds, whether it's our movements, whether it's the environment, whether it's food, it does not matter. Anything that has to do with our bodies, any type of interchange with energy, our intestines is made to process it. Most of the human body's biological functions, most of our biological functions are naturally designed to receive guidance from this intelligence center found within our cores. And the technology
this intelligence center within our cores uses to distribute its intelligence all around their body. I would like everybody to know now that
Pressure is what the body uses to distribute this intelligence throughout our whole bodies.
we need to see our cores as the main pressure point of our bodies.
A lot of the body's different processes, a lot of our different biological processes, all of these things produce pressure, and the body is naturally designed to send all of this pressure to this intelligence center in our core. And this, of course, holds information, and once this pressure makes contact with this intelligence center within our cores, after it's processed, it is then distributed evenly, distributed where it needs to be in the body, and all of this is to keep the body in balance. The body needs guidance from this pressure point within our cores. Now, guys, the hologram for the pressure that is sent to the core to get processed, the hologram for this pressure found in the body is what is known as the breath. The information that our cores use to distribute all of its intelligence throughout the body is the breath. That is the hologram for the pressure that the body sends to the core. Ladies and gentlemen, let's realize something right here. Human beings are naturally supposed to go through life functioning and operating from their subconscious minds. Let's understand how the subconscious mind functions within the human body. And ladies and gentlemen, it is very simple. Wherever pressure goes, wherever pressure is, that's where the subconscious mind will activate. We are supposed to live anchored within the intelligence of our bodies. There, we will have access to the intuitions we need to stay alive. There, we'll have access to the hunches, the feelings, the instincts, all of the reflexes, all the information that we need for the moment, for the now. Human beings are naturally designed to operate, to always be anchored to this intelligence source. That's one of the only places where we can get accurate and reliable information about the now. A lot of intuitions, a lot of our reflexes, a lot of our instincts, a lot of these messages that our bodies are trying to give us never get up here because of this manipulation, guys. They have created a disconnection within us that stops us from making access to this intelligence. The direct hologram for this manipulation can be found in the way that we breathe. Once again, guys, we need to realize that the breath, our breathing, encases the pressure that our bodies use to distribute its intelligence throughout itself. Most adults on planet Earth breathe with their chests, they breathe with their mid-torsos, they breathe shallowly, they are breathing from other pressure locations. And the way that the human body is originally designed, our main pressure point is our cores, is our bellies. Right now on planet Earth, most human beings do not breathe from their subconscious minds. Wherever there is pressure, that is where consciousness activates. Right now, guys, due to the fact that we are not breathing properly, this manipulation has found a way for humans to prevent themselves from activating their subconscious minds. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the fact that our cores are no longer our main pressure point, instead we are breathing from our chest, our mid-torso, we're breathing from different regions. Because our cores are no longer our pressure point, our main pressure point, it is no longer getting activated, and unknowingly we are forcing ourselves to no longer assume a subconscious reality. Forces do not want humans to have a connection with their subconscious minds, and one of the only ways to make this possible, a disconnection must be made. They must find a way for pressure to not activate our subconscious minds. And ladies and gentlemen, due to the fact that we are no longer breathing anchored from our bellies, anchored from our cores, we are forcing pressure to go to places where it shouldn't go. And one of the direct results of this manipulation, guys, all humans are being changed. We are being forced to assume a conscious existence, guys. Because the pressure is no longer being anchored within our cores, instead the pressure is being anchored in our higher chakras and is really going to places where it shouldn't be. We are now activating those parts of ourselves, and most human beings that are not breathing subconsciously will assume a conscious existence. We need to operate from our subconscious minds, and when the pressure is sent to places where it shouldn't be, we'll operate from whatever pressure location it might be. Right now on planet Earth, most human beings are functioning from their egos. The way that they're breathing is forcing them to assume an ego existence, guys. And here's something that I would like everybody to realize. Ladies and gentlemen, the ego is a linear processor. It's not even able to function within the now. It doesn't even have the capacity to even properly navigate the body based on what's happening in the now. And when human beings function from their egos, when they function from perception, if these perceptions are not true, if these perceptions do not coincide with the intelligence of their body, if these intelligence are false, oh my gosh, there will be all types of errors, all types of diseases, all types of misfunctions, all types of problems that will go on in our bodies when we operate from pressure locations that are outside of our subconscious intelligence. The intelligence within our cores is one of the only places in our bodies that is able to parallel process. And what parallel process even means, parallel processing, that means the capacity to process billions and trillions and zillions of bits of information per moment, okay? Our cores is one of the only places within our bodies that has that capacity, that has the capacity to be in the now. Now guys, our cores is basically designed for as much information as possible within any given moment. Humans need to operate from their parallel processor. Only parallel processors can give the body adequate information it can use to operate within the now. When we force our bodies to assume an ego-based existence, a lot of our instincts, a lot of our reflexes, a lot of our intuitions, they will never get to us, guys. And all of this is a direct result of the disconnection they're trying to create in us. Guys, right now, we are being forced to assume a false existence, guys. Like I said in my previous videos, guys, we have been studied and they got us down to a science. Everything that they do is all designed to create specific changes within us. Just to sum everything up, guys, all of it is designed to force us to assume a linear reality. They are literally changing our divine nature. They're changing our original life. Whether we know it or not, our bodies operate through energy, and depending on how our bodies are structured, this oftentimes correlate with the kind of energy we interchange with. Guys, I would like to bring something to your awareness that is being hidden from the public. They do not want human beings to be aware of this. This intelligence is playing an active role in everything that has to do with your life right now, guys. This intelligence within our cores, our subconscious minds, it will attract all forms of life that is on a similar frequency to our overall aura. Within our bellies, the intelligence there, it produces a gravitational field, ladies and gentlemen. These forces do not want humans to be aware of this gravitational field, guys. But I would like everybody to know now, and this is what's going on behind the scenes. No matter what we think, no matter what we're taught, this is how the body functions, guys. Your subconscious mind is a magical tool, is a magical divine source that has been given to you from the Creator. And we can use this divine tool to connect with anything in existence. And we need to realize our bodies are used to react and respond to the now. Our bodies are used to react to what our subconscious minds are attracting to it. And our subconscious is literally attracting at all times. At all times it's attracting the now to us. This divine energy source, this gravitational field, this power to attract life, all right, forces are forcing humans to misuse this divine energy source, guys. Forces are forcing us to use this energy source improperly. Instead of for us to use this divine connecting power source to connect us with life, to connect us with all these beautiful things we interchange with. No, ladies and gentlemen, these forces are forcing us to use this energy to disconnect from the world instead of connecting with the world. And as you can see by now, this goes totally against the original nature of our subconscious minds. Our subconscious minds are designed to connect with life. They are forcing our subconscious minds to use that energy to disengage from the world, to disconnect us from the world. So because of this, guys, we end up living a false existence. We end up assuming a false reality. We end up living life in ways that are against our nature, and we will not even be aware this is going on. They are trying to produce all of the changes necessary within us to anchor us within a linear reality. In reality, guys, there is no such thing as anything being linear. But these forces try their number one hardest to give humans as many illusions as possible that will force them to actually believe the universe is linear, to actually believe life is linear. Now, guys, in order to give the illusion that life is linear, they literally have to slow down the life process. They have to find a way to slow down our subconscious minds from connecting with life. Subconscious reality is powered by connection, guys. And whether we know it or not, connection is what life is all about. Within subconscious reality, our bodies are connected to the now, it's connected to nature, it's connected to all of these possibilities. And linear reality is the complete opposite. It's the best analogy to put it so you can comprehend the difference between a linear reality and our true, natural, original reality is this. Within the now, infinite possibilities are open, infinite portals, infinite codes, all types of formulas. All these things are open to the body. The body can receive all of these codes, and it is originally designed to operate through this infinite possibility source, which we know as the now. Okay, the range of possibilities in linear reality is not coming from an infinite source. Instead, the range of possibilities is coming from a limited source. All of the possibilities will be coming from the memories. Everything that goes on in the now will first be filtered by memories before it will even be experienced. And that's just how linear reality operates. It operates through disconnecting oneself from all the things that doesn't coincide with your memories and connecting oneself with all of the things that basically approve your memories. Within the now, there will always be limitations, restrictions, buffers. There will always be interferences stopping our bodies from being able to be present totally within the now. In linear reality, the body behaves as if the now is not even going on. The body's either stuck in the future, it's either stuck in the past, it's probably stuck in an illusionary perception. But no matter what, linear reality always forces the body to never access the now. Instead, it's always anchored within an interference that prevents it from being able to operate fully in what's going on within the now moment. And by restricting the body's ability to be present, by restricting the body's ability to be in the now moment, this stops our subconscious minds from being able to connect with this moment. And they are basically trying to stop this process. They're trying to create all types of interferences. They want to make our bodies dumb. They want to prevent us from being able to respond accordingly to the now. Everything in the universe has its own specific vibration. Everything in the universe operates through energy, and how this connection works, the way that the subconscious mind connects with things, it uses the technology of energy. The human body will only connect with things it has the energy for. The body's ability to react to the now moment is what determines our energy. Alright? Our ability to react to the present moment is what determines the connections our body is able to make. Ladies and gentlemen, what I would like everybody to realize now, your subconscious mind has all the energy it needs to attract all of your wildest dreams. It already has everything it needs to attract everything that you want. What's stopping our subconscious minds from doing what it's here to do is all of the interferences, all of the blockages, all of the disconnections these forces are creating. And basically, guys, all of this is done to force humans to assume a linear reality. In subconscious reality, as we already know by now, the body is having access to this unlimited source of energy, this unlimited source of power, and the body will be operating on billions and trillions of bits of information within the moment, within the now. Alright? That will be the energy the body will be operating on, instead of 10 bits of information coming from a linear reality. Having less energy will make even the simplest attractions very hard for the body. Guys, the best analogy to put it to you guys, once again, we can see the human body as an antenna. The subconscious mind is a magical antenna, and it has the ability to tune in to infinite different realities, infinite different dimensions, infinite different energies, okay? You can see all these possibilities as a full 360-degree circle, okay? A circle, they say, has infinite sides. A circle has an infinite number of sides, and anywhere within this circle the subconscious mind can tune into. Life, guys, life calls for movement with our divine antennas. We constantly have to move our antennas to the appropriate dimension, to the appropriate reality based on what's going on in the now. And linear realities is the opposite. Instead of tuning in our antennas to the different realities, we stay in the same frequency range. Now, guys, the ability for our subconscious mind to tune into these different realities and dimensions and whatnot is all coming from the different signals and the different reactions that go on within our bodies within every given moment. At every given moment, our bodies will use different body parts, different signals, different rhythms, different pulses to alert the body on how to move during the moment, to alert the body how to tune itself to what's appropriate based on what's going on within the moment. And basically, all of the mechanisms the body used to tune itself, they prevent these parts of our bodies from being used, and this will prevent us from being able to properly attune to what the now is giving us. Instead, we will be forced to operate within a linear reality. We will be forced to operate not based on what's happening within the now, but we'll be operating based on what we think is appropriate to do within the now based on our memories. And yeah. So in a way, guys, they're literally trying to kill the human body, because it is the body that is the actual tool that we use to tune into these realities. The body itself is what the subconscious use to trigger us on how to react within the moment. And they're basically trying to kill the body. They do not want the body to be used as a subconscious tool for the now. Instead, they want the body to be used as a tool for linear reality. They don't want humans to realize they have a power source that is capable of attracting anything. So, what they do is they force the body to operate on a very low amount of energy. And ladies and gentlemen, that's literally what linear reality means. A linear processor can only process about 10 bits of information per moment. This information is what the body will use to operate in the now. Less information is less energy, guys. The more energy we supply to our subconscious minds, the faster and easier this connection process is. And ladies and gentlemen, this is basically the science behind the law of attraction. The law of attraction is literally this intelligence within our cores, ladies and gentlemen. This is the source of all of the things in our life. It creates a gravitational field, and it just attracts. It just attracts non-stop our whole lives. And when the body's operating on a low amount of energy, this is where the subconscious mind control comes in. They find ways to restrict life within our bodies. They find ways to restrict movement. And movement is what is used to power all of the functions within our cores. Ladies and gentlemen, the intelligence within our cores make use of the technology known as pulse. The subconscious mind gives the whole body pulses and signals and all types of information, and this is sourced by the breath. The fact that the body is alive due to us breathing there's basically a distribution of pulses and intelligence all around our bodies. And our subconscious use movement, all right? It moves our body parts in order to distribute this intelligence based on what's going on in the moment. All movements trigger different reactions within the human body, and movement is the key technology for all the different functions our bodies partake in. The subconscious mind uses movement. The way that they're manipulating our cores, they are doing it by changing the structure and nature of our cores. I explained this in my dehydration epidemic video, but guys, our cores are specifically designed to only process liquids and things like air and subtle things of that nature. Right now on planet Earth, human beings are forcing our intestines to process unnatural materials, and most of the times these materials do not hydrate the body. Instead, they dehydrate the body and they end up becoming mass within our cores. These foods oftentimes end up becoming mass within our intestines, and if we do not remove this mass, they become somewhat of a glue, some type of suction. And as long as this material is found within our intestines, it will serve as a restriction of movement. It will be a type of glue structure, and it will stop the movement of our cores. Our main movement lines all intersect in our cores. Any type of movement that we could possibly do with our bodies, they all incorporate our cores. Every single movement that we can possibly do, our center of gravity is always a factor in the movements. By affecting the center point of gravity, that's the easiest way to affect the whole mass of an object. There will always be some type of buffer, some type of restriction. By storing filth and mass and all types of harsh materials within our intestines, we will stop our intestines from being able to do what it's here to do, and that's to process subtle things, the subtle things that make up our reality. These materials prevent our cores from being able to process the entire present moment. Alright guys, so in a nutshell, they are literally using dense materials. They are storing dense materials in our intestines to become memory for our intestines. They're trying to give our body a type of body memory that it will have to carry within every moment we experience. And as long as these blockages are in our bodies, as long as this material, as long as we're carrying these materials in our intestines, it will be body memory that will stop our intestines from being able to experience the entire present moment. A lot of the energy that could have gone to the present moment will go to these materials within our intestines. The energy we could use to connect with the world, we'll be using that energy to digest all of these materials we have put in our intestines. And basically guys, they're just using these materials to prevent the motion of our intestines.
we must remember our intestines supply intelligence to all the different areas in our bodies, and movement is the technology our intestines use. Our ability to move is what determines the kind of messages our subconscious minds will be able to distribute to our bodies, the kind of messages that our subconscious minds will be able to distribute to us. By giving our intestines materials, memories, all types of blockages, these things will serve to prevent certain type of movements within the now moment. And if our bodies are not able to move in certain type of ways, if our organs are restricted in their movement, certain types of information, certain type of signals will never get circulated throughout the body. And that's one of the ways they are manipulating us. They are making changes to our cores. They are ensuring that our cores have extra data. It has extra memory. It has extra stuff that it has to deal with within the now to prevent it from having energy to completely deal with the whole now. It will always have some type of buffer.
All these changes are not instant. All these things take time, guys. So a good analogy, a good way to see it, we can basically say when we're infants, we are 100% connected to our subconscious minds, and our subconscious minds are 100% connected to us. Within time, guys, gradually, as we force our cores to assume a different nature, this connectivity will begin to decrease. And a good way to observe this manipulation, just observe children, guys. Children and young people are less affected by this manipulation, but as we grow older, the effects are more and more apparent in how we operate our bodies.
Okay guys, before we go any further in this video, I would like to stop the video here and basically dive into how our bodies are constructed on a deeper level. I intend for this video to truly give us an idea of how the human body operates on a deeper level. By us learning about how the human body operates, it will give us the best idea of how all of these things are basically going on. It will give you a better idea of all of the different strategies and all of the different plots against us. By learning how the body operates at its deepest level, it will allow us to see more and be more and so forth. So let's do that now. Alright, now guys, what we have here is a human child. And before we go any further, let's just have a quick recap on a few things. Now guys, like I already stated, the intelligence of our bodies is basically sourced by our cores, and from there it spreads throughout the whole body. It creates an energy highway that spreads all throughout the body, and no matter what, all the energy lines all eventually connect and are sourced by this original energy center within our cores. This intelligence is concentrated within our stomachs, and gradually it begins to spread throughout our whole entire system. Alright, so guys, as we already know by now, our true identity, we are in reality consciousness. We are the life essence, the boundless life essence that is supplying life to all things in existence. Now guys, the body knows who we are. The body is aware that it is being sourced by boundless infinite energy called consciousness. And what I would like everybody to realize now,
The human body is naturally designed to be the perfect vessel for this boundless energy called consciousness. Now, guys, once consciousness enters a human form, once consciousness anchors itself within a human body, the human body tries its number one best to be as connected as it can to life, to be as connected as it can to consciousness. Now, guys, as we already know by now, who we are, consciousness, this intelligence source, as we already know by now, this intelligence source can be holographically found in the intelligence of our cores. This consciousness hologram distributes its intelligence all throughout the body, and this intelligence can be found in all of the main liquids of our body. All of the liquids like blood, our cerebral spinal fluid, all of the many liquids that power our bodies. These liquids are all getting its intelligence. It's all getting its function from this intelligence in our cores. The totality of all of these fluids that power up our bodies, all of these liquids that are getting access and are being anchored within this intelligence within our cores, we need to see this intelligence for what it is. And that is an independent living organism. Within our bodies, we have a living, simple life form. We can see these fluids as a single cell. One giant single cell. Now, guys, in reality, the subconscious mind is these fluids that power the whole body. All of the fluids that make up the human body, ladies and gentlemen, this is the true human being. This is what truly is powering the body. The subconscious mind takes on a physical form in all of these liquids that are powering the body. And I would like everybody to know now, this is our true identity. Okay, so with that being said, guys, we can see the body as a container of fluids. All right, we can see our arms of being a container of fluids. Everywhere in our bodies contain consciousness. Everywhere in our bodies contain the subconscious mind. And I would just like to give you a better idea of how the body is constructed on a deeper level. Just like liquids, just like in real time how gravity basically forces liquids to flow to the lowest level, to basically drop, the same thing goes on in the body. So basically, guys, our many different movements on a deeper level, it can be seen as liquids powering these movements. For example, us walking, basically the way that we swing our arms, if we imagine that liquids is being contained in our arms, and just like if we was to swing water back and forth, this will cause a momentum, a type of force to be created. And this same movement is found in the many different ways that we move. If we walk, our arms will naturally move as if water is inside of it and it's constantly swaying back and forth, okay? If I was to stand here, me being stable is basically from all of the water dropping all the way down to my feet. Alright, on a deeper level, all of our movements can be seen as if it's being powered by liquids. The whole body is basically a mass of fluids, a body of fluids. And yeah, we can see our body parts as containers of this fluid. And basically, our true identity is all of these liquids that power up the body. And I know there's somebody out there like, what? That sounds crazy to call us liquids. The body is obviously solid. We can't be liquids. But allow me to explain, guys, real quick. In reality, who we truly are, we are consciousness. We are infinite, boundless energy. And the human body is designed to be the perfect vessel for this infinite being, which we are, consciousness, okay? Now, guys, let's say that consciousness, who we truly are, we are boundless energy, okay? This is a perfect boundless circle of energy, all right? Perfect boundless circle of energy, all right? And now, this is the human body, right here. This is the human body. Just going to draw a quick human inside here, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, now that we are in human bodies, we need to realize that the human body still sees us as this boundless cloud of infinite divine energy. I would like everybody right now to use their imaginations, okay? This ball of energy is filled with all of the fluids that are charged with the intelligence of our cores within our bodies, okay? This boundless energy is filled with nothing but fluids, okay? What I would like you to see now, the way the human body is constructed, imagine all of these liquids being wrapped around our skeleton. Okay? So basically, when all of these fluids wrap themselves tightly around our bodies, these fluids become muscles, tendons, skin, and everything that we see now. But on the deeper level of how our bodies are constructed, our bodies are still operating as if it's a boundless cloud of energy. The human body is specifically designed to be the vessel of boundless energy, and around every human being, we create a sphere of movement potential. We can see this perfect ball of energy. We can see that's the human aura, okay? The human body is constructed in such a way it should be able to move in all types of directions, all right? To move in all types of directions and to maintain the original nature of who we are, boundless energy. The human body is supposed to operate with a boundless movement potential. This movement potential, this energy of possibilities, this is who we truly are. Even though what we see is a solid human being, all right? Nothing has changed, guys. We are still the boundless, divine, infinite energy we have always been. Consciousness basically has two forms of movement, two forms of activity, all right? And basically, these two forms of movement is this: the consciousness has the ability to expand itself, to be expanded consciousness, and consciousness also has the ability to contract itself, which is known as contracted consciousness, all right? Consciousness can either expand or contract. And even though we're in these human bodies, the human body still retains this ability, all right? The human body has primarily two forms of movement, and those movements are expansion and contraction. Everywhere in our bodies are able to do these primarily two different forms of movement. Within our bodies, everywhere is able to expand or contract. And you can also associate this with the ability to open and close, all right? The whole body is constructed through spirals. Okay guys, so just like a spiral, how you have to stretch it to get it to expand, and you have to relax it to allow it to return back to its original position. The human body is basically constructed in the same way. Expansion energy is for disconnecting from source in order to perform actions, while contracting energy is for returning to source to obtain energy for actions, okay? Alright, so like I said, the human body makes use of expansion energy and contracting energy, and all of our movements on a deeper level, it makes use of expansion energy and contracting energy. We won't be able to walk unless our legs are able to open and close. We won't be able to talk unless our mouths are able to open and close. No matter what we do, our bodies are making use of this principle. So expansion energy basically uses the energy of our core, the energy of our source, to perform actions. And contracting energy is all about returning to our source. And just like a spiral, once you allow it to return to its original state, energy is generated, kinetic energy is created, because now within that spiral there is now free energy once you allow it to return to its original state. Anytime that we make use of contraction energy, this generates a negative charge within the body. Anytime that the body makes contact with its source, anytime the body contracts within itself, anytime it anchors itself within the core, all right, the body will produce energy. And this can be seen in all of the different activities we do that uses contraction energy. If you was to ball up your fist real tight and squeeze it, you will feel power. If you want to jump, you will first have to contract your body, then you will be able to jump, all right? To throw a punch, you have to contract your body,
then you have to expand your body, all right? I would just like everybody to know the human body makes use of both contraction energy and expansion energy. Life would not be functional without the two. So all you have to take from this, guys, expansion energy is for temporarily disconnecting from source to perform actions, while contracting energy is all about returning to source to generate energy, to generate power for actions, all right? So real quick, guys, all I would like you to know, because our bodies are constantly expanding and contracting, is constantly doing this, energy is produced. All of our movements, in some way, shape, or form, it will produce energy. Now, friends, since all of our movements produce energy in some way, shape, or form, our outer movements and our inner movements always produce energy. And due to the fact that the body is being powered by the breath, there's constantly pulses and information traveling throughout the body. Because all these things are going on all the time, we must realize that at every given moment, within every now, there is always a distribution of it. There's always a distribution of subconscious intelligence within our bodies. At all moments, we have a flow of intelligence that is always flowing through our bodies, and this is what's powering all of our many different biological functions. Now, guys, what I would like everybody to know now, the efficiency of this distribution of intelligence, how efficient this flow of information is, all depends on our distance away from our source. Like we already know by now, the source of the human body is found within our cores. All of our liquids are sourced by our cores, and basically the body is designed in such a way, all of its energy processes, all of its meridians, everywhere is sourced by the core. Now, guys, as we know by now, the human body is capable of expanding and contracting. And what I would like you to know is that compact positions, contracted positions, positions that are compact, make the distribution of this intelligence very easy for the body. All right? And expanded positions, positions that keep the body expanded, makes this distribution harder. Okay? So the closer we are, the closer our bodies are to our source, the more anchored we are to our cores, the easier this distribution of intelligence within the body. And the further we are from source, the further a body part is from source, the harder it is for this distribution of intelligence. So, guys, the formula, we can basically say contracting energy, which means returning to our source. Contracting energy is sourced by grounding the body. You know, grounding the body and making it compact. This is what sources contraction within the body. When we ground ourselves, we usually contract our bodies. And the expression of energy is what sources expansion energy. All right? So as you can see, when we express energy, we're at the farthest point away from our source. All right? But when we ground ourselves, we're at the closest to our source. All right, guys. So with that being said, guys, we must realize the human body at a deeper level, it is able to embody all of the frequencies of consciousness. whether we know it or not, all of our movements will become a direct expression of consciousness energy. Okay, now guys, right here, this is basically the table of energy, and this is basically the energy that is able to be experienced through a human body. And real quick guys, just like before, consciousness has two primary directions. Consciousness can either expand or it can contract. Now guys, this chart, this scale, it starts from 0, meaning death, and it goes all the way to 1000. 1000 is the max, and that's enlightenment. Of course, there is no limit to energy. Of course, there's no limit to consciousness. But in the human form, I'm going to use this table, 0 to 1000, just to make it simple for everyone. Alright? Our movements will always generate energy. And the energy that is generated, the amount of energy that is generated, our bodies will use that to tune us into one of these scales of operation. All right. Now, on a deeper level, when we look closer, you can basically see a lot of emotions that some people experience. You got humiliation, you got guilt, fear, desire, anger, pride, courage, acceptance, reason, love, all of these different emotions, all of these different levels of consciousness, these levels of energy. Now guys, this is a little ahead of schedule, but every movement that we do creates energy, and basically all unnatural movements are designed to prevent subconscious energy production. All right. And the subconscious mind, it only operates from 200 and above. All of these things promote the subconscious mind, and basically anything below 200, this does not strengthen our subconscious mind. It instead cuts off our subconscious mind, and this is contracted consciousness. Contracted consciousness represents the ego. Ladies and gentlemen, we must understand that the way consciousness views our body, the way the subconscious functions, it functions as if the whole body is a brain, all right? And basically, expanded states of consciousness require us to use our bodies in a holistic way. Just to sum it up, guys, expanded states of consciousness is powered by fusing both hemispheres of our brain, by operating in balance, operating in the union of both hemispheres of our brain. And this basically sums up to us moving in ways that promote brain balance, moving in ways that incorporate our bodies in holistic ways, okay? And contracted states of consciousness is all about using the body in ways that do not promote balance, using the bodies in ways that tend to have us lean to one side of our brain more than the other side. And anytime that we separate our brains, anytime that we move in a way that promotes separation within us, this oftentimes allows us to experience duality, and this sums up to us experiencing an ego consciousness, contracted consciousness, all right? In order for us to be more subconscious, we have to operate in balance. We have to operate with both poles of our brain, and this will sum up to us having better feelings, having better emotions, having better thoughts, and all the other good stuff. I just want y'all to see that formula. Contracted consciousness is all about using one side of your brain, while all of the expanded states of consciousness is all about using your brain in balance, using both sides of your brain. And we need to see that our whole body is a brain, and our activities, what we engage in, is what determines if we're using both of our brains or just one of them. So guys, as you can see, the fact that the human body can experience contracted consciousness and the fact that the human body can experience expanded consciousness, this just goes to show the human body is the perfect vessel of consciousness. We need to see that everything that has to do with our bodies is related to consciousness, and our bodies are basically assuming consciousness nature. Consciousness has the ability to expand itself, to contract itself. It has the ability to experience all energy charges, and so forth. And these bodies are designed to allow consciousness to retain all of its properties and qualities. The fact that we're able to have egos, the fact that we're able to experience expanded consciousness, this just goes to show how infinite human beings are. Human beings are boundless energy. We are a boundless mass of energy, and we are infinite. We're able to experience any type of energy without restriction. These bodies are perfect. It's perfectly designed to experience energy on all wavelengths, because the human body is specifically designed to house consciousness. And I just would like all of y'all to remember this and realize this, because we'll return to this within this video. I had to break down a few things. Now guys, now that we know how the body is constructed on a deeper level, now that we know about how our original divine nature is, let's go further into how we operate within subconscious reality. Now guys, here we have a young child. And let me give this guy a fro before we even continue. Alright. The way that we are originally designed, the way that the human body is supposed to operate, everywhere in our bodies is supposed to have direct access to this intelligence. Now guys, children are operating with a better connection than adults, as we know by now. So let's just assume this child is 100% connected to their subconscious minds. Now guys, the difference between subconscious reality and linear reality, the difference between how children experience life opposed to us, children do not operate based on their egos. All of their operations, all of their activities, everything that they do is all being sourced by this intelligence here. Children operate based on the guidance from this intelligence. This intelligence will use primarily feelings, intuitions, hunches, reflexes, instincts. This intelligence will use energy put in motion to guide children on how to operate, and anywhere within our bodies that is making access to this boundless energy, to this intelligence source, it will be able to function independently in the now. This intelligence makes the whole body intelligent. Imagine seeing the world through your hands. Imagine hearing with your feet. Imagine using your skin to see who's behind you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the reality of who we truly are. This is the reality of how our bodies should be used. As long as our bodies can make contact to this intelligence source, all of the information this intelligence source is getting from the now, our bodies will be able to operate independently. Everywhere in our bodies will be made intelligent.
And ladies and gentlemen, we need to see our five senses can be experienced anywhere in our bodies. This is why it is important for us to realize we do not have arms, we do not have heads, we do not have eyes, we do not have all of these different body parts. The human body does not operate as if it has body parts. The human body operates as if it's boundless energy. All of these things are concepts. They're literally programs in our minds that are stopping us from seeing the truth about our bodies. Consciousness does not specialize itself, guys. As long as consciousness can have access to a physical form, it will still retain its qualities. It will still retain its properties. As long as our body parts are able to receive this intelligence from our cores, we'll be able to use our bodies in ways that we currently can't imagine, guys. Consciousness does not differentiate. Consciousness does not specialize. Consciousness does not separate. As long as consciousness is making access to the body, there is nothing consciousness can do that the body can't do. I hope now we have a greater idea of how our bodies truly operate. Now, guys, these forces basically find a way to specialize the human body. Can you believe that? A boundless, infinite life form, they have found a way to specialize it. Alright, so as we know by now, the human body is capable of experiencing all frequencies of consciousness, and right now the human body is being configured to only experience energy frequencies that are not subconscious. We are basically being designed, we are being specialized to experience a life that is not anchored within our subconscious. Ladies and gentlemen, specializing consciousness is all about forcing the body to do specific things instead of being what it is, and that is a boundless free organism. They're trying to force our bodies to be in a particular format. And basically, guys, we have been studied, we know this, and we must realize that all of our movements is literally how we experience the different frequencies of consciousness. The way we move gives off different reactions in our bodies, and that's what we use to experience ourselves. That's what we use to experience life. And basically, guys, they have selected our movements for us, and they are designing the body in such a way to always experience the ego. Now, ladies and gentlemen, specializing the body is all about forcing the body to go against its nature, okay? Once the body is specialized, it will be able to go against its nature, and it will be unable to assume its original nature. Ladies and gentlemen, the way that this specialization works, as we know by now, the human body is at a deeper level made up of liquids, okay? This specialization is directed to all of the liquids that make up the human body. As we know by now, the intestines, our subconscious mind, is the source of all of the liquids, basically powering up our whole bodies. And the way that this specialization works, ladies and gentlemen, we need to understand what this water is that is powering up our whole body. Ladies and gentlemen, this water that is powering our bodies can be termed what we call the energy body, all right? All of these waters that is being sourced by our subconscious mind, these waters, these fluids is what creates the physical body. These fluids are what creates the emotional body. These fluids are what create the energy body. These fluids encase all of the bodies that have to do with us, okay? And specializing consciousness is all about configuring these liquids that make up our bodies. Ladies and gentlemen, the physical body, our physical frame, will always follow the liquids of the subconscious mind. And if we're able to configure these liquids through specializing them to be in a particular format, and right now they're trying to specialize our waters to be an ego format, this will cause the physical body to just assume whatever format it is, okay? The way that this manipulation works, guys, once they're able to format the liquids within our bodies, once they're able to format our energy bodies, no matter what we do physically, whether we're standing, walking, running, sleeping, it does not matter. Our bodies will always assume whatever configuration the energy body is in. And here's a quick example, okay? For example, if the energy body is more dominant on the right side than on the left side, this will make an individual walk more dominantly on their right side. This will make an individual stand more dominantly on their right side. This will make an individual sit more dominantly on their right side. All I want you to see, guys, anything that happens to the energy body, the physical body will be forced to just follow. And basically, the easiest way to ensure that we're ego-based humans is to configure the energy body to be ego-based. And this is all sourced by imbalance. The ego is sourced by using the body in imbalanced ways. The ego is sourced by refraining from using your body as one unit. And basically, guys, these forces are trying to ensure our energy bodies are always imbalanced, so that our physical bodies will follow that pattern and be imbalanced at all times. And that's just how this stuff works. Alright? Now, guys, the best way to understand how the ego works within the body, and the best way to understand how the subconscious work, we can see these two modes of operation as an energy field, okay? When the human body is being operated from the ego energy field, when the ego is in operation, all right, this energy field that is now being operated within the body, this energy field will always force the body to separate itself. This energy field will always encourage the body to use a body part, to specialize a certain area within our bodies to get a specific job done. All right? The ego energy field basically activates when we refrain from using our body holistically. Anytime that we separate ourselves, anytime that we use a body part and specifically specialize this body part to do a task, this basically strengthens the ego. The energy field of the ego uses the body in this manner. And basically, guys, the energy field of the subconscious mind, it encourages the body to operate holistically. If there's an activity, if there's something that we're trying to do, the subconscious energy field will encourage the body. It will encourage the whole body to participate in the completion of whatever activity we're trying to do. Operating with the subconscious mind will encourage the body to operate as one whole piece, while the ego tends to make us use body parts. It makes us specialize the body part to do something instead of using our whole bodies. So basically, guys, they're trying to force us to operate as if the human body is made up of body parts. They're trying to force us to have body parts. And this basically goes against the nature of how our bodies are designed at its deepest level. Our bodies are designed to be used subconsciously, and this means as one whole piece. We must see the body as a water-based life form, and everywhere in our bodies is meant to get an equal distribution of this life form, this water. When everywhere in our bodies get an equal distribution of this water, this will make the body operate in symmetry. The body will operate holistically. The body will operate as if it's one piece, as if it's one unit. Animals go their whole lives operating subconsciously, and this is sourced by how they move. At all times, animals operate through symmetry, and us, on the contrary, we are being specialized to have body parts. By specializing consciousness, this forces imbalanced distributions of consciousness throughout the whole body. And all that they want, guys, they just want to create places in our bodies that are unable to get a proper distribution of consciousness energy. Animals go their whole lives operating through their subconscious minds because all they know is balance. They are ignorant of imbalance, guys. They are ignorant of duality. They can only experience a balanced existence. Instead of using our limbs in the same overall type of way, and this encourages balance within the body. This encourages the union between both of our brains. Instead for us to use our limbs in the same type of way, seeing our hands as if it's another pair of feet, no. These beings are specializing the body to have body parts, using our hands for particular activities, using our feet for particular activities, trying to force an ego existence on us,
making the body do things that are impossible for natural beings to do, that are impossible for animals to do. Now guys, I would like you to know something that's kind of interesting, okay? Anything that is man-made, any object, anything that is man-made usually encourages the activation of the ego. Most man-made objects are not designed in a way that will activate our subconscious mind. Most humans that produce all of these technologies that we end up using, they are unaware of how the human body functions on a deeper level. And most of the man-made objects that we interface with, that we use, oftentimes force us to activate our egos. And anytime that we're making use of a man-made object, whether it's technology, anything man-made, in order for us to use these objects, we will have to operate through the ego. Unnatural things always put the body in positions where it can't be used holistically, and this is what sourced the imbalance effect, okay? Now, ladies and gentlemen, these forces are basically trying to stop our subconscious minds from being in our lives, and this is all done by preventing us from accessing the energy frequencies of our subconscious mind. And the way that these forces are designing this stuff, they are designing the body in such a way, no matter what it does, it will never find a state of balance. And this is to prevent our subconscious minds from being able to manifest, from being able to be put into activity. Ladies and gentlemen, our subconscious mind is sourced by balance. And this balance literally comes from the fusion of contraction energy and expansion energy, the fusion between masculine and feminine. Ladies and gentlemen, all things in nature, all natural beings, all animals, insects, fishes, all life forms, they will all naturally live a life that is balanced between contraction energy and expansion energy. This balance is what is known as nature. And this formula is basically found everywhere in the wild. All beings, in some way, shape, or form, they'll find the perfect balance between these two energies And basically, guys, these forces are trying to ensure that humans are unable to do this. Instead of being in balance, these forces want us to operate from one energy and to basically operate from one energy and neglect the other. Ladies and gentlemen, the best analogy to put it to you guys, we can say that we have two brains, okay? One brain is forever expanding, all right? And then our other brain is forever contracting. And we could just say this is our right brain and our left brain, respectively. Now, guys, the subconscious mind literally sees the whole body as a brain. So basically, one side of our body is powered by our expansion brain, and the other side of our body is powered by our contracting brain. And in order for our bodies to be in balance, we'll have to use both brains in harmony and symmetry. These forces are trying to prevent us from doing that. They want us to operate from only one brain at a time. Now, guys, these forces are basically targeting what makes the body able to expand and contract, ladies and gentlemen. And that is the many different spirals that make up our bodies. All of the spirals within the human body, all of the spirals that make up the human body, these forces are trying to weaken these spirals. These forces are trying to break these spirals. They're trying to stretch them out. They do not want these spirals to be functional. Now, guys, this video we're going to be focusing on our subconscious mind, and due to the infinite, I'm talking infinite, different movements that are capable of the subconscious mind, it will be almost impossible for us to truly break down all of the unnatural movements. Okay, so in this video we're just going to narrow it down. We're going to sum it down to the main specializing positions that are used to force humans to go against their nature, to force humans to be more ego-based, okay? And these main specializing positions that are used globally to manipulate us, these positions are: one, standing up with shoes; sitting down; walking with shoes; and laying down on an unnatural surface. All right. These are the four main specializing positions they use to manipulate us mainly, guys. So basically, guys, this is how they get us. All right. They specialize our bodies to function with unnatural movements. From the day that we're born, we are taught unnatural movements
The human body molds itself based on this principle. The more of the same type of movement, the more of the same type of movements that we do, the more ingrained these movements will be within this liquid that makes up the human body. This fluid holds memory. And they are designing the body in such a way they want us to operate based on the data that has been recorded within the waters of our bodies for all this time, instead of for us to operate within the now. The now is always new. The now is always different. There's always a different type of frequency that is being called upon. No. These forces are trying to specialize our bodies to remain in a limited range of motion, to remain in an ego existence. And this is done by having us always do unnatural movements so that this can get downloaded into the waters of our body. And then all they will do is take away the capacity for the body to operate in the now, and this will force the body to operate based on its memories. When the body goes to the memories, all that's there is unnatural movements, and they're basically trying to force the body to stay in an ego existence, to stay in energy levels that does not call upon the subconscious mind. As we know by now, the human body has primarily two forms of movement. The human body can expand and it can contract. I would like everybody to know now, expansion energy is literally what these forces are exploiting within the human body. They are exploiting the fact that our bodies are capable of expanding and contracting, and they're basically trying to keep the body in an expanded mode of operation. And this is to prevent us from being in positions or movements or doing anything that returns us to our source. These forces are trying to prevent us from generating energy our bodies can use. They want humans to remain in an expanded state of operation. And this is to anchor them within disconnection. They do not want us to learn how to generate power within our bodies, and this is all done by returning to our source. They do not want us to do that, and the best way of preventing us from returning to our source, this is done by strengthening all of the things that we use to expand. All right. And all of this is done through keeping us in the cycle of standing, sitting down, laying down, and walking. They make sure that all of our expansion mechanisms, they make sure that these parts of ourselves are stimulated, they're always online, they're always working, and all of the contracting mechanisms of our bodies, all of the things that we use to return to our source, they do not allow us to activate these parts of our bodies. If all we do is sit down, stand up, walk, and lay down,
The body will only be comfortable doing these activities because it has been specialized to do these activities. If you don't use it, you lose it. By not engaging your grounding muscles, by not using those parts of your body that allows us to ground, we will lose the ability to ground, ladies and gentlemen. Until our bodies are able to rest and return back to its original position, the body will experience stress, all right? It's just like a spiral. If you strengthen the spiral, you have to relax it so you can return back to its original position. The body's the same way. Anytime we use expansion energy, all of the parts that are affected will experience stress until we're able to return our bodies in its original relaxed state. In order for the human body to distribute its intelligence throughout itself, I would like to bring something to your awareness, guys. Relaxation is a requirement. The body must be free of tension in order for it to distribute its intelligence throughout itself. In order for the subconscious mind to be able to create energy that allows us to experience expanded consciousness, ladies and gentlemen, our inner world must be free. Our inner world must be flowing. Our inner world must be open. Ladies and gentlemen, all of these expanded positions, all of these positions that spread the body out and keep it like that for long periods of time, these positions require us to contract our inner muscles that surround our inner organs, okay? Our abdominal muscles, a lot of the muscles that we use to power our many different organs, all right? We'll use these muscles to support ourselves, and this is not how it's supposed to be done. Now, guys, these forces use stress within the body to create a break in the intelligence flowing through the body. Once they're able to create a spot of tension or any type of stress, this area will not be able to receive a distribution of subconscious intelligence. And the way that these forces are designing this stuff, they want to ensure that at all times we have a break within our bodies, that our bodies are constantly experiencing a break within the flow of information. Now, guys, these breaks are basically used to force the body into parts, okay? Once there's a location within our body that is not receiving subconscious intelligence, these parts will shut down subtly, all right? They will have subtle shutdowns, And once these areas are unable to get a subconscious intelligence distribution, all the areas affected will only be able to function out of the ego. All right? Basically, guys, our whole body is designed to operate intelligently throughout the now, as long as it's connected to the subconscious mind. Any area of our bodies can respond to the now. Any area of our bodies can be in unison with the totality of all of the intelligence coming from the now. That's how our bodies are designed. Once there's a location within our bodies that is separated from this intelligence known as the subconscious, we would not be able, those body parts will not be able to function independently. Instead, they will shut down, and the only time these body parts will enter activity will be when our egos trigger them. They won't be able to be triggered subconsciously, and that's basically how these things work. As we know by now, guys, in this video we're focusing on the four major specializing positions they use to make us ego based. And basically all these positions, standing up, walking, sitting, and laying down on an unnatural surface, all of these positions produce the same break that these forces are exploiting within the body. And that break is these forces are trying to separate our lower half of our bodies from our upper half of our bodies. They are basically trying to disconnect our torsos from our legs. And that's basically the main break they're trying to enforce in our bodies. They're trying to basically disconnect our upper body from our lower body. They're trying to disconnect our positive pole from our negative pole, and this represents the masculine and feminine. They don't want these two poles to be able to connect and be in balance, so they use breaks to stop the intelligence from flowing equally in our bodies, and this will force us to operate more from our upper body or more from our lower body. If you investigate your movements, guys, a lot of times when we engage in unnatural movements, when we're doing something, if you really investigate yourself, you will find that you are only using certain body parts while neglecting others. For example, standing up. You might be moving your hands frequently, but your legs stay in the same position, they stay in the same spot. Or you might be sitting down. You might be moving frequently, your upper body might be moving freely, but your whole lower body will probably be stagnant. It won't be moving. And I would just like y'all to see, anytime that we move in this manner, anytime that we're using body parts, we're using a part of our bodies instead of the whole body, this influences an ego existence. This influences the conscious ego energy field to take manifestation. And breaks is a requirement. As long as they can create a break through keeping us in an unnatural position, these positions will naturally encourage us to use our bodies in a separate manner, to use our bodies in a non-holistic manner. Now, guys, to sum everything up, I will basically say this. The core of this manipulation going on globally is all being sourced by forcing humans to lose their ability to ground themselves, guys. That is the #1 agenda behind all of these specializing positions. They are basically trying to ensure that all of the spirals, all of the lines of energy that we use to ground ourselves, that we use to contract our bodies, that we use to return to our source, all of these lines, guys, this manipulation is all dependent on these lines of our bodies being ineffective. being non-functional, being broken basically. Ladies and gentlemen, the subconscious mind needs both expansion energy and grounded energy. It needs both expansion energy and contraction energy to produce balance frequencies. It needs both of these energy charges to produce whole balanced vibrations. It uses expansion energy and contracting energy to produce energy frequencies that are then experienced as higher states of consciousness. All right? And if you prevent our subconscious minds from being able to holistically use these two energy charges, this is how they get us basically. They're basically forcing us to only be able to create only one charge of energy, because the other energy we use to balance, is no longer working, and that's how it's done. Ladies and gentlemen, when these lines of energy are not functional, this sums up to us losing the ability to relax our cores, all right? If the human body is not able to ground itself, this means more than likely we'll be in positions that keep our cores at stress. Grounded positions, squatting, walking on all fours, natural positions, all relax our cores. And by destroying all of the motion lines we use to ground ourselves, this sums up to us losing the ability to naturally relax our cores. Instead of us to squat, we'll no longer be able to squat, and the only way we can relax is by sitting on our ass. And they're basically forcing us to never actually be able to relax our bodies. All right? Now, guys, allow me now to show you the formula of this manipulation. The way that it works is this, guys. If they can somehow, some way, force the body to enter stress, as long as our bodies are in stress, there will be certain involuntary responses that will go on within our bodies. And these responses is even why all of this manipulation is even in existence right now. Alright guys, real quick, what we have on the screen is the human nervous system. And a quick reminder, guys, we have our sympathetic nervous system and we have our parasympathetic nervous system. This part of our nervous system, the sympathetic nervous system, it is used primarily for activities, fight or flight. And our parasympathetic nervous system is basically used for rest, relaxation, sleep. Now, guys, just like I said earlier, the whole universe is constructed with the same universal code found in all life. And the human body has both masculine and feminine energy. Without these two energy potentials, life will not be able to be possible. And all I would like to show you here, our sympathetic nervous system represents masculine energy, and our parasympathetic nervous system represents feminine energy. Relaxation is all about the subconscious mind. Relaxation helps the subconscious mind. And we can see now that when we have any type of stress, when we're putting ourselves into action, when we're engaging our bodies, we are calling upon our sympathetic nervous system. Real quick, guys, all I would like to show you here is this. Each time that we assume a conscious existence, each time that we use our sympathetic nervous system, whether it's from stress, whether it's from us fighting or flighting, whatever it might be, all I would like to show you here is that the energy of our sympathetic nervous system, it inhibits the subconscious mind, as you can see. It inhibits the stomach and the intestines, and these are the main holograms.
And this only happens when the body makes access to stress and other sympathetic nervous system frequencies.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, in a nutshell, these forces are exploiting the very design of our bodies. And they're basically exploiting the many different involuntary responses that go on in our body when we are under stress. As we know by now, guys, stress inhibits the movement, the mobility of our subconscious minds. And ladies and gentlemen, this basically translates to us losing the ability to breathe subconsciously, guys. The human body is incapable of breathing subconsciously when it's under stress. The only time the human body is able to breathe in a way that activates our subconscious mind is when it's relaxed or when it's in a stress-free state. Anytime we feel stress, guys, we involuntarily will hold in our breath, guys. And this happens anytime you feel stress. This is primarily because of how our bodies are designed. Our adrenals does not go by our thinking. Instead, it goes based on our body mass. It goes based on the distribution of pressure. It goes based on our movements. It cannot think, guys. And when we move in a way that produces stress, when we are in positions that produce stress, the only way that the body can protect itself, it will trigger the cutting off reflex. It will trigger a reflex that cuts itself off from the now because the now is now producing stress. And that reflex is the reflex to hold in your breath. And this basically sums up to us losing the ability to breathe properly, guys. Now, guys, just to sum everything up, they are not just using stress to prevent us from being able to breathe properly. One of the main agendas going on right now, they are trying to subconsciously give everybody the unnatural habit of holding in their gut. They are trying to force the stress reflex of restricting the motion of our intestines. They are basically trying to force that reflex in us, and they would like for us to hold in our guts, to hold in our stomachs at all times, ladies and gentlemen. Standing up, sitting down on chairs, laying down on unnatural surfaces, all of these unnatural movements that we do in society, yes, all of these movements give the body subtle stress, but behind the scenes, ladies and gentlemen, these movements are subconsciously training the body to hold in its stomach. It's subconsciously training the body to hold in the gut region, to restrict that motion, to restrict the motion in that region. And basically, to sum up this manipulation, we can say the original pressure point of our bodies, our core, is the original main pressure point of our subconscious minds. They're literally trying to change this pressure point to be the main pressure point of our egos. They want to reverse the function of our cores, and they want our cores to not be used to activate our subconscious. Instead, they want our cores to be used as the main activation tool for our egos. And basically, guys, this unnatural tendency to hold in our stomachs, this unnatural tendency to hold in our guts, it produces a break within our bodies. All right? And this means, guys, as long as we're holding in our guts, as long as we're holding in our stomachs, no matter what we do, no matter what movement we partake in, us holding in our guts will force us to use our bodies in a conscious manner. We will not use our bodies holistically. No matter what movement that we do, as long as we hold in our guts, this will force us to move in a conscious way, and we wouldn't even know that this is what's going on behind the scenes. Yeah. Now, guys, these forces, they need for us to be ignorant of the nature of our bodies. All of these manipulations is all sourced through our ignorance of ourselves. And this video is intended to give as much information as possible so that we can have a better idea about how our bodies truly function, okay? Now, guys, these forces are giving us the unnatural habit of holding in our guts. They're using many different strategies to achieve this, all right? And guys, one of the main tools they are using to ensure we acquire this habit, ladies and gentlemen, these forces are literally using the power of perception, guys. These forces have the most dangerous weapon known to man, and that's literally perception. Perceptional information, guys. These forces are using the media, as we know by now. These forces use the media to give us false ideologies, false perceptions, false beliefs about reality and about ourselves. And they know once this data, once this ego-based perceptional information gets approved by us, once we begin to believe in these perceptions, all right, we'll live by these perceptions. And right now, guys, these forces literally control our perception of beauty. Nobody truly knows what's beautiful anymore. We have been told what beauty is. And just to get straight to the point, one of their agendas, they have to somehow, some way, make human beings believe that having a six-pack is desirable. They gotta make human beings believe that having a six-pack is healthy. And the icing on the cake is this, guys. They have to literally make human beings believe having a six-pack is natural. Ladies and gentlemen, these forces have literally set us up for our own self-destruction, all right? They have literally made the flat stomach the symbol of health. And all humans that are in this system, all humans that have been manipulated by their many trickeries and their many false perceptions, they are running around trying to chase this so-called flat stomach. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to be honest with ourselves, okay? We really need to be honest with ourselves. This might sound crazy, but ladies and gentlemen, a six-pack, what we know as the six-pack, is a highly unnatural way of keeping our bodies, all right?
In order for somebody to obtain the six-pack look, they have to acquire this sucking in gut habit. They have to suck in their guts in order to showcase the six-pack. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like everybody to know now the way that our bodies are naturally designed. Our bodies are designed to move with gravity. Our bodies are designed to be used holistically. And basically, guys, our stomach region, if you observe all animals, due to the fact they have gone their whole lives living subconsciously, they have not acquired the unnatural habit to suck in their guts. They are always keeping their bellies in such a way it moves with gravity, not against it. And what I would like everybody to realize now, there is no animal that has a six-pack. Alright? There is no animal that will naturally suck in their guts. The way that animals move, the various positions they keep themselves in, all of these natural positions animals engage in never put their bodies in such a condition they have to suck in their gut. They always move in a way that maintains relaxation in their center, and that is their core. Their cores remain relaxed at all times, guys. And us, on the contrary, since the day that we was born, we have been forced to engage in unnatural positions that beneath the surface has been conditioning our bodies to suck in their guts. All of these unnatural positions force the body to move against gravity and not with it. And this is what trains the body to get into the habit of sucking in his gut. Now, guys, the way that these forces operate, they operate through ignorance. They need us to be ignorant about ourselves and about reality in order for a lot of these manipulations and mind controls to be possible. Now, guys, like I said earlier in this video, the center of our bodies is literally our core. All of our movements, all of our activities, everything that our body does on a deeper level, the body behaves as if all of its activities are being sourced by our cores. It is our core that distributes all of the energy our body uses for all of its different functions. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to see the reality of a lot of these illusions. Having a ripped, fit six-pack, having a ripped body is actually a prison for our subconscious minds. We are literally looking at a human being that has been hijacked by the ego energy field. All of these muscles, all of these unnatural tendencies we have received from this society. Get a flat stomach, get ripped, strengthen your core, get a flat stomach. All of these things reinforce what they would like for us to have in our bodies, and that is restrictions that stop our subconscious mind from being able to activate. Like I said earlier, guys, once we suck in our guts, no matter what we do, we will always call upon our conscious mind. The body needs to be free
of any type of break. The body needs for, the subconscious mind needs its energy to be distributed evenly, equally all around the body. The subconscious mind needs for the whole body to be nourished by its energy field. And once there's a break anywhere in the body, this shuts off the subconscious mind, and the conscious mind then gets activated. These forces are literally installing a break around our subconscious minds. All right, they're installing a prison around our subconscious mind, and this prison is all of the muscles we end up contracting at all times when we suck in our guts. And this is one of the main agendas of body modifications to humanity right now. The bizarre habit, the unnatural habit of sucking in our guts will make everything that we do come from our egos, and we wouldn't even be aware this is going on. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no coincidence that animals are superior to humans in speed, strength, and other natural abilities. We need to realize that everything that we know about our bodies, everything that we know about muscles, strength, everything that we know is half-truths. We have literally been fed lies, all right? We believe we have to work out our muscles in order to strengthen our muscles. We believe we have different body parts that needs to get exercise. Ladies and gentlemen, the reality of our bodies is this. All of this strength that is being generated in our muscles is not coming from the muscles itself. All of the strength within our bodies is coming from our core, and that is our belly region. We don't know this, all right? Nobody taught us this. So we strengthen our different body parts thinking that's how we strengthen ourselves, but it does the opposite. It weakens us because this is not strengthening our center. Instead, it's strengthening our body parts. Ladies and gentlemen, animals are superior to humans physically due to the fact of how they keep their center. They literally strengthen their whole bodies, and they literally strengthen their centers in a holistic way. And this is all sourced by their ability to keep their center relaxed. The more open and relaxed their center, the more energy can be distributed to their many different muscles, the more energy can be distributed to their many different organs and energy processes. And basically, guys, animal strength is not coming from their muscles, it's actually coming from their subconscious mind center. They are able to distribute this intelligence all around their bodies without restrictions. And us, on the contrary, instead of for us to strengthen our subconscious mind center, which is our belly, learning how to relax this region, learning how to keep it open, learning how to move holistically, you know, they don't teach us how to do this. Instead, they encourage us to strengthen our many different body parts, all right? While totally neglecting the nature of our cores. They are forcing us to go against our nature and to acquire a flat stomach without us realizing that this is the main cause of us being weak. This is the main cause of our many different muscles not receiving the energy supply that they need. And all of this manipulation is all sourced by our ignorance. They need for us to not know how our bodies are designed in order for us to walk in circles. In order for us to never know what's going on a deeper level. Yeah. So as you can see, guys, it is natural to have a round, open belly. It is seen everywhere in nature. All animals that are all natural beings, they don't have six packs.
All of them have free, relaxed, open bellies, and it is natural for our bellies to acquire this shape. All right? And as you can see how these forces work, guys. They make what's unnatural the symbol of health and beauty in our world, and we don't even realize what's going on a deeper level. By misleading the public, making them believe that it is actually healthy. Oh, what's up, brother? By misleading the public, having us believe. What's up, man?
All right.
Yeah, just doing a YouTube video, man.
Go ahead, man. That's good.
So as you can see, guys, by making natural beings, we're natural beings, humans, we are natural beings. By giving us these false perceptions, they are using these false perceptions as a tool, as one of the main tools for us to eventually go against our nature. They know that once they can make the flat stomach the symbol of health, that's one of the ways to ensure a lot of humans will eventually develop a conscious body instead of a subconscious body. That's one of the ways to ensure we unknowingly cripple ourselves, okay? Okay, so now let's get further into this video, shall we? Even though this video is long, guys, we're going to breeze through this video, trust me, all right? Now, guys, as we know by now, like I said earlier in this video, the ego is only sourced by certain frequencies. The ego is only sourced by certain consciousness frequencies. And all of these frequencies is what is known as contracted consciousness. These are the frequencies that we end up producing when we're only using one side of our brain, all right? Anger, pride, guilt, shame, embarrassment, all of these negative emotions all come from us using only one side of our brains. And not only that, all of these negative emotions also come from us not being in the now. All right? Ladies and gentlemen, the ego is sourced by these frequencies, and allow me now to show you why us having a flat stomach is so important. Ladies and gentlemen, we must purify this ignorance right now, and we need to truly establish in our minds that everywhere in our bodies is connected to our cores. Everywhere in our bodies behave as if it is being sourced by our cores. And literally, our brain is no different. Our brains behave as if it is being sourced by our cores. And this is how everything works, guys. In reality, our brains are receiving information and energy from our cores within every given moment. All right? And this energy that gets applied to our brain is what we use to power whatever state of consciousness we might be experiencing within the moment. Just like the subconscious mind in reality, the subconscious mind is powered by balance. The brain is also no exception. In order for us to experience the higher states of consciousness, we must keep our brains in balance, guys. And basically, they are forcing us to never allow our brains to achieve balance. Now, guys, the direct hologram for brain balance is all based on how we position our skulls. It's all based on how we position our heads, all right? And basically, all of the subconscious states of brain activity, all of these expanded states of consciousness, they require us to be level-headed. They require us to be balanced, level-headed, They require for us to have our chin, to have our whole cranium region to be anchored and stabled. All right? And basically, guys, all ego, mind frequencies, all of these contracted states of consciousness that are associated with negative emotions and whatnot, all of these states of consciousness is sourced by us not being level-headed. Instead, we are tilting our heads to, you know, different regions of activity. Now, guys, this is what I would like everybody to realize, all right? We're going to have to breeze through this part of the video. I would like everybody to realize the ego is truly sourced by our eyes, all right? These forces, the ego's original design, the ego's original function is to be used to obtain information, to obtain light information about our environment. And basically, this sums up to us using our ego to see. We use our egos to do nothing more than to see, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, forces are literally using the ego not for us to see, but to manufacture all of these negative emotions that are experienced as contracted consciousness, that are experienced as ego consciousness. And this is how it works, guys. Our stomachs supply energy to our brains. This is a current of energy, all right? And when our stomachs are open and free, this supplies the optimum amount of energy to our brains. As long as our stomachs are open and free, this will allow the correct energy distribution to make it to our brains, all right? And this will enable us to be level-headed and to see, to obtain information about our environment, all right? Now, guys, after a human being acquires the unnatural tendency to hold in their gut, if a human being chooses to hold in their gut, this will restrict the energy that is going to our brains. This will make the energy distribution that's going to our brains to lessen, all right? And basically, if the brain is not getting enough energy to handle the moment, all right? If it's not getting enough supply of subconscious intelligence to actually be anchored in the moment, we will have an unconscious reflex. The body will have an involuntary reflex anytime the ego doesn't receive the proper energy it needs for that moment. And that reflex is for our heads to drop. Anytime we don't supply enough energy to our higher chakras, this will force involuntary reflexes that involve us tilting our skull, all right? And each time we tilt our skulls, this is what summons our egos. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to think about our lives. What happens when you're under stress? When you're faced with something that you don't have enough energy to handle? What if you're walking down the street and you see somebody approaching you and you just feel uncomfortable? What do? You drop your head, don't you? You look down, all right? You look on the floor. This is the ego reflex, guys. Each time we drop our heads, instead of for us to use our egos to see the environment, to obtain information, we are no longer using our egos to see. Instead, once we drop our heads, we are using our egos to produce thoughts that vibrate on the contracted consciousness frequency. And when we drop our heads, most likely we'll be thinking thoughts of humiliation, we'll be thinking thoughts of shame, we'll be thinking thoughts of guilt, pain, all types of stuff. And all of this is sourced
by our brains not getting the required energy it needs for the moment. Sucking in your gut will always restrict energy that is supposed to go to our brains to power our eyes, to give us the strength to see. If we don't give our bodies the strength to see, we will involuntarily drop our heads, guys. And once we drop our heads, that will summon the ego, and the ego will just start thinking negative thoughts. It'll just start thinking crap. And this is what goes on over and over again, all right? It happens instantly. It happens in such a way you wouldn't even know that it's going on, but these forces set up a world, it set up an environment in such a way it's constantly happening. Every 30 seconds, it's constantly happening. You're looking at something, it overwhelms you. You look down. You look at something else, it overwhelms you. You look down. You look at something else, it overwhelms you. You look down. And this is all because we are walking around holding in our stomachs, not knowing this is restricting our brains. This is restricting the energy that is supposed to go to our eyes to give us the strength to view the world. We don't know that sucking in our stomachs is the very reason we can't even look at people in their eyes, all right? And we just had to break that down. Yeah, guys, and like I said before, a lot of these technologies that we end up using, they force us to operate through our egos. A lot of these technologies, a lot of these items that we use oftentimes force us to drop our heads, guys. And this will also call upon the ego, all right? And basically, anytime we drop our heads, this basically calls upon the ego. This can be you reaching and get your keys for your car. This can be anything. They're exploiting all of these involuntary reflexes that go on in our bodies. They have mastered our bodies, and they know what happens when we do certain things, all right? So a lot of these items that we end up using, the way that this world is set up, even though stress is not making you drop your heads, probably something innocent will probably make you drop your head, and this will summon the ego. It happens instantaneously, but that's just how it works. So I just want y'all to see that formula, all right? Anytime that we drop our heads, it creates a break within the intelligence frequency, and that enables us to experience ego consciousness. Our eyes are used to acquire information about the environment. Our higher chakras are not used to drop, all right? Now, guys, this video is intended to give us tools to allow us to begin to receive guidance from our subconscious minds. We're literally living in a system that doesn't want us to learn how to tap into our natural guidance center. They don't want us to receive any type of guidance from our subconscious mind. And basically, guys, as we know by now, this is sourced by restricting our subconscious mind. Now, guys, I know there is a lot of viewers that experience social anxiety. There's a lot of people that are experiencing stress, anxiety, shame, guilt, contracted consciousness. There's a lot of people that message me, and they tell me about them not being able to handle the moment. And right here, guys, I'd like to show you how subconscious guidance work, okay? Now, guys, I drew this picture real quick, and what I'm showing you here is how the subconscious mind works when we allow it to function the way it's supposed to function. Now, anytime that you feel stress, this video is designed to show you how to activate your subconscious mind, and also how to, this video is designed to show you how to activate your subconscious mind anytime you find yourself experiencing contracted consciousness. All right? Now, guys,
anytime that you feel stress, all right, anytime that you're experiencing contracted consciousness, more than likely you're either not breathing or you're sucking in your gut, all right? Now guys, I'm showing you this picture just to show you what goes on in the body so you know what's going on. Anytime that you feel stress, what you need to do, you need to inflate your stomach, and this is done by just pushing it out. Once you push your stomach out, this automatically frees up all of the restrictions and all of the tension that is basically blocking our subconscious minds from distributing throughout our bodies. And the way that it works is this, guys. Once you push your stomach out, there should be a current of energy that you feel. It's a subtle current of energy. Once you push your stomach out, it basically bursts up, right? And this energy will subtly give you the strength to keep your head up, all right? It will basically give you a push to be upright. It will help you to basically help you to raise your upper chakras so that it can do what it's here to do, and that is to obtain information from the now, all right? Now guys, when we suck in our guts, this is what's happening on a deeper level. Instead of our subconscious mind being the main pressure point, once it's open and free, it will be able to push all of the energy where it needs to go in our bodies, all right? Instead of for our subconscious mind being able to do this, when we suck in our guts, there's a restriction, and the energy that is supposed to go up to our higher chakras, that gives us the strength to stand tall, that gives us the strength to look at the world, that gives us the strength to be level-headed. Anytime that we suck in our guts, guys, this flow of energy no longer makes it to our higher chakras, and this results in us basically being overwhelmed by the now, all right? And this is experienced as contracted consciousness. Ladies and gentlemen, it sounds simple, but it's very powerful. Anytime that you feel stress, you need to immediately activate your subconscious mind, and this is done by just pushing it outwards, all right? And wherever the max point is, wherever your stomach gets to, wherever the max point is, from that region you breathe and you do the process again. You get to the maximum point of your subconscious mind, and from there you breathe. You need to breathe from the maximum point of subconscious distribution, and this alone will activate your subconscious mind, and this will allow more energy flowing through your body, all right? Now here, this is somebody that's holding in their gut at all times. There is no longer any current that is freely flowing through their bodies, and basically this results in them feeling like shit. So yeah. Now guys, this current of energy, not only is it for our higher chakras, it is for the whole body, okay? And as long as you can keep your subconscious mind activated, you will receive guidance on how to keep your body within the moment. Your body will naturally give you feelings on how to keep your arms. It will naturally give you feelings on how to keep your legs. This is experienced as a current of energy that basically opens your body for you, all right? It will make it easier for your body to be open, and you will feel it, trust me guys. And so in a nutshell guys, when we activate our subconscious mind center on an energetic level, this becomes the positive pole of our bodies, and this will be the positive pole, while the whole body will then become the negative pole. And what that means is, when the whole body is the negative pole while this is our positive pole, this means the whole body will be more receptive to the intelligence that's coming from this center here. But if we choose to go against our original nature and acquire the unnatural habit of holding in our guts, this changes the energetic distribution. This changes the energetic properties of our subconscious mind. And instead of this being a positive pole, this will then become a negative pole, and our whole bodies will then become positive. And this means, guys, our bodies will no longer be open to the intelligence coming from here. Instead, our bodies will be functioning from ego-based intelligence and whatnot. I want to bring awareness to as many topics as possible so that we have a greater idea of how our bodies function. And guys, like I said earlier, a lot of our movements, all of our movements, are literally coming from our subconscious mind center. The whole body behaves as if it's sourced by our cores. And what I would like to let everybody know now, there is a good chance a lot of our movement lines that travel all across our bodies that we use to move our bodies, a lot of these movement lines have been restricted behind the scenes. And this is basically for all of the people that engage in physical activities. If it's yoga, if it's Tai Chi, if it's Kung Fu, if it's sports, whatever it might be, guys, we are suffering from ignorance. We don't really know how our bodies function on a deeper level. And out of this ignorance, we have believed the illusion we really have to work out our many different limbs and our different body parts in order to strengthen them. And what I would like everybody to know now, all of your movement lines are all being sourced by your subconscious mind center. Ladies and gentlemen, this video is intended to show you guys how to restore a lot of your lost movements. There's a good chance you're not using your full movement potential. So guys, I would like to challenge you guys, alright? All you have to do is to literally get into the habit of returning your subconscious mind to being the original pressure point of the body. And that basically means refrain from sucking in your gut, guys. If it means that you have to push out your stomach outwardly at all times, then you do it, guys. And basically, guys, when you push out your stomach, depending on the state of your intestines, you should feel movements, whether it's liquids, whether it's rumble, whatever it might be. Anytime you push your stomach out, there is movements that are going on beneath the surface. And basically, guys, there are people that train in the gym. There are people that exercise in order to move better. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the true core of your movements. All of your movements are truly coming from your subconscious mind. And by returning your subconscious mind, by allowing it to be the pressure point that it's supposed to be, within a week or two of you refraining from sucking in your gut, just get into the habit of leaving your gut outward, alright? Push your stomach out. By giving your body the environment it needs to distribute its subconscious intelligence, by giving your body the optimum environment for it to power the many different movement lines, this will allow us to activate all of the dormant movement lines we unknowingly have caused. So guys, all you have to do is basically get into the habit of pushing out your stomach. Anytime you find yourself holding in your stomach, push it out, alright? And basically, about a week or two, or maybe a couple of days, you will find your body will become more flexible. Your body will become stronger. Your body will become more holistic. Your body will become more energetic. And basically, you literally have to do this to experience it, alright? Yeah, guys, so I would just like for us to realize our movements are truly coming from our core. And the more free, the more relaxed, the more open this region, the more efficient are many different motions, alright? Since we have been sucking in our guts through all of these unnatural positions, more than likely a lot of energy lines has been restricted, and it will take time for these energy lines to become functional again. And this is all by us refraining from sucking in our gut and then giving these energy lines the energy they need to function, and that is from us freeing up our guts. Alright, now guys, we also, a lot of times when we perform actions, when we're doing anything, when we're doing any activity, a lot of times when we perform actions, we get in the habit of holding in our breath to perform physical actions, whether it's us carrying something, whether it's us pushing something, whatever it might be. A good way to avoid this ego reflex of holding in your gut when you do physical activities, anytime you're about to do something physical, you need to take a good breath. Just breathe, and that alone will allow you to avoid sucking in your gut when you're doing physical activities. Alright? By breathing before you do an action, this will give your body a quick jolt of subconscious intelligence. If I was to carry something and breathe first, this will allow me to remain in a subconscious mode of activity. But if I hold in my breath and just start doing physical activities, this will, reinforce the ego reflex. Also, guys, by now we should realize that at all times we have subconscious intelligence that is being distributed all around our bodies. And basically, anytime you find yourself feeling ill, or you're feeling kind of off, or you're feeling tired, or you're not really at your A game, a good way to neutralize all of these feelings, I suggest that you squat. Anytime you feel tired or weak, all you have to do is squat, and this will basically give your body a negative charge, and this will allow the whole subconscious intelligence to be distributed in a more efficient way, and this will help you feel better. This will help neutralize your tiredness. This will help neutralize whatever off feeling you might be feeling. By this subconscious distribution is going on at all times, and when we feel ill, the best thing we can do is to make it easy for our bodies by squatting or grounding our bodies or assuming a natural position that makes the subconscious intelligence more easy for the body to distribute. So anytime you feel off, just squat and breathe in the squatted position, and this will be enough to really help out the subconscious distribution in neutralizing whatever we're feeling. Alright, now guys, one of the best exercises you can do is to get into the habit of engaging in holistic movements. Walking on all fours, imitating natural beings. Basically, moving in holistic ways is one of the missing keys to fitness right now. By training holistically, by moving your body holistically, this is the best way to strengthen your subconscious mind. Alright, so if you want to strengthen your subconscious mind, it will be a good idea for you to get into the habit of putting natural movements into your workout regimen. Doing a bear crawl, walking on all fours, all these things strengthen your body in a holistic way, and this activates your subconscious mind and so forth. Alright guys, as you can see, this video is very long. In all honesty, I was not even able to talk about all the things that I wanted to talk about. The subconscious mind is a very vast subject, and I didn't get a chance to talk about breathing and other things that relate to the subconscious mind. So please, I know I spoke a lot in this video about animal movements and all types of things. I would just like everybody to know now, I'm not finished even talking about this whole subconscious mind topic. I would like for us to see this as a briefer, as just a brief introduction to a lot of the videos that will be following that focuses on the subconscious mind. Alright? Like I said, guys, I was not able to really speak about everything I wanted to speak about in this video. So I will say this, guys. There is nothing wrong with contraction energy. There is nothing wrong with expansion energy. There is nothing wrong with tilting your head. All of these things are necessary in this life that we live. Our subconscious mind needs different types of movements in order for life to be possible. Alright? And I would just like for y'all to see that even though all of these different movements that we do have its own reaction in the body, alright, there is nothing wrong with these movements, alright. For us to experience the higher levels of consciousness, we need both expansion energy and contraction energy to experience it. What good is experiencing higher states of consciousness if you can't ground this energy? What good is grounding yourself if you can't expand? Alright? The human body needs flexibility. It needs to be able to use all forms of energy in order for us to be what we are, and that is consciousness. Alright? So just know, tilting your head and all that stuff, nothing is wrong with it. Alright? I'm just trying to give you information on how the body functions on a deeper level. Now guys, like I said earlier in this video, basically our subconscious mind is a magical tool that attracts the now to us at all times, and basically they're trying to slow down this process. They want to give the illusion that life is linear so that a lot of these mind controls and a lot of these systems can be maintained. Alright, so I wasn't really able to focus on the law of attraction in this video, but trust me, it is coming, guys. All of it will connect. But with what I have already given you in this video, I would like for us to realize there are two realities right now existing. We have the conscious reality, and then we have the subconscious reality. Alright? Yeah, so basically, guys, I'm just going to sum it up like this. Alright? We have basically two forms of breath, and that is the in breath and the out breath. As we know by now, without these two different forms of breathing, life would not be functional. Alright? And what I would like everybody to know now, by restricting our cores, and this is our gut region, behind the scenes, this interferes with the attraction pulse that is pulling things towards us. Alright? And basically, when we leave our guts out, this gives us a greater capacity to attract to our aura field. And if you're very sensitive, you will notice when your subconscious mind center is activated, people will respond differently to you guys. People will be more connected to you, and this is because you are connecting to them at a subconscious level. Your subconscious center will be making more connections within the now because it's unrestricted. Alright? And basically, they are using these restrictions in our gut to prevent our subconscious mind from having this attraction force. Alright? Not only that, guys, like I already said, we have two forms of breathing, the in breath and the out breath. These two forms of breathing have their own magnetic charge. The in breath pulls things towards you. The out breath repels things, alright? And basically, anytime that we hold in our guts, we are anchoring our energy field in the out breath. We'll be breathing out more than we're breathing in, and this just results in us not being able to attract things to ourselves, alright? So basically, guys, if you're trying to manifest something, we must realize that the now is the only reality and there is no such thing as time. And basically, the best way to attract something to you is to think about it as you're breathing in. Alright? Think about whatever it is as you're breathing in. And basically, breathing out repels things away from you. And I know I'm briefing this. I'm gonna speak about this more in depth, but basically they're using these restrictions to always keep us in the out breath, so we'll be unknowingly pushing people away from us, repelling them instead of attracting them. And by activating your subconscious mind, you might even surprise yourself how people respond to you. Okay. Another thing, guys, I was not able to fit everything I wanted to fit in this video, so I'll just leave this with y'all. The easiest way to give your subconscious mind the boost that it needs is to free up all of these blockages within our core. Fast, hydrate yourself, flush out your intestines. You can use your own waters, distilled waters, fruit juice, whatever it takes. Try to liquefy your intestines. Try to return it to its original state, and that is a water system. Allow this region of your body to be free and flexible, and this is done by refraining from having a whole lot of mass, a whole lot of shit in your intestines. Try to flush it out. And basically, fasting, freeing up our intestines, give our subconscious mind the energy that it needs to do its job. Like I said earlier, the human body literally operates as if it is being sourced by liquids, alright? And all of these blockages in our cores, you can see it as forcing all of these liquids that could have gone to our many different body parts. When we have these blockages in our stomachs, it basically forces all of these liquids out of our many different body parts in order to digest whatever is going on down there. And I would just like for y'all to see that on a deeper level, the body truly operates as if it's powered by liquids. And basically, fasting is the easiest way to manifest things. If there's anything you're trying to manifest, you need to supply your subconscious mind with more energy. And your subconscious mind already has all the energy that it needs. It's all of these blockages that has prevented it from doing its job. So if you want to help your subconscious mind, if you want to make the attraction process easier, get rid of these blockages. And the best way of doing that is fasting. Free up your intestines. Go a couple of days without eating, and this will help you attract whatever it is that you're trying to attract. If you're trying to attract something, like I said, we are communicating with our subconscious minds at all times, and when you breathe in, you're basically attracting, alright? And when you think about something as you breathe in, you're giving your subconscious mind a message it will understand. Your subconscious mind will then get the message to attract whatever it is that you're thinking. Yeah, so if you want to attract something, all you have to do is know in your heart all that really exists is the now, and all of these illusionary perceptions about time and distance and all of this shit, it is not real, guys. Everything is happening now, and the best way to attract whatever it is you want to attract is to breathe. All you have to do is to breathe, and this will give your aura the attraction force it needs to attract things. Like I said, guys, this video was too long. I was not able to go in depth into all of these subjects. So the main core of this video, I just want to bring awareness to the subconscious restriction sucking in your gut has on us, alright? And if you're suffering from any type of anxiety, activate your subconscious minds and push out your stomachs, and this will allow you to have strength to absorb the now. This will allow you to basically tolerate the now. And if you want to move better, if you want to restore your movement lines, all you have to do is to free up your intestines and to allow all of these movement lines to get nourished once again. I know I spoke a lot in this video, guys. Trust me, I'm not going anywhere. I do apologize it took me so long to produce this one. I had a lot of technical difficulties. Believe it or not, this is the third time I had to do this video. Each time I did it, my file got corrupted, and it was just a big mess. But I got everything fixed. I will be more consistent, and more videos are on the way, okay? There is no cost of anything. You know this, right? Love you guys. Peace. Thank you for watching, guys. There is no cost of anything. YouTube, how y'all doing? It is I, Master of Earth, and I'm here again to share with y'all another divine video. Ladies and gentlemen, I intend for this video to be one of the most significant, important videos that I'm yet to even produce on YouTube. This video will basically explain exactly how forces are controlling humans. And right now on the planet, ladies and gentlemen, humanity as a whole is being influenced by alien forces. And I don't want to sound too sci-fi with this information, but guys, truly, human beings are being tampered with. And this video is intended to educate the viewer exactly how all this is going on. So this video is intended to help humans realize what they're up against, and it's also to help people understand why humans do the things that they do. Ladies and gentlemen, everything in life is extremely simple, and it's us that make stuff complex. But this video is intended to show everybody how simple it is to control humans, and also how simple it is for us to reverse the warfare that we're up against. So ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be another serious video. I hope you take the information. I hope that you use the information to become better individuals. Some of the information in this video might sound crazy, might sound far-fetched, but like they always say, the truth is stranger than fiction. Once again, guys, enjoy the video. I love you all. Peace. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll start this video by saying this. Once again, everything in life is highly simple. And the way that the universe was created, the way that God created everything, He created everything out of simplicity. And I would like everybody to know now that truly everything is simple. And to control humans or to control anything is oftentimes very simple, and it's not as complex as we think that it is. I would like everybody to know now that we have been studied by beings, by forces, and due to our ignorance of who we are, how our bodies operate, how reality is constructed, we have been put into a false existence. We have been put into a false world. And damn, it's almost impossible for us to realize what's going on unless videos like this expose it all. Ladies and gentlemen, the first thing I would like everybody to know before we can even go any further in this video, I gotta get a few things clear. And the first thing I would like to get clear is this, guys. There is absolutely no difference between the body and the mind, okay? In fact, I would like everybody to realize now that a body is actually what a mind is. They cannot exist without each other, and we need to realize now there's absolutely no difference between a body and a mind. Ladies and gentlemen, the subconscious mind is literally your body itself. If you want to know what a mind is, take a good look at your body. That's what a mind is. And I have to get that out the way. I have to really explain that real quick, because in this video we're going to be focusing on mind control. Right then and there, let's not forget what I just said. The body is the mind. So when you hear the word mind control, it literally means body control. And in this video, we're going to focus on the main form of mind control these alien forces are using on our bodies. And ladies and gentlemen, the main form of mind control being practiced on planet Earth is what is known as subconscious mind control. Ladies and gentlemen, they are already doing it. It's already happening. There's a good chance your life has been affected by it. And like I said, this video, we're going to expose it so that we all can be aware of how exactly they're controlling us so well, how exactly this planet is in the state that it's in. We're going to have to learn a lot about ourselves. We're going to have to purify a lot of ignorance. Because, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, we are literally living a false existence. And who we truly are, we're ignorant of. We think we're our personalities. We think we're our egos. We think we're our minds. But, ladies and gentlemen, I would like everybody to know now that in reality, you truly aren't even your body. The only thing that you are, your energy. You are in fact the energy that powers the body. You are the energy that gives life to the body. And that's pretty much all you are. But we are under the spell, we are under the illusion that we're the body, that we're the egos. But in fact, we're actually energy. We're actually the one energy, the one source, the one divine energy source that is behind all of existence. Yeah. Well, guys, I would like to let you know that these alien forces, I already explained this in my past videos, but these alien forces, they literally use our bodies. You can actually see our bodies as spaceships for them. They use our bodies as a means for them to exist physically in this world. The very nature of our environment, the way that nature is constructed, it does not present a suitable environment for these aliens. They cannot exist in the natural world. So the only way that they can exist, what they do is, first, they take humans out of this natural world. And after that, after they take humans out of this natural world, they begin to change humans into something unnatural. They begin to change the very nature of who we are into something else. And the end product of all of their mind control, the end product of all of the things they do to us, is us becoming anti-humans, us becoming something that's no longer a human, something highly unnatural. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, in humans' natural divine state, it will be absolutely impossible for the aliens to live in our bodies. It will be absolutely insane for them to even see us as suitable spaceships, because in human beings' natural state, the body is operating on higher levels of frequencies, higher levels of energy. And the way our bodies are designed now, because of the alien influence, our bodies has been made very, very dense, extra dense. And because of this, we have presented a suitable environment for them to exist in us. But the way that our bodies are originally designed, the frequency is powered by light. The frequency is powered by pure, natural, divine energy. And for an alien to live in a body that's powered by light, that's aka light bodies, for an alien to exist in a body like that, it will be utter hell. It will be absolute hell for them. It will give the sensation of them being in fire. That's the kind of that's how the frequencies of a light body affects them. It gives them the impression that they're literally on fire. Now, in order for them to make our bodies suitable, in order for them to make our bodies a good enough environment for them to live, they have to change the dynamics of the body. They have to change the nervous system. They have to change the organs. They have to change everything so that the energy that's powering the body will be bearable for them. It won't be as hot as fire. Instead, it will be bearable. So, in a nutshell, the way that all this is done, they're literally trying their best to remove as much life out of our bodies as possible, to remove as much essence, as much light as possible from our bodies. And in this video, we're going to explain how that's done. All right, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, in this video, we're going to have to purify a lot of ignorance we have about ourselves, we have about reality, we have about life, period. Because what we think we know about life, more than likely, is nothing more than just a fallacy. So, once again, just to remind you guys, we are not the body. Instead, we are the energy of life. We are the life of the body. We are the energy that's keeping the body alive. So what I would like everybody to know now, yes, we have bodies. Yes, we have minds. But this is only a small aspect of who we truly are. And all our bodies represent is the mind part of ourselves. This is what a mind is. A mind is a body. And what we truly are, we're the energy field that is given the body or mind life. Okay? This is who we truly are. We are the energy field. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, the way that these alien forces operate, let's remember, they have studied the body, they have studied the mind, and they know how it operates. The number one priority of the aliens, the number one priority of these forces, they are trying to remove as much life from the body as possible, which means they're trying to get you out the picture. They're trying to kick your ass out your own house. And that's literally how they work. Ladies and gentlemen, they attack every single organ, everything that has to do with life in your body. They are attacking it so that the body will become less and less alive, to the point you're basically a zombie, to the point you're basically an anti-human. You're no longer a human being. So, what organs exactly are targeted? Well, guys, every single organ is targeted, but the number one priority where everything starts is at the brain. that is the first place that this warfare happens. It happens in the brain, and we're going to really touch on this. We're really going to touch on this. Let me just draw a quick brain for you guys. We're really going to touch on this real quick. This video is going to be about subconscious warfare, and I'm going to show to you guys how simple it is to control human beings and to get them to do exactly what you want. Yo, hop in, man. We're going on the ride. Ladies and gentlemen, in this video we're going to be exploring a lot of topics that will sound bizarre, will sound far-fetched, but hey, ladies and gentlemen, this is information you need to know. This is information your body does want you to know. But I would like everybody to realize now, life is truly subconscious, and behind the scenes a lot of things are going on. One is this: whether we know it or not, the human body is looking at the world completely different from the way that we see the world. And I would like everybody to realize now, there is always two visions going on simultaneously when we look at things. There is the conscious vision, everything that we're conscious of, you know, what we're looking at, what we perceive. And there's also the subconscious vision. And this is the vision that the body does, the way that the body sees the world. And one thing that we need to realize is that a function of the eyes that we have yet to realize is that the eyes create the ego. This is something that people don't realize, but the ego is truly created by the eyes. Yeah, so I'd like everybody to know real quick that the ego was actually created out of survival, a need of survival, because of how the human body sees the world. And the ego was literally created because the human body is incapable of separating things when it look at things. The human body is incapable of identifying things. It's incapable of seeing phenomena, and you can really say that the way when the human body looks at the world, it literally sees nothing. Nothing is happening. And the ego was created out of a need because of the way that the human body sees the world. It needed a mechanism through which it could differentiate what it's looking at. It needed a mechanism through which it could objectify things and identify things. And this was a need of, it was because of survival. We needed it for survival. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you really think about it, every single belief that you have, every single opinion, every single idea, every single thing that you like or dislike, every single thing that you know is all a product of your perception, ladies and gentlemen. And your ego is literally the tool used to create all these things that make up our reality. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the human body is incapable of breaking down things. It can only see life as it is. It can only see the whole picture. It cannot distinguish anything from anything. It only sees one energy. Before we go any further, this part of the video might sound a little bizarre. This is information that might sound a little crazy, guys, but it is what it is. Real quick before we go any further, I would like everybody to realize that we are dealing with a vessel. The human body is blind, ladies and gentlemen. It literally cannot see reality the way that we see it. And this is something that might blow your mind. This is something that you might think is crazy. But I'd like everybody to realize now that life is truly subconscious. And despite everything that you have come to believe about life, about all your opinions, all your beliefs, all your actions, I would like everybody to know that all this time, your body is really what's doing everything. Your body is moving by itself. It is acting on its own. Your body is the actual thing that's talking to people. Your body is what's doing everything. And life is subconscious, guys. The body is literally doing everything on its own accord. And this will go on despite what you believe to be true. Okay? And I know it sounds crazy, guys, but allow me to explain. Yes, guys, the human body is doing everything on its own, and life is truly subconscious. I would like everybody to realize that the ego is considered the conscious mind, and this represents less than 1% of what the mind truly is. The ego is truly powered by illusions. And I would like everybody to know now that the ego has the tendency to have people believe that they are it. The ego has the tendency to have people believe they are their personalities, they are the body, they are their beliefs, their opinions. And real quick, guys, because I know this information might sound a little far-fetched, but in reality, guys, you are truly the energy that powers the body. You are life itself. You are energy. You are consciousness. And you are simply what's giving the body life. However the body chooses to use however the body chooses to use energy is up to the body, and you're simply here to observe. The ego is having you believe that it's doing all these things, but ladies and gentlemen, we must purify ignorance and realize now our bodies are moving on their own accord. And allow me to explain why and break it down. So let's do that real quick before we go any further. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we must realize that the human body literally exists in the absolute reality. The human body can only experience the supreme one reality. It cannot exist in falsehood. It cannot exist in illusions. The human body can only exist in truth. And literally, the human body is always anchored in the subconscious realm. It's always anchored in energy, pure, divine, one energy, the one realm. And literally, guys, I would like everybody to realize that the human body can literally, it can only see the big picture. And the big picture is literally everything that exists. The human body, no matter what, at all times, the human body can only know all that exists. It cannot break down the all. It can only experience the all as the all. So we need to realize that the human being is always, the human body is always anchored in this reality. It is always anchored in the subconscious realm, or we can just call it the absolute reality, and let's just call that God. Okay? The human body experiences nature, energy, God directly. The bigger picture. The human body is always in that world. And literally, guys, the ego takes the bigger picture, breaks it down into a form that we can comprehend, that we can identify with. So the only way to do that is to create illusions. In reality, nothing is separate. Everything is everything. Everything is always God. But the ego is able to dissect God and create illusions to create forms and whatnot. Now, we need to realize that because of the very nature of the ego, remember, the ego is literally used to objectify things, is used to distinguish consciousness, is used to separate energy. We need to realize this one crucial fact. Because of the very nature of the ego, and remember, all the ego is really trying to do is trying to create forms, okay? Because of the tendency of the ego to take all that exists, let me just put all that exists real quick. Because of the tendency of the ego to take all that exists and make it into a form perceivable by our five senses, it has, by its very nature, the ego is incapable of seeing the bigger picture. The ego is incapable of experiencing all that exists. The ego is incapable of experiencing nature. It's incapable of experiencing God directly. And because of this, the ego can never, ever, ever be in the now. Ladies and gentlemen, the now is the moment, the now is the realm, the reality the human body is always anchored in. No matter what you believe, no matter what you think, the human body will always operate from the now. And when you speak of the now, you're literally speaking about all that literally exists. Now, guys, the reason why I say that the ego is purely illusion and all this is this, guys. The ego cannot exist within the now. And this is information I would like everybody to realize. Because of the ego's inability to experience God directly, because the ego cannot be in the now, and the way it works is this: the human body is always present in the now, and within every given moment, the ego will take the now, okay, and that's whatever's going on in the moment. This process could take 1/1000th, 1/10,000th of a second. That's how fast the mind works. That's how fast the ego works. The ego will take the now, and within 1/10,000th of a second, the ego will be able to break down the now and give it meaning. Tell you what's going on, tell you what you're witnessing, tell you what you're experiencing. And this is something that I would like everybody to realize. By time you give meaning to what you're looking at, by time you actually see what you're looking at, by time the ego actually objectifies what you're looking at, you are no longer in the now. You are about 1/10,000th late. You're about 1/10,000th in the past. And this is the big dilemma, guys. At all times, the human body is always operating from the now, and the ego will then filter this information and call it what it wants, give meaning to what it wants. And this is the big dilemma. The body might be moving on its own accord. The body might be talking to these people on its own accord, but the ego will give the illusion, okay, that it's the one doing it. But if you're in the now, if you exist in the now, you will really realize that in reality, nothing is actually happening, and everything is being orchestrated by one mind. Everything is being orchestrated by one energy source. And the ego cannot do anything. The ego has no say, it has no control. But if you're not existing in the now, you will never know this fact. And the ego will have you stuck in the past. And ladies and gentlemen,
that is literally what's going on planet Earth. Everybody is living in the past. Everybody is living in the world that the ego is creating. The logical, meaningful world the ego is creating, instead of living in the now, instead of living in the absolute reality, people are living in the past, and they are now living in perception. They are believing their perceptions, but in reality, all perceptions are false. Unless you're able to see the big picture, unless you're able to see all that exists, all your perceptions are false. And that's all I had to break down real quick. Now, real quick guys, like I said, I don't want to stray too much off topic. This video is primarily based on subconscious mind control, and I just wanted to give a brief explanation of the conscious side of our vision, the conscious side of our minds. And I hope you see now that in reality the conscious mind is truly one big illusion. It only represents less than 1% of the whole mind, and the only truth is the now. The only true reality is the now. And yeah. So guys, now that we got that out the way, we need to focus now on the other type of vision that's going on behind the scenes, and that's the vision that I call subconscious vision. Yes, the body uses the ego to see what's going on, to know what's going on, but I would like you to know now that the body also is able to view the world and to take in its own type of information that it can use for life, that it can use for its health. And that's what we're going to be focusing on now in this video, subconscious vision, and how the body uses this vision to stay alive, to stay healthy and whatnot.
Okay, so now that we know in reality that the ego is not even the true player, and that it's really the body that's doing everything on its own accord, now that we know this fact, I would like everybody to realize this. Because we now know that it's really the body that's doing all of these actions, making all these decisions, doing all these things, we need to realize that everything that the body does is always based on how connected the body is to source, how connected the body is to life, how connected the body is to you. And ladies and gentlemen, let's purify some ignorance once more. We are not the bodies. Ladies and gentlemen, we are energy, the one energy that powers life. The one energy, the one mind, the one song, the one universe. Ladies and gentlemen, we are energy. Your body knows the truth. Your body knows that it is being sourced by life. Your body knows that it's being sourced by consciousness. And let's not forget, we are the ones that are truly giving the body life. We are the source of the life of the body. We are the consciousness, the energy of life. Ladies and gentlemen, your body knows the truth. Your body knows that it's us that's giving it life. So the human body is naturally designed to seek as much of life it can possibly find. It is trying its number one best to be as close to the source as possible. It's trying its number one best to be as connected to nature as possible, because the body truly understands that the closer it is to nature, the closer it will be to us, the energy that's giving it life. Now, everything that has to do with your body, ladies and gentlemen, your intelligence, your health, your physiology, your physical health, your psychic health, your experiences, everything that has to do with your body is always based on your level of consciousness. The closer you are to source, the closer you are to nature, the more life will be in your body. The further you are from source, the further you are from nature, the less life is going to be in your body. And ladies and gentlemen, that's just the way that it is. If the human body is close to nature, you will find that it will subconsciously choose things that gives it life. It will subconsciously do things that makes it grow. It will do things that gives it life. But if your body is not connected to nature, if it's not connected to source, your body will be dumb. It will do things that will be destructive to it. It will do things that are self-destructive. It will do things that will damage the environment. It will do a lot of crazy things, and we need to understand this, guys. Life is subconscious, and these aliens that control humans know the level of consciousness, which basically means the level of life within your body, always determines the actions your body will make subconsciously. And one of the #1 ways to ensure that the body becomes a suitable environment for these aliens to take over, they need to make sure your body is as far away from nature as possible, so that you have as low as possible a level of consciousness. They want your level of consciousness to be as low as possible, so that your body will be perfect for them to inhabit, and so forth. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the formula, the way that these aliens work, it is very, very simple. When you understand energy, when you understand consciousness, you will see that the human body literally gets energy from the environment. Anything that's natural, trees, the wind, water, all these things give the human body energy. It expands the level of consciousness. And this is no secret, ladies and gentlemen. The sun is literally the closest any living thing can get to the source. It's one of the most easiest accessible energy sources that any living being can use to amplify, to expand the consciousness within their bodies. So right off the bat, it's very simple how these aliens operate. They don't really give a damn about anything else. All they want is to keep us in darkness. Now, in order to ensure that humans stay in darkness, we must be tampered with. The human body must be forcibly changed. And like I said before, guys, the human body knows the truth. It naturally seeks energy. It naturally seeks consciousness. It naturally seeks anything that will give it life. So, the aliens attack all of the organs our body uses to find energy. And I'm just going to sum it up for you guys. But it's very simple. One of the first organs that are targeted is our hair. And I'm going to write it right here. Hair. Now, I'm going to devote a video to hair. This is a topic that is very, very in much need. We need to really know about the hair. But all I would say here now is this. Hair can be seen as a form of natural mind control. Whether we know it or not, this is an organ. Hair is an actual living tissue. It's an actual living organ. And hair is light sensitive. Ladies and gentlemen, hair is natural mind control. The fact that we have hair will make us act and behave differently. And hair, we need to understand that this is our friends, ladies and gentlemen. This is not our enemy. Hair is playing an active role in our lives. And whether we know it or not, the more natural, the more healthy our hair is, and that's very rare in this society. It's very rare to find somebody that actually has healthy hair. But what hair does is it actually influences you subconsciously to seek the light, to do things that gives you life. And that is why having hair is frowned upon in this society. Let's remember, this society is being ran by aliens, and they really despise hair. They do not want to see anyone with natural hair because they know subconsciously hair will influence the individual. And ladies and gentlemen, we need to realize hair is like plants. Any living thing, if you're a living thing, if you're attached to a host, you will be involved in that host's life. Hair is involved in our lives, guys, and it cares about us, it loves us, and it wants nothing but the best for the body. It's like our partners. But once we cut hair off, we immediately stop ourselves from receiving natural guidance. So I just had to break that down. That's one of the tools that they use for this mind control. They have to damage the hair because hair can be seen as a natural antenna. It can be seen as natural mind control, you know, because hair is actually on our side. And yeah, another form of another way that they attack us through the intestines. And we need to realize that our intestines is constantly communicating with our brains, and what's going on inside our guts literally determines a lot of the things that we end up doing, a lot of the things that we end up partaking in. And one of the ways that they use the gut, the intestines, to control us, they make us eat foods, unnatural foods, that specifically make the body uncomfortable in sunlight. That's one of the hidden agendas behind junk food. Yes, junk food tastes good, ladies and gentlemen, but the main reason why junk food and all these unnatural foods is being pushed is because once they enter the body, they will begin to change the body in such a way that the body can no longer tolerate the sun. Anybody that's obese, anybody that has been eating unnatural foods for a long period of time, you will find that these people cannot tolerate nature. They can't tolerate the cold, and they cannot tolerate the heat. They have to always seek shelter because their bodies are no longer able to connect with the source. Their bodies are no longer able to connect with nature. The food has changed them eternally. Now, both of these warfares, this is what the aliens use to control humans. But the main warfare that's going to be the focus of this video, one of the most important, is how they manipulate us through the eyes. And ladies and gentlemen, they are targeting our pineal glands. Who doesn't know about the pineal gland in these day and ages? And ladies and gentlemen, the function of the pineal gland, we need to realize that the pineal gland, the main function is to connect with the environment. The pineal gland is the navigational tool of the body to connect directly with everything that's going on in the environment. It is the pineal gland that gives the body the ability to adapt to the changes in the seasons. It's the pineal gland that gives the body the ability to navigate nature and to always be attuned with the environment. And the way that it works is this. In the human body, if an organ expands, that means the life energy within that organ is on the rise, is going up. Now, if an organ contracts, that means the life energy is being drained out of that organ. And that's literally what happens to the pineal gland for most human beings. The pineal gland begins to shrink, and it begins to lose its ability to connect with the environment. It begins to lose its ability to connect with nature. And eventually, through the human being not having hair, through the human being changing his body to be incapable of tolerating nature, and also by destroying the pineal gland, it will all sum up to a complete disconnection. All these things are meant to completely disconnect you from the sun, from nature, from source. And in this video, like I said, we're going to focus on the eyes. I will dedicate another video to hair. I'll probably dedicate another video to the intestines. But in this video, we're going to be focused on the pineal. And when you hear the pineal gland, what we're really referring to is light. That's going to be the focus from here on out. We're going to learn about light and see exactly how light is used in the body, exactly how light keeps us connected to nature. And by us really comprehending light, we'll be able to reverse the alien mind control going on the planet.
Say hi for the camera.
Now, we need to realize that our bodies are a product of nature. Our bodies in reality belong to nature, and like I already explained before, our bodies are naturally designed to be as close to nature as it possibly can. Your body, all it wants to do is to live in unison with nature. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the subconscious functions of our eyes is an antenna. And when I say antenna, we need to realize that our eyes are connected to our entire brain. This is information I don't think science have revealed to the world yet. But the optic nerve is not just one nerve. And if anybody doesn't know what the optic nerve is, that's basically the nerve that connects the eyes to the rest of the brain. The optic nerve in reality is many different nerves that travel all across the brain from different portions of the brain, and they all intersect into one bundle of nerves that we call the optic nerves, and all this leads to our eyes. Now guys, our eyes are literally antennas for our whole body and all its different body functions, and different areas of our brain need sunlight to function properly, to be healthy, and to be in unison with nature. Whether we know it or not, guys, every single day there are messages encoded in sunlight that basically tells our bodies not just what's happening here on Earth, but also what's happening in the cosmos, what's happening in the universe, what's happening in all of the different parts of the universe. The sun is basically feeding messages to the Earth on how it can be in unison with all of life across our galaxies. And we need to realize this. We need to realize that every day is different, and every day has vital information our bodies use to stay updated, to stay on track. Well, we are living in a society, we are literally living in an alien design society that is specifically designed to keep humans away from sunlight. They do not want us to get the necessary information our bodies use to make the necessary changes in our physiology, the necessary changes in our programs, in our habits, and so forth. And in a way, they are making us dumb. They are making the human body incapable of knowing what's going on in nature. And because of this, the body is just forced to remain the same. Now, the importance of this information we receive from sunlight cannot be stressed enough. And just to simplify what I'm trying to tell you, like they say, a picture speaks a million words. Well, I'm going to use this picture to really illustrate how vital the information is that we receive from sunlight. Okay, so I chose to use this picture from a book, and what we're looking at chloroplasts. These are plant cells that respond to sunlight. Now, what we're looking at is a healthy cell. As you can see, all of these cells are moving in unison. They are in order, and this is basically how a healthy cell, a healthy chloroplast cell looks like, and this is all the internal function is going on. Now, this is what's going on with most humans on the planet because they're living unnatural lifestyles, because they unknowingly are lacking the biofeedback necessary to maintain a healthy functionality of their bodies. This is what happens to most human beings. This is the same cells that are from chloroplasts, and as you can see, the same uniform pattern that extended all across the cell, there has been drastic changes. What we're looking at here is chloroplasts under a light source lacking ultraviolet light. That means this cell is no longer receiving the full spectrum of sunlight, and because of this, the same cells that was moving in uniform all around the cells, well, because they are lacking the necessary information, just look at it. The cells has become dumb. Some cells are literally staying in the corner. They just completely gave up on the formation that they're supposed to be in. Some cells are trying their best to maintain the structure, and look at that. Some cells are even making shortcuts, and they're no longer doing what they're supposed to do. And I'm just showing y'all an example of what happens microscopically when our cells, or any cell from a living being, lacks the proper biofeedback. They lack the proper information. These cells can no longer function properly, and as you can see, it's total chaos compared to here where everything is in unison. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what we see with our eyes is literally a small portion of the energy we're receiving from sunlight. And I would like everybody to know now that what we see with our eyes represent less than 1% of all of the frequencies and all of the energies that we receive from the sun. Let's stop there. Doesn't that sound kind of familiar? Less than 1%? I just explained to you guys on how our conscious minds, our egos, represent less than 1% of our whole total minds, our whole total beings. Well, guys, everything that we can see with our eyes only represent less than 1% of what's actually here now on planet Earth, what's actually powering up this reality. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot more in sunlight that science is yet to tell the public, that we are yet to realize. And I'd like everybody to know now that they are not targeting the visible aspect of sunlight. They are not targeting the light itself. They are targeting the frequencies and the energies that we cannot perceive. The primary tool that they use to even make this possible, they use the warfare, the simple warfare, the simple technology known as a filter. That's literally what they're doing, guys. They use a filter that filters out everything and only leaves us with the less than 1% that makes up the illusionary world of the ego. They filter out everything and only leave us with the visible spectrum, and that's everything that we can see with our eyes. Now, guys, I'd like everybody to know now that there are different forms of light within sunlight, and some forms of light they have different properties than other forms. And I'd like everybody to know now that there are forms of light that can only travel through air particles. They cannot travel through liquids. They cannot travel through solids. And more than likely, these are most of the rays that make up the 99% of our reality that we can't see. Most of these rays are literally like this. They literally cannot penetrate solids. They literally cannot penetrate liquids. And these aliens have designed a filter to stop these necessary light codes from reaching our bodies. Now, the most commonly used filter that they're using to do this is glass, ladies and gentlemen. Any type of glass is primarily used to filter out the full spectrum of sunlight, leaving us with a very little form of light to work with. Now, this full spectrum of sunlight, little is known about it because there are so many different frequencies that science is yet to discover. But I'd like to let y'all know now that, man, the invisible part of sunlight is really what is truly powering all of life, and the visible part is just a small portion of it. Whether we know it or not, there is invisible light at dark time. Even though the sun is not in the sky, there is still a form of sunlight in the atmosphere still. And it's like we have been taught, it's like we don't realize what true sunlight is. True sunlight is frequencies, both the visible and the invisible. We need to realize that diseases such as cancer and all of these crazy diseases that are plaguing humanity is all a result of the body not getting the necessary invisible rays of the sun that it can use to finally get rid of all this crap. Most of the people that are suffering from cancer, these are the same people that are not getting the full spectrum of light. And one of the consequences of not giving their body the energy it needs to deal with these problems is having cancer or having diseases such as that. Ladies and gentlemen, ultraviolet light and the other invisible light spectrums, the other invisible light frequencies, we need to realize that our bodies use these frequencies to maintain health. And this has already been established by science. But some of the functions of these invisible rays, your body literally uses these rays to create sex hormones and to naturally give the body everything it needs to procreate efficiently. These invisible rays also assist with weight loss. It gives the body the ability to lose weight and to finally deal with a lot of the toxins that are making the body gain weight and so forth. These invisible rays are used to produce vitamin D in the body. Without these rays, specifically ultraviolet, your body cannot produce vitamin D. And the benefits can go on and on. These invisible rays are used to lower blood pressure. These invisible rays, when they hit our skin, they're actually able to make our blood more intelligent so that our blood will flow to the places that need it the most. These rays also lower cholesterol. It helps with any type of blockage in the body. It helps with any type of cloggage. And it just goes on and on, guys. It goes on and on. The invisible rays is literally the key to health. And we need the full spectrum of sunlight to get to maintain a lot of the health processes in the body. And just to give you an idea, once again, a lot of people that lack melanin, they get sunburn when they're exposed to the light for a long period of time. And I would like people to know that they are not getting sunburn from the visible spectrum of sunlight. Instead, they are getting sunburn from the invisible part of sunlight. Did you know it's impossible to get sunburn through a glass? As long as you have glass over you, you can never get sunburn? That would just show you how much glass is filtering out of sunlight, how much sunlight glass is filtering from us. That should give you a big indicator there. Now, the warfare is very serious, guys. We need to understand that our brains are using our eyes to connect with the sun. The eyes is literally one of the most important organs when it comes to connecting with the universe. And right now on planet Earth, we have people that are wearing glasses their whole lives. We got people wearing contacts their whole lives. Now, all you really have to do is to really think now how reality is constructed, and you will find that even if you don't wear glasses, even if you don't physically have filters over your eyes, you're being filtered from the sun whether you know it or not. And just take a simple observation of everybody's lives, you'll realize that, damn, literally everywhere you go, there's a filtration process going on, and it's very hard to actually get natural sunlight. And it's literally got to the point where people are no longer in sunlight. Even though we can see all these images and see all these things, when you really break down somebody's life and really investigate how much light they get, you'll realize that it's close to zero or close to, it's very low. That's what you'll realize. All right. Now, real quick, guys, I'd like everybody to know, since we're on the topic of filters, I'd like everybody to know that there's another filter that's being used to keep humans away from the beneficial rays of the sun. And that filter is what we call clothes. Clothes is literally another form of warfare. And whether we know it or not, science is yet to tell the public this, but our skin, the way our skin utilizes the sun energy is way beyond what science is really ready to tell the public. And that is why it is very, very, very important that we stay wearing clothes. It's very, very important that we continue to put lotion on our skin and all of these unnatural practices, because if a human being was to remain naked for a considerable amount of time, that alone will give the body an environment where it can reverse all of the alien warfares and all of the unnatural tendencies this environment are giving it. But because we are wearing clothes all the fucking time, there are parts of our bodies that has been so damaged, it's mind-boggling. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know there are people right now on this earth that have feet that has never seen sunlight for years because their feet has been clogged up in shoes since they can remember? Do you know there are people on this earth, there are men on this earth that since they was born, their penises, their genitals, their actual sexual organs have never ever seen sunlight before? Do you know that there's actual people like that? Do you know that alone should give you an indicator on how serious this phenomena is, guys? They primarily use filters. They use any type of substance, any type of solid that can stop the invisible rays from making contact with our bodies. Yes, there are different forms of sunlight. There are different forms of frequencies. Some frequencies are stronger than others. Some frequencies have the power to penetrate water. Some frequencies have the power to penetrate solids, like the visible spectrum. It can actually penetrate a solid like glass. But guys, we gotta realize there are also frequencies that are not like that. There are frequencies that cannot penetrate any type of solid, and they could only travel through air particles. And right now, just like glass is a filter, we gotta realize that they're even doing it in our skies, guys. They even have to spray chemtrails and to produce all types of filters in the sky just to make sure that some of the invisible rays, some of the invisible frequencies cannot make contact with us. And that's how big, that's how deep all this have gotten to. Well, we're still not finished. We're still going to expose more of all the things that they do. Alright guys, so now that we know that our bodies need sunlight, and we're not just talking about the visible spectrum, we're talking about all of sunlight. Our bodies need both the visible and the invisible spectrum of light to truly function in health and to be connected with nature. Now that we know that, we need to realize what disease actually is. All disease is, ladies and gentlemen, is the lack of energy where it should be in the body. Disease is basically the physical end result of a lack of energy flow through certain parts of the body. And like I already told us in this video, whether we know it or not, different portions of our brain uses our eyes to receive the energy it needs from our environment to function. Ladies and gentlemen, due to human beings unconsciously not giving their bodies the necessary energy they need to function, you guessed it, our brains are no longer working properly. And we're going to have to really dive deep into this subject right now. Alright, so this part of the video is intended to be a very big eye-opener to the whole world. And like we already know, everything that has to do with our bodies is powered by light. Now, real quick, right here, we're on Wikipedia, and this place is trash for really getting information, but I'm just using it real quick to show you something. Now, our bodies are powered by light, and the units to measure light, they call it lux. Lux is a unit of luminance, and whatever. What I'm trying to show you is that light is measurable. The luminance of light is measurable, and is measured by what they call lux. All right, and a lot of people are under the illusion that, hey, I don't really need natural light. I have artificial lights. I have all this stuff giving me all the light I need to do my my daily habits and whatnot. But what I would like to show people now on how big of an issue this is, we need to realize that our brains need light to work properly, and because we're no longer giving our brain the necessary food it needs, it can't function properly. Now, based on what is known as lux, I would like to show you guys what we have unknowingly been doing to ourselves when we spend the whole day indoors and all other types of things. So right here we have a chart, and in this column they're showing you all of the sources of illuminations, and they're basically measuring it by lux. Now, right here, I'd like to bring to your attention, because everybody is not everybody is affected by this. A lot of people spend their days indoors. Now, guys, let's focus on how much light we're really getting from indoor lighting. And as you can see, family living room lights, or office building hallways, toilet lighting that you can find in indoors, as you can see how low the light level is, 50 lux, 80 lux. Now, guys, on a very, 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 very dark, cloudy day, the light meter is on 100, and right here it says office lighting 300, 500 lux. Now, we need to realize that on a normal sunny day, this is how much lux is in the atmosphere. 10,000 to 25,000. In direct sunlight, it gets as high to 100,000 lux. Now, compare this last column, direct sunlight. This is probably somebody sun gazing. This would probably be like 200,000 lux or even more. Now, compare somebody sun gazing, how much energy they're getting, to somebody that chooses to stay indoors their whole day. Do you see how big of a difference it is from artificial lights and natural light? Full daylight, not direct sunlight, will give the body 10,000 to 25,000 lux. And direct sunlight, it will give the body up to 100,000 lux. Now compare that to what we're giving the body each and every day being indoors.
Yeah, guys, something that I would like everybody to realize now about indoor lights is that even though that these lights are providing some type of light that illuminates things, we need to understand that these lights are operating on dead frequencies. Now, sunlight is actual living light, guys. There's actual living particles within sunlight that our bodies can use for all of the biological functions within it. Artificial lights, on the other hand, these sources of light uses dead frequencies. They are using frequencies of light that do not have light whatsoever. It has no type of light. So people will be under the illusion that they're illuminated, but really they're keeping their body in a dead zone, a dead frequency. And anything that you expose yourself to, you attune with. So it's like people that spend most of their days indoors, instead of for them to be traveling through time, because living light actually has information that your body uses, you know, instead for you to be traveling through time, when you're indoors, you give your body the illusion it's trapped in the dead zone, light that doesn't move, light that's not alive, and so forth. All right, so to put it in another way, guys, we gotta realize that the sun is behind a lot of the biological functions that go on in our bodies. There are a lot of biorhythms, a lot of cycles within our bodies that make use of sunlight to know what time it is, whether it's time for us to be put into action, whether it's time for us not to be put into action, whether it's time for us to rest, and so forth. And when we're in artificial lights, we give our bodies no type of information it can use to know what time it is in the universe. When we're under artificial lights, we give our bodies no information to even know what's going on in the environment, to even know what's going on in the universe. And it gives off the illusion of the body being in a void of dead, a void of no time, a void of no activity, a void of no movement. And all these things throw off the biorhythms within our bodies. Our bodies are incapable of knowing what time it is. And if people have indoor lifestyles, a lifestyle of constantly being in indoor lighting, they are giving their bodies no type of stimulus, no type of light codes it can use to merge with the environment. All right, so not only that, we got to realize that the invisible spectrum, the invisible part of sunlight that we can't see, these are the very frequencies that source our mood. These are the very frequencies that source our emotions and our physical health and whatnot. So when the body is in artificial lights, it is not getting any type of rays. It's not getting any type of frequencies that it can use for its mood, that it can use for its health. So it gives off the illusion that it's a cloudy day. Because, like I said, guys, invisible rays, there are different types of properties within sunlight. And there are some types of sunlight that cannot penetrate liquids, that cannot penetrate solids, that cannot penetrate the shade. Anything that produces shade, there are some types of rays that cannot penetrate these kind of obstacles. And when you're in artificial lights, you're basically telling the body, there is no light today. There is absolutely no light. And today is going to be hell. Well, not hell, but today is going to be gloomy or whatnot.
A lifestyle of living indoors all the time gives the body the illusion that it is dark and cloudy every single day.
So now you can see just how serious this is. For the human body to exist every day, to be under the illusion that every day is cloudy, oh my God, I do not even want to imagine how much of an effect it's going to have on whoever's brain. And we got to realize now, guys, there are literally millions of people living that kind of lifestyle now on the planet. They go their whole lives indoors. And because of it, guys, a consequence of this behavior, a consequence of this lifestyle, their brains are dead. They can no longer use their brain properly. And whether we know it or not, functions such as creativity, being able to be in a good mood,
being able to be enthusiastic, optimistic, being able to see the brighter side of life. A lot of these things are dependent on light. If you do not give your body enough light, your mood will be affected, guys. Your well-being will be affected. And it's about time that human beings start to see themselves as solar beings. We're literally just like plants. The same way if you keep a plant outside of sunlight, it's going to die. It's the same exact way if you keep us out of sunlight, we will be affected drastically. Now, when you really think about it, all these things really make sense for somebody that's trying to control humans. If you want to stop humans from being creative, because whether we know it or not, creativity is powered by light. If you want to stop humans from being creative, if you want to lessen the probability of them thinking outside the box, if you want to make sure that they are always under stress, always gloomy, always moody, keep them out of sunlight. And as you can see, living an indoor lifestyle gives the body the environment to do just that. Living indoors does not give the body the food it needs to power our creativity, to power our inspiration, to power good vibes, to power a good mood. And I just needed to show y'all that. I just needed to show you how hazardous these indoor lights can be. It's all one big illusion. Yes, it powers, yes, it provides some type of visible light, but it is not giving our body any type of frequency it can use as food. It is just a false type of light. It's an illusionary type of light, and it's a mockery for human beings to go a whole day, a whole sunny day indoors while they can be giving their body the food that it needs. And in order for us to get back into our natural state of being, these are some topics we're going to have to realize and start to work on. And one of those is reconnecting with natural light, reconnecting with sunlight. Now, this video, guys, I feel like, in all honesty, this is a topic that I need to touch on before anything else. This is the basics, and I feel as though within this video, all the knowledge you need to increase your consciousness is in this video. All you literally have to do is give your body enough energy, and your body will do everything subconsciously. All it needs is energy. Once you start to give your body the proper supply of energy, you will notice that you will start to do things differently. You will start to form new habits. Your body will start to do things in a totally different way. But because we are so disconnected from these energy sources, we have forced our bodies to become dumb. Yeah, so literally, guys, just to give you a quick breakdown once again, everything is subconscious, and whether we know it or not, our bodies are literally microcosms of the macrocosm. And one of the things that the universe does, it moves in cycles, guys. It definitely moves in cycles. And we need to realize that our bodies is no different. Your level of consciousness determines the cycles your body is literally locked in. And one of the goals of these aliens, they know that once your body gets a constant supply of energy, or once your body gets balanced within the wavelength, it will tend to stay within that wavelength its whole life until something drastically forces a change within your programs. So in a way, these aliens know that all they have to do is get your energy low enough, and your body will do all the work from there. the way that the human body anchors us within these consciousness levels, they use habits. Habits is literally the cycles the body uses to keep us within the wavelength. Now, these aliens, they want our level of consciousness to be so low. They want us to be anchored in as low of an energy as possible, so that all of our habits will be self-destructive. They want us to be in a self-destructive cycle, and that's literally how everything is done. The body is subconscious, guys, and it uses the energy you give it to create a cycle of habits that will keep it in that energy wavelength. And all they really have to do is to make sure your energy is low, and your body will do the rest. So I know a lot of people are wondering, damn, I want to make positive changes in my life. Why is it so hard to change? Well, guys, one of the reasons why it's hard to change is because everything is subconscious and your body is literally locked into a wavelength. If you want to break any type of wavelength, one of the easiest ways of breaking out of a cycle is to give your body more energy. And that's all you really have to do. Give your body more energy. Okay, guys, so now this video is beginning to get a little too long, and I'm going to have to cut it short. I would like to assure everybody that I'm not going anywhere, and I do apologize for my absence, guys, but trust me, we are all in this together, and whether you know it or not, everything that happened was absolutely perfect. It was perfect that I wasn't on YouTube for all this time. And don't worry, guys, I'm here for you, you're here for me, and I'm going to be here to always make videos as long as I can make videos, as long as I can be of service to you guys. Yeah, guys, there's going to be more videos to come sooner than you think, probably in a couple more days or so. So yeah, I just put this video out. I just made this video real quick because I know for a fact, even though this is the basics, it still needs to be addressed. This is still information that really needs to be addressed as many times as possible until people really understand how important light is in our lives.
Yeah, guys, so the gist is this, guys. Everything in existence, every living thing, everything alive in reality is energy. And just to sum it up, guys, in this solar system, the closest you can get to the source of all energy is the sun. You literally are the sun, and your body knows this, and all it wants to do is reconnect with who you are, which is the sun. Your body knows it. All it needs to do is to get guidance from the sun. With that being said, guys, we gotta do our part to reconnect with who we are. It does not matter your age, it does not matter your race. This matrix is designed to specifically to create a disconnection. Whether you're in school, whether you got a job that you go to, whether you're just a couch potato, it does not matter. This matrix is designed to give you habits that revolve around you being isolated from sunlight, that revolve around you being isolated from the frequencies your body needs to be on track. Once again, guys, everything is subconscious, and your body is using energy to perform actions, to do whatever it is that it chooses to do. And the more energy you give your body, the more intelligent it will become. And right now, due to the fact that we've been isolated for so long from sunlight, all of our bodies are dumb, and it does not have the necessary information for it to make the right choices, for it to choose life.
right now, most people's bodies are incapable of choosing life because they have been away from life for so long. So guys, the gist of this video is this. I want everybody to realize that our original environment is an open environment, environment that has access to sunlight, that has access to all the natural things. And we need to be outside as much as possible, be exposed to sunlight as much as possible. You know, I know the shade is comfortable, but sometimes we need that tan. We need that tan, guys. We need that sunlight to enter our brains and all that. So get as much sunlight as possible. There will be more videos. Thank you for watching. This has been a very long video, but I hope you learned a lot. Master of Earth, guys. There's no cause of anything. More videos to come. Love. What's up, YouTube? It is I, Master of Earth, and I'm here again for another video, guys. I love all of y'all. Thank you, all my new subscribers. Thank you, all my old subscribers. Thank you to everyone that is still here with me. You know what I'm saying? And guys, I got a special gift for you guys. This video is dedicated to everybody that wants to heal themselves holistically. This video is dedicated to anybody that's facing any disease, to anybody that has sickness. This video is for you guys. And this video is also for all of the spiritual seekers, all of the spiritual people out there that are trying to evolve their bodies and take their spirituality to the next step, to take their evolution to the next step. Guys, this video is for all of you guys. So I hope you take it with love, and I hope that you enjoy it, because I know for a fact you're going to benefit from it, guys. I love you, and thank you for watching. In this video, guys, we're going to talk about our bodies, and I want to educate the world on how we can use our bodies to bring a better earth into existence. Guys, I would like everybody to know that right now we are surrounded by infinite energy all over us, all in our bodies. And we can use this energy to materialize things, to manifest our thoughts, to make our dreams reality, to heal ourselves, to do great divine things. And guys, basically, all it takes for us to use this energy is the knowledge, the technical know-how. And guys, right now, basically, out of ignorance of not being aware of the existence of this energy, and ignorance of not being able to use this energy, humans have stopped themselves from the divine interchange, which is life, the energy that always surrounds us. In this video, I'm gonna dive into the mechanisms of the body, and I'm gonna speak about one of the most significant energy sources we use as human beings. And the energy I'm talking about is the energy that comes from our astral bodies. Like we all know, guys, we have astral bodies. And this is a part of ourselves that exists in the energy world, in the astral world. And whether we know it or not, at all times, we're always making contact with this version of ourselves. In this video, I'm gonna teach you how to open up the doors to the astral world so you can be more in tune with the energy. Basically, the more energy you can have, the better your life can be. So that's the intention of this video. I want people to learn how to get existence from their astral bodies so they can bring more energy into their bodies, that it can be used for the betterment of that person or the betterment of all things. So please enjoy this video, guys, and let's do it. Okay, guys, basically, before I go any further in this video, there's a few things I gotta explain just to give you a better idea. Basically, guys, the astral body works with our bodies the same way the sun works with the earth. Okay? Right now, guys, the sun is existing in an energetic world. Whether we know it or not, guys, everything that has been and everything that will be is presently right now in the sun. Everything in existence, everything in the planet, everything exists right now in the sun. And through the sun rays, it's interchanging with the earth somewhat as a guide, so that the earth, the creative process here, can unfold the way that it should be. So you can pretty much see the sun as the angel of the universe. Basically, the unfoldment of creation is being guided by the sun. Guys, our astral bodies performs the same function in our bodies. It's basically the blueprint of our bodies. Our astral bodies make sure our bodies grow the way it's supposed to be. It makes sure that we're healthy. It basically makes sure that we grow to become our original perfect potential. All that we really need for this to take place is to merge with our astral bodies and to bring it into our bodies. And that's what we're going to try to do now. Alright guys, I drew this picture beforehand, and in case you don't know what we're looking at, this is a human baby, and I want to use this as a canvas to basically to illustrate what I'm trying to tell you. Basically, guys, like we all know, human beings have umbilical cords. This is basically a connection that connects the child to their mother. Guys, the astral body, or basically the portal to the astral world, is basically located here around the belly button, around this region here, guys. And basically, this intelligence will stay with the human being for the rest of their life. As long as they're here on earth, this intelligence will be here. Guys, when a baby is born, the way that this intelligence travels through the body, the way that it basically communicates with the body, it communicates through the subtle energy systems of the body. That the astral body is basically the physical representation of the astral body is in our subtle energy system, which means all of our meridians are coming from our astral body. All our lines that run across our body, they're all sourced from our astral body, and it basically travels all through our body like so. And this is what happens for every human being. An energetic highway is created from their core. Basically, guys, the astral body will now take manifestation in all the chakras of the body. And I'm just going to basically sum it up. There's a chakra here in the stomach. There's also a chakra here in the chest region. And then lastly, there's a chakra in the higher regions here in the brain. And all of these are sourced and come from the astral body. Guys, let's fast forward into this human's life and let's observe him when he's, let's say, 50 years old. I want to use this person as a way to explain to people what goes on in the body and how unknowingly we stop ourselves from accessing this divine energy that comes from our astral bodies. Okay guys, basically, look at the baby. The baby's all grown up, guys, and I want to explain to you what basically goes on in a lot of human beings today. And this is one of the leading causes of diseases. This is one of the leading causes of any type of error that has to do with our body. This is what causes it, guys. So basically, guys, this is an adult human being, and right now, like I said before, there is still an intelligence here at this person's core, that comes from the astral world. Guys, this intelligence has the blueprint of this person's body. This intelligence knows how this person is when he's perfectly healthy. This intelligence knows his ultimate potential. This intelligence knows it has basically all technical know-how of anything that has to do with this person. Guys, this is something that I want people to realize. A lot of our power comes from the astral world, guys. And basically, we can do anything our astral bodies can do, guys, because our astral bodies do not exist in this physical reality. It exists beyond this physical reality, which means it is not limited physically. It can space travel, it can time travel, it can see into the future, it can see into the past, it can read minds, it is immune to all diseases, it's perfectly healthy, it's indestructible, it can't die. Guys, this is us. And basically, we can do anything this version can do. The only requirement is the fusion between our astral bodies and our physical bodies. We gotta make our bodies in such a way this intelligence can fit all through our bodies, and it can power every cell. Everything can get powered by this source. But guys, this is what ends up happening in most human beings. This intelligence that was once connected to everywhere, this is what ends up happening. Those same connections end up having breaks. You see that? End up having breaks and so forth. And this connection, which was once flowing uninterruptedly, no blockages, no obstructions, it is now broken up, and only a few of the energy lines are still are still working. That's what I basically want you to see. Guys, the primary way to stop the astral body from making contact with our bodies is through what we call blockage, guys. Anywhere in our bodies that has a blockage, there is a stoppage, there is a stop of the flow of the astral energy into whatever region of the body it might be. Guys, I would like you to know something. The astral body is stationed here in our gut. And like I said before, it uses our chakras, it uses our meridians, it uses our ley lines, all our energy centers in our body. Our astral body uses those highways to travel. The mechanism our astral body uses to do this is our blood. And like I said in my past video, blood is created where? It's created here in this core. Blood is charged with the intelligence from the astral body, and as the blood travels through your body, anywhere that blood can't get into, those are the places that oftentimes get disease and so forth. Alright guys, so basically the picture I'm trying to paint in your mind is that our astral bodies exist in us, and through our blood, our astral body is able to connect with our physical bodies here. Anywhere that is not getting blood circulation within our bodies, there is blockage, and through these blockage, the flows of energy will not be able to go into the blocked areas of the body. Now guys, how can we prevent these blockages? How can we ensure proper blood circulation in our bodies? Guys, there's a lot of information on the internet. There's a lot of things that are out that you should know about. For one, strong muscles are a good way to ensure that blood enters those regions of the body. And all a human being really has to do is learn how to exercise or strengthen the right muscles so that the energy highways that are blocked can open up again. You see what I'm saying? If this person had a strong physical body, the blood will be able to flow. But more than likely, there's blockages and he doesn't know how to fix it. So in this video, we're going to do him and everybody else a favor by learning how to fix this fundamental problem with a secret technique that I chose to share in this video. What was I gonna say? Okay, alright. You ready? Okay guys, so basically now we know that to ensure that our astral bodies are in our bodies, to ensure that it's connected and is basically aiding our bodies, we need to aid our astral bodies by ensuring blood is circulating freely through our bodies. Guys, everybody knows that the human body has but one pump. The heart is the mechanism through which our bodies pump blood all over. Guys, in this video, I intend to purify a lot of ignorance we have about our bodies. And I would like everybody to know, within our bodies, we have more than one pump that pumps blood. Yes, the heart is a pump, but there is also a hidden pump that a lot of people don't know about. And in this video, we're going to find out what that hidden pump is that can help us in what we're trying to do. Guys, there is something that I would like everybody to realize about their bodies. And this is the divine expression of the intelligence of God. But basically, as you see all these chakras are connected to the astral. These chakras are also connected to each other. Everything that has to do with your body is all connected. And basically, it goes like this. Every single chakra, some way, some form, every single chakra of the body, I'm just summing it up. I'm just summing it, saying that there's 3, but in reality there's a lot of chakras here, but I'm just putting 3 just to sum it up. Every single chakra, some way, somehow manages to connect in the same location, and that location is our divine hands, guys. Guys, the hands is the hidden pump of the human body. Yes, we have a heart, but there is also a voluntary pump that we can use to pump blood and essence through our body, guys. And basically, you can see our hands as the energetic pump for our chakra system, our meridian system, our energy system, our astral bodies. This is the energetic pump. And basically, through activating this pump, you're able to pump all of this chakra energy. You see that? You see all that chakra energy? All of the chakra energy that came from his body and merged into his hands, you'll be able to pump all of that energy through your whole body. And I'm going to teach you how now. Are you ready? Guys, we gotta clap our hands, guys. That is the only way to pump that healing astral energy into our bodies. Guys, our whole bodies are holographically found on our hands, guys. And every meridian, every chakra, everything that has to do with your body is found now in your hands, guys. This is a pump that in ancient times all humans knew about, but now nobody knows about it, guys. And the same way that our heart pumps energy throughout our bodies, our hands does the same thing for our energetic highways, all our meridians, all our chakras, everything. Okay guys, well, now that we know about the hidden pump of our bodies, there's a few things I still want to let us know. Guys, for one, the powers that be are aware of the divine mechanisms of our hands. And presently, right now, guys, our hands are truly under attack. All it takes is little observation to realize we hardly use our hands in our day-to-day lives. And because of this, the muscles in our hands, the connections in our hands, they have become dormant due to not being used for all this time. Guys, opening doors or picking up something or using the spoon does not exercise our hands the way they're supposed to be exercised. And if we observe monkeys or other animals, for Christ's sakes, they're walking on all fours, guys. They're constantly using their hands. They're using their whole body. But human beings, on the contrary, we stand up, we have our hands hanging, and we barely use our hands. So guys, because of this, our hands are under attack. And since our hands are weak, let's remember, everything that has to do with our body is connected to our hands. If our hands are weak
right now, nigga, fuck that video, man. Cut that shit off, man.
What's up, man? But anyways, guys, like I said, the hands are connected to everywhere in your body. So if your hands are weak, your whole body is weak, guys. So that exercise of clapping your hands is one of the easiest and simplest ways to activate your chakras. Guys, it's too much love right now. But anyway, guys, clapping your hands is one of the easiest ways to activate your body. And let me just show you one last thing to really educate you on this subject. Okay, guys, there's still some things I would like you to know about our bodies. And basically, just like I said, how our astral body, our energy source is located here in our stomachs. Basically, I already told you how this intelligence traveled through our bodies, through our meridians, our chakras, our energy lines, and so forth. Guys, to sum it all up, guys, one of the most powerful channels that this intelligence uses is the meridians that flow directly in the center of my body here, and another meridian that flows exactly down my back, like so. So guys, basically, these two very important meridians, they determine whether the other meridians are connected to this one. Basically, as long as these two meridians, the one in front of me and the one behind me, as long as these two meridians are open, active, strong, all the other meridians will have a source of energy. You could basically see these two meridians as waterfalls for streams and rivers that go through our whole body. So basically, guys, this is what I want you to know. The energy meridian that flows in front of your body in a straight line, this meridian, governs, let's say, the right hand. Okay? And the meridian that governs the back of your body, that runs down the center of the back of your body, you know what I'm saying? This meridian runs through the back of your body. Let's say that it's here in your left hand. Guys, as long as you can keep these two meridians open, your body will be in good shape. It will be in health, guys. And guys, that's what I would like y'all to know. As long as you can keep these two hands, these two meridians active, your yin and your yang of your body will be in good shape and everything else can prosper, guys. But society or the powers that be, they know this. So right now, one of the things that they're doing to encourage blockage in our body, of course we may know food is one of the #1 blockages. Food always gives your body blockage. Like I say, eat what you can handle. I suggest that you flush out your intestines, you drink your waters, and I also suggest that you also exercise and do the right movements to encourage the expulsion of all the toxins and whatnot. But basically, food is one of the blockages. Another blockage that they use to stop this energetic highway is through the use of this, guys. Artificial electronic devices. Guys, whether we know it or not, guys, our hands are producing energy. Our hands are producing a wavelength, an energetic biofield. Okay? When these biofields are introduced to unnatural electronics, the radiation there short circuits the highway that flows through the body. And when you look at people today, they can spend hours on a touchscreen phone, on their phones, so many gadgets, so many unnatural things. And guys, I just want us to be mindful of the unnatural radiations that affect our body. Guys, our body is a natural energetic vessel, which means it operates on natural electricity, natural electromagnetic energy. When you introduce stuff like iPods and iPads, it does short circuit the highway. So I suggest that you refrain from your phone. Just have a limit, guys. I know that we're in the information age, everybody has a phone, but just be mindful of how it affects your body. And also engage in clapping. Clap your body, guys. That's the only way that you can basically damn, where did I put that thing? Well, that's the only way that you can basically, guys, pump the chakra energy back into your body. But you gotta clap it back inside you. You gotta clap it back inside you. Alright. Guys, we're still not finished. There are a lot of things we gotta cover in this video. And basically, I've received a lot of questions. People was asking me, Master of Earth, how do you produce the elixir that you showed on the dehydration epidemic? And on that video, I showed basically an elixir that came from my body, guys. I would like you to know that clapping is the mechanism by which I was able to produce the elixir. And this is how it works, guys. Basically, in our bodies, our kidneys filter out the blood and all of the fluids in our body to produce urine or whatnot. And basically, it goes a little something like this. If this is our kidneys, and this is what goes to our bladder or whatnot, whatever. Inside our kidneys, blood is being pumped into our kidneys, and then it is then put through a filtration process, right? It keeps filtering the blood. It keeps filtering the blood, our kidneys, until it arrives at a very clean fluid called urine, basically. And in a normal average person, the only force that is being generated to push things through the kidneys, the only force that is pushing blood into the kidneys to get filtered is coming primarily from the heart, guys. The heart is basically the primary organ that pumps blood into the kidneys and nothing else. The only way that you can assist your heart is by doing exercise to, you know, pump more blood into your kidneys. Guys, clapping is the hidden pump of the body that basically becomes a second heart. As long as you're able to keep clapping, instead of just blood getting into your kidneys, now with the aid of the extra hidden pump, your hands, now essence is entering your kidneys. Essence. You know what I'm saying? Basically, spiritual energies entering your kidneys because of the pump, because of your hands pumping in that psychic energy. All of this energy is now entering your kidneys, and the end product is the elixir. Instead of urine coming out, because of all of this pressure being generated by not just your heart but also your hands, your blood is able to be truly filtered, and now essence comes into your urine and it becomes a dark black. It ranges in colors. I'm about to show you a picture. It ranges in colors. Now guys, I took this picture a while back and it was a truck for Samuel Adams beer, but I had to use this picture to basically show you what happens if you do this method. Now, normally, let's say this is your urine, is basically yellow, and if you don't really do anything, that's all that comes out your kidneys. But with this method I showed you, depending on the intensity by which you clap, how long you clap, this is basically the range by which the elixir can come out your body. It ranges from yellow to dark yellow to red, darker red, even darker red, and it even gets to the point where it's black. Guys, this is like an actual diagram of the potential elixirs that could come from your kidneys. The longer, the harder you clap, the more intensified you clap, the darker the color, the more potent the elixir. The less you clap, the less potent it gets, to the point you're just at normal urine. So you want to clap as long as you can, guys. And it's just quite, it's quite, you know, astonishing that even though this is beer, this is like a direct replica of the elixir in the body and how it works. As you can see. And guys, basically, this is how the elixir is made. Through clapping your hands, essence and spiritual energy, everything is able to enter the kidneys, and you're really able to detoxify your blood. And the end product is a black liquid. Guys, the only reason why this liquid is of a darker color is because we're now clapping. Clapping opens up the blockages in the energetic highways of the body. And because of this, your urine will be a darker color. It might be black, it could be red, it varies in colors. And this is because you're cleaning out your blockages. My beloved, out of all of our internal organs, one of the most significant when it comes to our health is our kidneys. Our kidneys are just as significant as our heart and our brains, guys. And clapping is one of the only exercises that truly strengthen the kidneys. And guys, that's why I really had to make this video. This is knowledge that I feel can help the whole world. And clapping is a universal exercise that can strengthen the kidneys in your whole body. Guys, through clapping, like I said, you open up the energetic highways through which your astral body uses to interchange with your body. As long as you can activate and strengthen your hands, everything that corresponds to your hands will also get healed and strengthened. Okay, my beloved, we almost reached the ending of this video, and basically, guys, there is still a few things I would like y'all to know. For one, anybody that's trying to produce the elixir, there is one vital step you must know about,
And that step is this. In order for your kidneys to truly be able to detoxify itself and to really filter your blood, it is pivotal that you empty your bladder before you start clapping. So guys, I basically suggest you guys to go to the bathroom, just pass out any urine that you have in your body so that your kidneys can be fresh and empty, so that you can start clapping in blood into it. And the reason why I'm saying this is because your kidneys, in a way, needs to be empty. If it's already full with liquids, 9 times out of 10, your elixir will be diluted and it will just come out as normal urine. So I suggest that you basically empty out your bladder before you engage in this exercise. Also guys, you will notice that after you clap, the energy field in your hand will increase radically. It will be tremendous energy in your hands. Okay guys, so something I suggest that you practice after each session of clapping. Guys, it is highly important that you engage in the mudra namaste and put both your hands together and hold it in that position for at least 5 to 10 minutes, guys. This ensures that your body truly recalibrates itself. It truly digests the energy you created through clapping, and it really enables your hemisphere, your aura field, all of the energy to balance out and basically become whole. So this position basically neutralizes the energy and makes it more digestible from the body. And guys, seeing is believing. You will notice for yourself that there will be a increase in all of the energy in your body. A lot of your chakras will start to work. The way you move, the way that you behave, you might notice changes. And guys, all these changes are coming from the new energy that is now accessing your body due to the blockages being opened. So you will notice that. You will notice that, guys. You will feel lighter. You will have more energy. And it's just a beautiful thing, guys. Also, because your hands are so activated, you will be surprised after a session of clapping, you won't really want to touch anything electronic, and I suggest that you shouldn't. I suggest after you clap, you should give your body at least 20 minutes to just restabilize. Within that 20 minutes, I suggest you hold your hands like so. And I'm saying that because after a clapping session, your hands are open, and I don't want electronics or unnatural vibrations to interfere with the divine things your body will be doing at that time. So guys, like I said in the beginning of this video, I want humanity to use this knowledge to bring a better earth into existence. We can use this knowledge to heal ourselves, guys. The more astral energy we have, the more energy we have to manifest our thoughts, make our dreams reality. So by clapping, guys, you will notice an increase in all of your energy work. Anybody that does healing, anybody that is psychic, anybody that practices kung fu, martial arts, it does not matter. This is a universal technique, and it will help you in all of your activities. I love you guys. Thank you for watching. I'm not going anywhere, even though I took a long break. I already know, guys. It's all love. I love you guys. Thank you for watching. All my new subscribers, you're at the right place, guys. All my old subscribers, I love you dearly. Thank you guys for watching this video. Enjoy it. And one last thing, folks, and that thing is this. Clapping is one of the ultimate techniques to use to heal your body, guys. And basically, if you're suffering from any disease like arthritis, diabetes, glaucoma, high blood pressure, cholesterol, constipation, indigestion, any type of disease, guys, it always springs from blockage. Guys, clapping has the potential to heal your body, guys. So if you're suffering from anything, I suggest you start to clap every day for an hour, and you'll be surprised how much of a change this new energy will bring into your life. Once again, guys, thank you for watching. I love everyone. Enjoy the video, guys. Bye-bye.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing? It is I, Master of Earth, and I'm here again for another video, guys. Just out here in nature, as always, sun gazing. And in this video, I just want to share with y'all a part of human culture that is missing today in society. It's a very simple thing, and this is something that was practiced by a lot of humans, a lot of human cultures, the Japanese, the Muslims, the ancient Africans, the ancient monks. They all did this specific thing, and today in modern society is nowhere to be found in our culture. What am I talking about, guys? Well, I'm talking about one of the best things you can do to relax and open your kidneys. As you see right here, I'm sun gazing on my knees, and this stance might be familiar to some people. This is something that a lot of people do that practice martial arts. Look at my legs here. The soles of my feet are not making any contact with the floor, and basically I'm sitting on the outside of my legs, which correspond to the masculine yang side of my body. And what exactly does this stance, what exactly is happening in my body? As you can see, guys, my knees are fully engaged. They're fully bent to the max. And what happens is that right now my body is experiencing a very, very profound energy flow because my knees are fully bent. And for some strange reason, guys, this stance has a very positive effects on the kidneys. I had a video about how the kidneys is very important, and guys, basically the kidneys is like the life of your body. It basically gives you essence. That's what basically gives your blood essence. That's what basically gives you magnetism, your kidneys. And I spoke about in my video how your kidneys are in fact your eyes. By sun gazing, that's one of the only ways for you to stimulate your kidneys to produce vitamin D and so forth. So guys, the topic of this video is the way I'm sitting currently. Maybe I need to get a better angle so you can see it. This position, it has come to my realization. I feel as though this is the proper way to sun gaze. Why do I say it's the proper way to sun gaze? We sun gaze to receive light. Light is a nutrient that our bodies need. Basically, our kidneys need light to be able to manufacture vitamin D. But it's not just vitamin D. It's basically the basic building blocks for life, the basic building blocks for essence. You need light to produce this. So by staying in this position while sun gazing, I'm putting my kidneys in the best position where it can really benefit from the whole sun gazing position. Usually they will suggest that you sun gaze standing up. And I already had a video about how standing up really fucks up the circulation in the body when you stand too erect. And your body is like a spiral. It needs to be curved, it needs to be circular, it needs to be bent. It's not supposed to be straight and linear. No, it's supposed to be a spiralish, you know? So by me sitting like this,
This is very good for the knees, very good for the chakras, and so forth. Okay, guys, so this is all body language, and by me sitting like this, you're telling your body to center itself. You're telling your body to become more one. So a lot of people, oftentimes, they tell me that they need a meditative position that is easy for them. They need something that's easier than the squat. You know, I also feel as though I feel as though there's two ways you should sun gaze. Whether you should sun gaze while squatting because it relaxes the spine, or sun gaze like so with your knees fully extended and you resting on your knees. But guys, like I said before, this stance does wonders for the kidneys. I feel as though the way we sit on chairs and the way we stand, because of the misalignment, we kind of, because how many people experience lower back pain, you know? Guys, your kidneys is found at the lower region of your back. And I feel as though your kidneys need to be in an environment where that region of your body isn't stressed, where it isn't tense, you know? So by sitting on your knees, by sitting with your knees fully, you know, engaged, I feel as though this is a very, very good position for all those that want to meditate. I already spoke about how crossing your legs isn't really as favorable as people may seem, because when you cross your legs, a lot of pressure is on your tailbone. You sit on your ass. No, we don't want to sit on our ass no more. We want to open up that region of our body so Kundalini can go up effortlessly, you know? So guys, I really feel as though this is one of the original meditative techniques of humans. This is one of the original stances that was practiced by ancient Indians. It was practiced by the Taoists, the ancient yogis. This position is basically, it's like the body is yin and yang. We have both masculine and feminine sides, you know. This position is a yin position. It provides balance to the body. It allows the body to center itself. So I feel as though this will help you to meditate, because what is meditation all about? It's all about yoga. It's all about fusing both sides of your brain into the center. And that's what meditation is, becoming whole, becoming one. And sitting like this is exactly what happens. It enables you to concentrate and to become one, basically. And also, guys, remember, because the position opens up the kidneys, that's one of the best positions where your body can take in light, so light can really enter. You know, by sitting like that, your eyes are able to open more, your brain centers are able to open more, and you're able to take in more light. Okay guys, so that's basically the gist of this video. I would like us to begin sun gazing and meditating in that position. It might be a conspiracy, but if you clearly see, sitting like that is not found in our culture. This is something that Western modern culture does not does. You don't see anybody sitting like this, you know? And even in the yoga community, nobody sits like that in the yoga community. They often tell people to cross their legs. So guys, that sitting position, that stance is one of the original spiritual, very relaxing, very feminine, yin, very meditative positions that humans did. And I feel as though keeping it out our culture is an easy way to stop us from being more centered, to stop us from being more balanced. All you have to do is to sit in that position. It stimulates the kidneys in such a way that it enables your body to strengthen, to basically to become more balanced, to become more one. So, seeing is believing, guys. I want you to start sun gazing like this and tell me how you feel. Because of this position opening up your kidneys, it will be a lot easier for you to enter deep meditations. Your eyes will be more open, your brain centers will be more open because your knees are fully engaged and your kidneys are engaged. So tell me how you feel. And most likely you will feel you will feel your whole meditative experience amplify because of the wonderful effects that position has on the kidneys and your well-being. So thank you so much for watching, guys. There will be more videos. I hope you enjoy that technique. You can also use that meditative position with all my other techniques, especially one where you pull down your ears. If the squat is too hard, I suggest that you kneel and sit in the position that I showed you. Have fun, guys. Tell me how it goes. I know it's going to go lovely. I know you're going to see improvements. You're going to see it with your own eyes. Thank you for watching, guys. More videos to come, man. Thank you. Peace out, guys.
How you doing, YouTube? It is I, Master of Earth. Thank you for watching. Thank you, my lovely people, for showing the love, for tuning in and sharing your time with me, guys. It's a pleasure. Guys, in this video, I want to share with you a missing link to our bodies. Basically, it's common knowledge we're no longer living in our natural environment. We live in bricks and squares and houses and stuff like that. And there's a lot of elements that we are missing in our environment that we had back in the day. Nowadays, people complain about physical incompetence. Everybody says that they're weak, they want to get stronger, they go to the gym, they do all these exercises to get strong, forgetting that we're no longer living in our original world. We're living in this artificial world, and you know what I'm saying? There was a way that nature designed for us to stay in shape. And behind me, we have a tree. How many people have connections to trees? The average person would say they have little to no connection at all. I don't even think the average person will even take the time out to touch a tree. But when you look at all the animals in nature, it's quite common to see some animal having some type of connection with a tree, whether it's a squirrel, a bird, a lizard, even a snake. Bugs, all creatures from all around the world have a connection to trees, and human beings are no exception. Guys, in this video, I want to share with you guys a technique that is basically lost. This is something that all human beings did in the past, but now we're no longer doing it, and it's really stopping us from strengthening our bodies the way we were supposed to. Exercises like push-ups or crunches or bench pressing, all those exercise does, it just burns out your muscles. It tears your muscles up. It damages your muscles. That's why you feel the burn. Guys, you should never feel the burn. That should never be your goal, to feel the burn. Instead, you should feel pressure. You should feel your body pressurizing itself. You should feel your body growing. You should feel your body love your muscles, guys. So anyways, one of the problems with modern fitness, we don't teach people about the nature of the body. Nobody knows how to stretch the body. And guys, this is one of the stretches of the body. Having your arms outstretched is one of the original ways you can stretch all of your organs. Okay? So alright guys, as you can see, this is one of the natural stretches of the human body. One of the only ways for you to stretch your inner organs is by you stretching out your limbs, primarily your arms. As you can see, there's a very, very profound stretch here. And to the untrained eye, you might not see what's going on, but internally, his intestines, his organs, his lungs, all his inner muscles are all being stretched. Okay, thanks for the demonstration. So, this is a movement, this is something that I would like y'all to do to help strengthen your body. What we're doing is we're stretching our bodies and we're also holding the stretch. This both relaxes our body, it stretches our body, it strengthens our muscles, and it encourages a energy flow. So all you have to do is very simple. This is something that all human beings did at one point. Hug a tree. You hear it all the time, guys. It's simple. All you gotta do is grab onto the tree, and that's it. So as you can see, guys, I'm withstanding gravity. I'm engaging my back, my arms, my legs. My whole body is being engaged right now. I can sleep. I can squeeze the tree, squeeze it with all my might. This is a good exercise, guys. All body. You can stay like this for 5 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds. But all that matters is that you grab hold of the tree and you just lock on. This strengthens the body like no other. You're withstanding gravity, you're holding yourself up holistically, and you're using your whole body. Now, this exercise is a lot better than doing push-ups or all those other exercises because it separates your body. It's like you're cutting off your arms to do an exercise, or you're cutting off your legs just to do an exercise. But hugging a tree, it enables you to use your whole body. Everything is being strengthened at the same time. Okay, friends, in this video I just wanted to keep it short, just share with you guys a natural exercise you can begin to use to strengthen your body holistically. There will be other exercises, but I just wanted to do a quick video sharing that one technique. Also, guys, the stretch that I showed you earlier in the video, stretching your arms straight out, there will be a video about that specific stretch, but it's very good for the body. That is also a good workout you can do for your body. By just holding that position for about 5 minutes is enough for you to manufacture life hormones, all those good materials that your heart chakra produces, all those good materials that your higher chakras produce. You need to stretch your body, you need to open up in order for them to produce those hormones. One of them is testosterone. You know how good you feel when you have a lot of testosterone. Well, guys, a way for you to encourage your body to produce good things like that is to stretch, to open up. So that stretch is something that you should do as well. But the focus on this video is hugging trees. That's a very fun exercise to do. It builds strength internally. Breathe as you do it. Concentrate on how you feel. Avoid tearing your muscles. Avoid feeling the burn. Instead, engage your muscles. Stretch and engage your muscles. So guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. I'm not going anywhere. And to be honest, I'm working on other videos. But I just wanted to slide this in. I didn't want y'all to wait too long. Or I didn't want y'all to, you know, I didn't want to be away from y'all. So I just wanted to put a quick video out so you can know that I'm still around thinking about y'all. So guys, have fun, keep growing, keep learning. You live and you learn, guys. There will be more videos. I'm never too far away. I love you guys. See you next time. Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing, YouTube? It is I, Master of Earth, and I'm chilling here on this divine evening, just enjoying this weather, just enjoying the moment. And I want to use this opportunity to talk about something I feel needs to be addressed immediately. Right now, guys, I said it before in one of my older videos, we're living in a time right now where humans can no longer distinguish between falsehood and truth. You know what I'm saying? So I want to be a voice. I want to be a vessel to bring out information. I want to just
give people awareness on a lot of topics. So today I want to talk about a very, very imperative topic to your spiritual well-being, to your spiritual upliftment. And it's pretty much going to be like a glitch. I'm basically giving you a very powerful technique to really amplify your spiritual journey right now. But guys, we all know, take a look at this beautiful world that we exist in. It's no longer nature. We all know that. We now drive cars. We now spend our time in boxes called homes. We go to places like stores. And it's common fact that this world that we live in is powered by our 5 senses. It's powered by what we see, it's powered by what we taste, what we hear, what we feel, you know what I'm saying, what we smell. And that is basically what constructs our reality. And it's a shame that this is all we see, guys. This is all we see, and people say it all the time. People say it that we live in a multiverse. There are different universes happening simultaneously, and right now a lot of people are really down to earth. This is all they see. All they know is the Matrix. And guys, this is what I need you to know. Your reality is based on the information you receive from your 5 senses. But we don't have just 5 senses. We have more than 5 senses. So in this video, I'm going to give you some insight. I'm going to give you some awareness on what is causing us to have just 5 senses. Because we have more senses, and right now the average person only have 5 senses. And you know, so there have always been accounts of people that see more than the average person. There have always been accounts of people that just know things. They can go in the forest or the wilderness. They can locate water. They know where the animals are. They can sense danger. They can navigate through undiscovered land. These people have like a 6th sense. And why is it that some people have this 6th sense and all of us just have 5 senses? All we see is this bullshit. This is all we know. This bullshit. All we know is this bullshit reality. And in this video, I'm going to try to liberate us from a lot of these illusions, guys. And it's all about understanding the anatomy of the body. It's all about understanding who we are. The more we know about ourselves, the better we'll be in interacting with our world. So guys, what's stopping us from accessing our other senses? Why do we just have 5 senses? Well, join me on this ride. We're gonna try to find out why. Let's go.
Okay guys, so like I said before, in order for us to begin to understand why is it that we only have 5 senses, we must first learn about ourselves. We must first learn about our bodies. When we're able to purify a lot of ignorance, or basically when we know better, we do better. And right now, a lot of people are ignorant to the anatomy of the human body. And videos such as this is here intended to bring awareness, to shine light on areas that need it, areas that need your attention. Guys, I'd like you to know that everything that you eat, everything that you drink, everything that you breathe is processed by your sinuses. All these materials some way, somehow get inside your sinuses. And I want you to take a good look now at this image. See how the sinuses is basically a storage unit, guys. And in society, we do a lot of things that really isn't in our favor. And just to sum it all up, a product of society is changing our sinuses from being clean, from being divine and holy to becoming a filthy storage unit, like in this picture. Okay guys, so I know you're wondering, what do we do to alleviate this problem going on in our sinuses? What causes our sinuses to store all this filth? And guys, it's basically what you eat, what you drink, and what you breathe in. And the thing about it is, it's coming from the food that we eat. It's also coming from the fact that we're not breathing fresh air, and all our unnatural habits just adds up, you know what I'm saying? Going days, staying indoors, going days, eating particular foods, all this stuff going to our sinuses, and if we don't take any corrective measure, this stuff can just stay there for decades, just like what's going on in our intestines and our alimentary canals.
Okay, so you're probably wondering, what will make anybody want to tamper with the sinuses? What's so special about the sinuses? And guys, it's all science. Every part of the body plays a specific role, and like in my other video, we're talking about the intestines, how the intestines can store filth. And this is not a good thing, because our intestines play such a significant part in blood production, you know what I'm saying? And I had a video on how when we allow filth to be stored in our intestines, we allow the filth to become us. The filth is now in our blood, and instead of for us to be individuals, we now are influenced by aliens, we are influenced by foreign materials. So the same thing in your intestines is going on in our sinuses. There's a lot of filth here, and you might wonder, okay, blood is not being produced up here, so does it really matter? And guys, it does matter, because the sinuses might be a lot more significant than our own intestines. And the reason why I'm saying this is because the sinuses play the most essential part when it comes to life, and that is breathing. Our sinuses is directly connected to our breathing, and if you do any studies on the power and the significance of the breath, you will understand that that is the gold mine. The breath is literally God, okay? And if you're able to control somebody's breathing by putting filth up there, then you got yourself a controlled God. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Yeah! So what's up, guys? We on the move, and this video is going to be excellent. But let's remember, guys, life, our reality, is powered by our five senses. And what is the fuel of our five senses? What is the fuel of our reality? Ladies and gentlemen, it is the air that we breathe. We are the breath. We are not our bodies. We are not anything that we can identify with. We are just the process of life. We are the breath. And that is what a warfare is, guys. They are attacking the way we breathe. They are attacking the capacity at which we breathe. And if you control the breathing of anything, you basically control their life. So in this video, I really want to bring awareness to the importance of being aware of the significance of your higher chakras, especially those in your sinuses, because they all relate to your capacity to breathe. And society wants to attack you. They want you not to be able to breathe, and they want you to be in a bad state. So I want to bring awareness, guys.
Okay, guys, so it's all about the breathing, and our five senses, our vision, our hearing, our sense of smell, our sense of taste, even the ability to feel, it's all being based on how you breathe, guys. If you breathe in a particular way, you will put your brain in an altered state of consciousness, and you'll be using senses
that you don't use presently. You'll be using your other vision senses. You'll be using your other auditory senses. But it's all about the breath. If you restrict the breathing, if you restrict your breathing, your body will only have enough energy to power up just your 5 senses, right? But if you fix up this whole problem here and you begin to breathe like a god again, you will be accessing portions of your brain, and all the other senses will start to come out. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. And another thing I want to say real quick, guys, about the sinuses and about the breath is that a lot of spiritual people, a lot of yogis, a lot of enlightened people, even I have reached this conclusion, guys. A lot of us have reached this conclusion, but if you're wondering who you truly are, if you want to know what your identity is, guys, I will let you know that it's your breathing within every moment. Any moment you find yourself in, don't focus on the people. Don't focus on the place. Don't focus on you. There's no person there. There's nothing there. Focus on the breathing. At every given moment, your true identity is your breathing. You know what I'm saying? So it's really a direct attack when you allow forces to allow your sinuses to restrict your breathing. Yeah, for this scene, I chose to record it outside. It's a lot of fresh air. I'm loving it. And it's a nice breeze going on. But guys, we need to get out the habit of staying indoors. Everything we eat, drink, and breathe gets stored in our sinuses. And us staying indoors all the time, we're not really helping our sinus at all. We're basically adding to the problem. Most of these indoor buildings and houses, they're very dusty. There's no real ventilation. There's no prana. There's no chi energy, no elements. And it's like we stay indoors too much, and it's really fucking up our senses. It's making us numb to all our other senses. And when our sinuses get clogged up, we can't sense no more. We just become 5 sense humans. We can't see more. We can't see the bigger picture. Okay, guys, we're in the CVS, and the only reason why I'm here, I'm just want to show you this. How many people you know are suffering from stuffy nose or cold? How many people got to take things like this just to solve what's basically happening in the body? And the point of this video, we're focused on the 5 senses, guys. And the 5 senses all come from your forehead chakras. It all comes from your sinuses. Everything that you breathe, everything that you eat, everything that you drink goes directly to your sinuses. And most of the time, the average person allows mucus to build up in their sinuses. And this is the result. We all have that friend that can't breathe. We all have that friend that you hear breathe. Sound familiar? Well, it's because of the mucus buildup in the higher chakras. So, this is not the solution. We do not need pills, because pills do not solve the problem. All it does is suppress the symptoms. What we need to do is focus on the source of what's causing us the problems. And the source of the problem is allowing filth to build up in your brain, allowing filth to build up in your skull. So we need to clean our skulls. I want to teach you how. So just avoid stuff like this. Thank you. So let me just pose for the camera. Okay, guys, so just like the intestines, just like the alimentary canal, your sinuses can become dry. It can become stagnant, dry, and very rigid, very rough, you know, because of the filth. Just like the intestines, guys, we need to flush out our sinuses. We need to hydrate our brains, because right now our brains are very dehydrated. Our higher chakras are very dehydrated. And just like our organs,
our brain also needs water. It needs to be hydrated. Guys, we all know that digestion starts in the mouth, but really what they should say is that digestion starts at the sinuses. This whole cavity here is where digestion starts. Either you're breathing it in or you're eating it. Like I said, whatever you eat, whatever you drink, whatever you breathe is processed through the sinuses. I feel as though that we have been conditioned to use our mouth to eat and drink while we use our nose primarily for breathing, and we need to transcend that, guys. We have other functions pertaining to our nose, and we have other functions pertaining to our mouth. And I would like you to know that there was a time on this planet humans were drinking from their noses. There has been records of humanoids that had no mouth. Could you imagine a human with no mouth? Well, yeah, there's records of humans that lived off the scent. They had no mouth. All they had was the nose. And when these humans wanted to hydrate themselves, you guessed it, they had to drink from their noses. And this kind of, they was breatharian humans. I can't really imagine anybody eating from their nose, can you? So that's how it was done. And guys, I just want you to be aware of that possibility, that we are able to drink things from our noses. And I need you to know that because we eat food, because we do unnatural things, we put ourselves in positions where we have to do things just to maintain our bodies. And like I said before, guys, everything you eat, everything you drink, everything you breathe is processed in your sinuses. Because we eat food, there's filth here, guys, and your sinus is no exception. This also has to go through a maintenance. We have to maintain ourselves, and society is keeping us ignorant of our sinuses. They don't teach us anything about taking care of our sinuses, and they just want us to be ignorant. They want this organ to be inactive. Okay, guys, so how do we care for our sinus? How do we solve this problem going on in our sinus? Guys, I suggest that you drink your water. I had a video about this, the dehydration epidemic. Everybody's dehydrated, and all of the fluids being sold in these stores can't really be used to hydrate the human body. And in that video, I explained that basically the only water that you can use to hydrate yourself is distilled water. You can get that from fruit, you can get that from nature, and you can get that from your own body. And one of the most valuable, well, I wouldn't say valuable because there's other fluids that the body can produce, but one of the most easy accessible fluids that is beneficial for the body is your own urine. For all my new subscribers, things such as that should not come to a surprise to you. Urine is supposed to be used to maintain the body, and that is my suggestion to you guys. We need to start to drink from our noses so that we can hydrate our sinuses and flush out all the toxins that are stored there. Everything that you breathe, everything that you eat, everything that you drink is processed through the sinuses. If you drink from your sinuses, you're basically flushing everything out. And I suggest that you use your urine. That's the best water to use because it's sterile, it's coming from your body, it's at body temperature, and it has all the ingredients present for your body to flush, to really detox this whole sinus cavity. So a lot of people, I already know what you're thinking. Drink from my nose. Won't that hurt? Won't I choke? Won't that fuck me up? Well, guys, seeing is believing, and it's not as bad as you think. If you try it, you'll probably be surprised on how easy and simple it feels. It feels like it's nothing. So guys, yes, we have to drink through our noses. I suggest that we do it daily, and this is only to maintain the functionality of our higher senses. And guys, if you can do this daily, seeing is believing once again. If you can do this daily, you'll be amazed how your 5 senses will evolve. You will see for your own eyes, your third eye, your 6th sense will begin to manifest. Once this place gets clean, your higher senses will be able to feed extra information to your brain, and you will notice yourself being more aware of your environment. So a lot of times, a lot of the causes, the thing that is causing a lot of this mental problems we experience, like depression, anxiety. How many of y'all feel depression? How many of y'all, it's hard for y'all to feel inspired? It's hard for y'all to feel creative. It's because our brains are dry. Our sinuses are filled with filth. We gotta flush it out, guys. We need to hydrate our brains. Hydrate yourself, guys. Drink through your nose. And I'd like you to know that when you do this, you will be hydrating your brain, and this has a significant effect on the pineal gland. It has a significant effect on the pituitary gland, and you're basically enhancing your creative organs. Your 6th sense will come back, guys. Once you can clean your sinuses, your power of visualization will enhance. Your creativity will enhance. Your imagination will enhance. You will be a happier person. Because your sinuses is the core of your 5 senses, you will be able to smell better. How many of y'all have lost the sense of smell? How many of y'all can't really taste food anymore? How many of y'all can't really hear as good? How many of y'all, your vision is becoming dim? Guys, the source of anything that pertains to your senses comes from your sinuses. And in this video, as always, I want to bring awareness. So I know the thing I said in this video, I know it might sound extreme. It might be like, damn, I don't see any animals drinking through their noses. But you need to understand, guys, we are living in an unnatural environment. So by default, there are things we're going to have to do to counteract the warfare. There are things we're going to have to do to counteract the hardship we're giving to our bodies. And like I said, if you choose to do certain activities, you're obligated, it's your responsibility to do the things to put your body back in balance. If you choose to eat, fine, but flush yourself. Don't allow your body to succumb to the toxins. Get rid of the toxins. If you choose to eat, flush yourself. And the same way with your sinuses. If you choose to be indoors, if you choose to eat, if you choose to drink, know that everything is going to your sinuses. So it only makes sense that you will do what you can to maintain your sinuses. And one of the best things you can do is to daily flush your sinuses out, guys. It's like a cure-all, amazing, simple technique that people are just so ignorant of. So this video, I just want to shine light, help the world, and give them this wonderful tool to use for the spiritual purification. How you doing, guys? So I know I said a lot in this video. Just to sum it all up, guys, you are what you eat, drink, and breathe. And be aware of that, guys. Be aware that you become your environment. And these indoor places don't really help us when it comes to our sinuses. So take responsibility. Know that there are extra measures we all have to do to maintain the healthy functioning of our bodies. And this video, I'm just sharing one of them. So one more thing I would like you to know, a lot of y'all that participate in wearing perfumes and all these artificial colognes and scents and aromas, I don't really suggest wearing that. I'd like you to know that your brain hates it. Your brain hates smelling all those artificial scents. And most of the time, I often come across people that wear cologne and perfume. And the thing about it is, guys, when you do stuff like that, you become your perfume. You become your cologne, because all those chemicals continuously throughout the whole day is being processed in your sinuses. So just little stuff like that you need to be aware of. Be very conscious on what you eat, what you drink, and what you breathe, and know that if you choose to eat, if you choose to drink, if you choose to do all these human things, know that as a God, you need to take responsibility for your body and do what is needed to maintain health and functionality. So, breathe in fresh air, clean out your sinuses, and guys, be amazed at how all your other senses will come back. Learn how to breathe again, guys, and it all starts from cleaning up your cranial faculties. I love you so much. More videos to come. To all my new subscribers, I appreciate it. To all the people that are still here with me, I appreciate it. More videos to come. I hope we learned. I hope we can make positive changes with this information. Thank you, guys. Love. How y'all doing? Thank you for watching YouTube. It is I, Master of Earth, and I'm here again for another lovely divine video. Guys, in all honesty, my channel, what I'm trying to do, I'm just trying to bring as much awareness as possible. All I want to do is make people aware of things that are suppressed, things that are under the radar, things that, because we're in such a we're in a dormant state, guys. Right now people are alive, but in reality they're dead. In reality people are asleep. And going through our lives day by day, we no longer have the ability to see what's in front of us. We no longer have the ability to discern truth from falsehood. So in this video, I intend to bring a lot of awareness to who we are as a people, human beings. And it's a tragedy to say this, but right now we're living in an alien world. We're living in an alien system. We're living in a world that has absolutely nothing to do with us. We're living in an anti-human world, a world that doesn't favor humans whatsoever. And in this video, I'm going to bring awareness to the effects this world is having on us, specifically our legs. Guys, I will say this, everybody's legs are being attacked. If you don't know it now. Your power resides in your legs. There is something very special about the legs of man, and that is why that is the target of a lot of warfare. They're targeting our legs, and in this video I intend to bring awareness. So thank you for watching. Once again, guys, let's enjoy the ride. Okay guys, so in this phase of the video, it's going to be low budget. I wish I could do a PowerPoint presentation, but I'm going to make use of the resources that I have available. The universe provided this divine place. A lovely divine friend allowed me to use his laptop, so I want to show you a couple things to start this video off. How many people like this image I'm showing you? This is basically everybody you know in a nutshell. This is evolution as they portray it to be, and right now we clearly know where we are. We are here. Either you're on a computer with a fucked up spine, or whether you're fat still with a fucked up spine. But regardless of how you want to look at this picture, clearly
we have strayed far away from who we are, and right now we just have fucked up spines and we're living an unnatural existence. Now, this really isn't the main picture I want to show you. This is the real picture I want to show you, so just hold up real tight. Okay guys, this is another evolution linear image, basically portraying evolution once again. Now, I really love this picture because it really sums it all up, guys. Basically, right now, we are in a very fucked up position. If a human could do this, then that basically means that human is insane. That human has lost all knowledge of who he is. Now, this video we're focusing on what? We're focusing on the legs. And as you can see, this slide, the person's legs are very straight compared to the monkeys or whoever was coming before him. And I just want you to notice that the person's legs are straight, and just think now how many people you see in that position daily. It's all going to make sense, but I just wanted to show you this before I really go in with this video. Okay guys, so let's begin.
How you doing, YouTube? Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for coming with me. In this video, we're going to focus on the knee chakras. We're going to specifically focus on our legs. And basically, we live in a society where you don't really see a lot of feet. You don't see feet at all. Go outside, pretty much everybody's wearing shoes. And because of this, we are weakening our legs. We are making our legs less functional. So in this video, we're going to explore this in depth. So thank you for watching. Let's go on this ride. Okay guys, so let's talk about our leg chakras, specifically our knee chakras and the chakras under our feet. In society, as you can see, everybody's wearing shoes. Everybody is stopping their feet from being able to perform its function. Guys, we need to remember our body is one great hologram, and our feet is actually our brains. Our brains use our feet to be able to manipulate and to be able to produce more movements in their environment. But because we're wearing shoes, it's in turn closing our brains. We're stopping our brains from using our toes the best way it can be used. Our toes are to be used for our brains to be able to produce movements and so forth. And as we wear shoes day by day, we are retarding ourselves when it comes to movement. Now, one thing we need to know about our bodies is that our bodies is one great system. Every single organ has its own individual function, and in this video I want to speak about our legs. Guys, how do you stand? Do you stand like this? Do you stand with your knees locked? Let's talk about our knees, specifically our knees chakra. Right here, there's a chakra here that is meant to be engaged at all times. This is our knee chakras, and let me tell you what's going on. By me standing here, I'm experiencing a downward pull of gravity. Blood is being pumped by my heart right now. And right now, my heart is pumping blood and it's going straight down to my feet. The thing is, with gravity has a downward pull. So when this happens, it's very hard for energy to be brought back up. So the way the body works is, the body got its own system called our legs, and we use our legs to counteract gravity, to use the pressure from gravity to pull the blood back up. And this is all used through valves, and your legs, you should just see your legs as a pressure system. And when you stand, you need to engage your knee chakras. Society, they kind of condition us to stand straight like this, but originally, at all times, your knees must be bent. you should get into the habit of standing like this. This is a more natural way to stand. I'm grounded, my knees are bent, and right now the pressure from gravity is sending the energy upwards. The blood is now going upwards to my higher chakras. Now, check this out. If I chose to sit on a chair like so, there is no longer pressure from gravity. Basically, my legs don't even exist anymore. My legs are just dead. There is no use for my legs. And now, it's harder for blood to circulate back up. I have noticed that this position makes it very hard for you to get rid of waste in the body. It closes you up, and it stops you from using your legs the way it's supposed to be used. Your legs is used for circulation. So instead of sitting down, I suggest either you squat or stand like so, with your knees bent so that blood can circulate up. Alright. I would like you to see something. We really need to be aware of this ignorance. So like I said, this is low budget. Sorry that it's not a PowerPoint, but I want you to see this picture, guys. Scientists tell you this all the time. We have very, very similar DNA to the simians in the jungle, chimps, gorillas, apes. We have very similar DNA to them, like 99% similar. But in this video, I want you to notice that basically the skeletal system, the muscles, is basically the same in both this human being and the ape. But I want you to take a lot of I want you to look on how the legs are strikingly different. As you can see, the ape is very smart. He keeps his knee chakra engaged. He keeps his pressure system engaged. His legs is bent, and you can see how the muscles are developed. You can tell that this ape has no problem circulating blood throughout his system. But if you look at the human, not really as functional when it comes to circulating blood. The legs are way too straight. Let me see if I can get another picture, guys. Hold on. Okay, guys, this is another picture. I just want to give you an idea on what happens when you straighten your legs. Like I said before, we're living in an unnatural environment, and by default, we have bad body language. We're communicating the wrong messages to our bodies, and this image really sums it up on what you're doing to yourself each time you stand up. Oh, fucked up there. Let me zoom back out. Okay. Now, if you look at these pictures, of course here, this image, the person is very open. The internal organs are open. The monkey is keeping his body in a position where the energy flow is circulating perfectly. Even still, even in this picture, even though the monkey chooses to stand to counteract gravity by standing, just look at that. Because the legs are bent, you can still see that there's a circulation. Now guys, take a look at us. This is what we do every single day. Our bodies are too straight, and when this happens, you're communicating to your body to cut off all circulation, and you arrive at this. You arrive at people keeping their bodies like this all the time. There's people that work jobs, they stay in that position 8 hours a day. Something like staying like that will wear out your legs in no time. Somebody like this will oftentimes complain about lower back pain, neck pains, knee pains, or whatnot. But I really like this image because it really shows you what happens when you choose to neglect your knee chakras. Open, open, close, closed. Okay guys, so we need to see that the way society is designed, it's specifically designed to attack our legs. We're forced to wear shoes, and what this does, it closes our feet. And when that happens,
our brain can no longer use our feet to produce movements. For example, our feet is supposed to be open. If our feet is open, that provides our brain with a wider range of motion, you know, a wider range of movement. But if my feet is closed, there'll be movements that will seem impossible to my brain because of the state of my feet. So, you know, in this society, we're forced to wear shoes. And not only that, look at this concrete. This surface is very, very, very dangerous for the knees. This surface is very hard, and to walk on this constantly every day, shoes can't help, you know. And oftentimes, when people get older, they always complain about leg problems. Either they have arthritis, knee problems. It always has something to do with the legs. Guys, it's because we're abusing our knee chakras. Society is training us to be lazy by nature. They want us to stand lazily. They want us to sit lazily. They want us to walk lazily. So this video, I'm just trying to bring a lot of awareness to the things that we do in society. And one thing, our knees are like shock absorbers. Each step, our knees are there to counteract gravity's effect. And each step, you're supposed to have bent knees. You're supposed to bend your knees so at the moment of impact, the shock can be absorbed. But if your legs are straight, each step, you're putting extra force on your knees. You're putting extra force on your legs. And over time, this takes about a couple years, a couple decades, the person will end up complaining about knee problems. If you take a look over there, straight knees. As you can see, the legs are swinging and it hits the floor. Swinging, it hits the floor. We are not supposed to walk that way. At all times, we need to engage our knee chakras. So, how do we walk? To give you an idea, I'm still trying to figure it out myself. I'm gonna bring in an ancestor. I'm gonna bring you somebody that will probably have a nice walking technique to show you. Now guys, I got this video I basically want to show you of some ancestors. It's a documentary about the Bushmen in the Kalahari Desert. And the tricky thing about these documentaries, there are some fake documentaries and there are some real ones. And what I mean by fake, a lot of time, the people that do produce these documentaries, they really do tamper with these people. They have them walk in certain ways and act in certain ways in front of the camera. And the end product, you might look at the documentary, but a lot of it has been manipulated. But I like this documentary because it's very legit. And as you can see, not just in these people, but in most indigenous people, natural people, people that you find in third world countries, or people that you find in places that are not modernized, they naturally walk with a bended gait. They bend their knees as they walk. Before their legs touch the ground, their legs are slightly bent. Before they lift their legs off the floor, it's slightly bent. So I want to show you this scene real quick. Just notice how at all times their knees, their legs isn't completely straight. You can watch this documentary yourself. It's called the Kalahari. But just take a look at how their knees stay bent. You'll see it.
Miles of travel lie behind when Comcope happily comes upon a fresh spoor. It's the print of a gem.
Blah 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 blah.
Instinctively, a
bent knees at all times. Even as they run, they keep their legs bent. It's never straightened. You see that, guys?
Far rim of this pan.
Okay, guys. So once again, I'm gonna show you another example of how we should be walking opposed to how we walk now. And in this video, I got the most interesting example to show you guys. I don't care what your belief is, but what are we looking at? We're looking at a Bigfoot. You see how he keeps his legs bent? A lot of people are not aware of this video. A lot of people, they oftentimes see the picture of the Bigfoot, and not a lot of people know that this is actual a video. But guys, I don't know what your belief is, but this is the actual real Bigfoot caught on film. And I feel as though the government is keeping them out of our view because they don't want us learning about the other humans on the planet. But let me play it one more time. Notice how the legs are bent at all times, guys. Clearly this person is far superior at walking than we are at current day. And I just need you to mimic this more efficient way of walking. Okay guys, so this lags a sample. I want to show you a video of how modern humans walk. This video is a video, I know this guy's familiar to you guys. It's a video of George Bush and other guys in suits walking, and I want you to pay particular attention to how they lock their knees. They swing their knees and they lock it as they walk. What's up, guys? Once again, we here in the mall, and let's explore our knee chakras. Guys, because of shoes, our toes are closed. So this is something that I want y'all to start doing. I want y'all to get in the habit of toe balancing on your toes. As you can see, most of my body weight is being on my toes, and here, this area of my toes that is touching the ground is holographically connected to the head. My brain is getting stimulated by being in this position. My lungs is being stimulated, my heart, and so forth. Guys, I suggest that we start to meditate in this position. This position opens the hips. Not only that, it stimulates the knee chakras, it stimulates the lungs, it stimulates the brain. Basically, under your feet here, it corresponds to a lot of the organs up here. So this is a good thing for meditation. And if you do this long enough, it will be able to stimulate your feet so that it can open again. Another thing you need to know, like I said before, we use our feet for pressure to send energy upwards. And believe it or not, if you choose to keep your legs straight, you're really depriving your brain of oxygen. You're making yourself less able to access the faculties up here. Your brain needs blood. Your brain needs nutrition. It needs nourishment. And you stimulate your brain by doing this. This is the most creative position for humans. My spine is relaxed. My knee chakras is working, is pumping up blood, and there is a supply of energy reaching my brain. But if I'm standing up, it will be harder for circulation to go up, you know. So you always got to engage your knee chakras at all times, and if possible, stand with a bent knee. So yeah, guys. So a lot of times, let me tell you what's going on when you choose to stand. When you choose to stand with your legs locked, you're basically telling your body, whatever's in my stomach or whatever's in my ass, keep it there. That is body language that you do if you do not want to take a shit, if you do not want to take a piss. Instead of opening up your excretory organs, instead of opening up all these faculties here by bending your knees, instead you stand. And you are closing these chakras. You make it more able for your body to store toxins. You don't want your body to keep toxins. You don't want your body to hold shit in. So instead of standing like this, encourage your body by bending your knees. This opens up your gut. This opens up your intestines. And it allows an energy flow. Guys, your legs is a pressure system. And a lot of these animes and a lot of these movies, when they want energy, what do? They bend their legs. They use the force of gravity to pull the chi upwards. You can't ground yourself if your legs are straight. You need to bend your legs so gravity and the blood pressure can raise everything up. Okay guys, this is a perfect example of pretty good body language. As you can see, the knee chakras are engaged, and in this position of the body, specifically around the abdomen, even down here next to the anus, there is an opening. if this person just finished eating a meal, for example, this is the perfect position where his body can utilize gravity, it can utilize circulation, it can basically utilize all the organs the best way it can. The energy is distributed evenly. The legs are doing this job. Can you do me a favor? Can you do the meditative pose a lot of people like to do with their legs crossed? Okay. Now, in this position, okay, no, perfect. Just keep your legs straight out. Straight out like that, yeah. Now, in this position, it's a very negative position. As you can see, the legs are locked. This alone stops the free flow of blood from going up to the spine. And not only that, if you take a look at the abdomen, there is a lot of closure. This position will make it very hard for your body to digest food because you're encouraging yourself to hold it in. You're basically telling your body to hold in this shit. This is also exactly what happens when you choose to sit on a chair. Can you do the Indian pose with your legs crossed? Now, a lot of people meditate in this position, you know. There's different ways you want to look at it, but to be honest with you, in the current state that we're in, the current state that our legs are in, we have no business meditating like this anymore. If you look, the legs are forming the X, and most people that do this position, they basically complain about their legs beginning to feel numbed out. This is because of the pressure generated by the ankles. This is body language. You're telling yourself to close the energy in your legs. And not only that, there's a lot of pressure on the tailbone. This doesn't really help Kundalini at all. A lot of people meditate to circulate the chi upwards. A lot of people meditate to spark Kundalini. But if you're sitting on your ass like so, you're basically stopping your legs from being able to propel the energy upwards. So can you show them the technique, the toe meditation? If you want to take off your shoes or leave your shoes, doesn't matter. No, you can take the bottle out of your hand, don't matter. Now, meditating like this is far more efficient when you want to utilize the powers of your body. As you can see, the weight is on his toes, and these points under his toes correspond to his lungs, his heart. All of the organs that you use for meditations are being stimulated, and by him balancing like so, he's able to put himself in a position where his mind is always challenged. It's a challenging posture to balance on your toes, and what you need is something to keep your mind active. Your mind needs challenges. You don't want to be lazy and just sit and meditate. You want to give your mind a challenge as you meditate. Look at this lovely, beautiful, strong God. Thank you for the demonstration. Okay guys, so a lot of people might be skeptical. Are we really supposed to keep our knees bent at all times? Does our legs really affect the function of our brain? Guys, it does. It affects our brain a lot. And we have not even begun to dive into it. But a lot of people complain. A lot of people give me messages. They say that I squat all the time. I squat, and the problem is when I stand up, I get lightheaded, I get dizzy, and then I fall. Guys, let's look at our legs. If you're in a squatting position, the energy distribution is very equalized, it's very holistic. But if you suddenly close your knee chakras, you're cutting all the circulation to your brain, and your brain and your spine is the first organ to be affected by poor circulation. So the reason why you feel lightheaded is because you're cutting off your springs, you're cutting off your pressure system, you're cutting off the energy from going up your legs. Now guys, we need to understand something about our bodies. We have feminine muscles and we have masculine muscles. Our bodies is androgynous, but we need to remember we have a masculine side and we have a feminine side. Guys, our minds are, in fact, our muscles. Our minds are in our muscles, and a form of control that they're using on the public is to keep people's muscular system in a weak state. If somebody has weak muscles, they will have a weak mind. And in this video, we're focused on the legs muscles. Guys, the masculine muscles of the body are all the big muscles you can think about. The muscles at the back, the muscles at the triceps, the muscles in the front of the thigh, the muscles in the calf. These are all masculine muscles. And when these muscles are weak, when these muscles are in a flabby, underactive state, the masculine qualities of your mind will be inactive. A lot of people have weak backs. That's why they can't really approach life the way they could. A lot of people have weak bodies. That's why life is really not the way it should be. So you need to focus on the root of the problem. Focus on your muscular system. Once you get that situated, your mind will then in turn change and assume the state of your muscles. Now, in society, they want us to have weak legs. In society, they want us to have weak legs. The way we stand is improper. The way we sit down is improper. And when you think about it, we can go years without actually using our legs. When you sit down, like I said before, we're no longer engaging our knees. All of the weight is in our lower thighs. And this basically makes our legs timid and lazy. And over time, the ability to squat naturally is lost. A lot of people can't squat like this, and it's because of years of sitting on chairs and so forth. So, say no to chairs. Instead, squat. And if possible, stand with your knees bent so that pressure can be used to circulate blood throughout the body. You want to be in a video or something? Alright guys, see, people are attracted to the truth. People are attracted to power. We have a lovely goddess over here. And like all human beings, we're all attracted to the truth.
No, I'm just peeping you guys. I hear you speaking some knowledge, so I just kind of stopped.
Yeah, thank you so much.
No problem. What are you guys talking about?
We're basically talking about the legs.
Okay.
We're being trained to kind of use our bodies in the wrong way. If you look at our skeletal system, our spines is going through a lot of damage. And you wonder why. Why is it that when you reach 40, you complain about back pain, you complain about your legs? Well, it's the way we move our legs. We often, as you can see, how you doing, brother? We have the bad habit of locking our knees when we walk. And when we do that, there's extra pressure on the knees. Instead, you need to always walk with a bended gait. Your legs always need to be bent. We can stop it here, guys. Okay, guys, we're in the mall right now, and this is basically the perfect place where you can observe people stand, and you can really see exactly what I'm talking about. As you can see, this guy is standing with his legs straight, and this is basically stopping a lot of circulation from going to his brain right now. If he was to be in a squat, he will be able to put his body in a more relaxed state, but because he's on his legs, because his legs are straight, he's stopping himself from circulating blood freely. These lovely people as well are doing the same thing. Nobody has their legs bent. As you can see, everybody's legs are basically straight. The guy to the left has his legs slightly bent, you know, but eventually, you know, it's going to be straight. And this is basically bad body language. Nobody taught us to keep our legs bent. Having fun, as you can see. Yeah, guys, it's everywhere. And being in this environment, seeing it everywhere, it kind of influences us to do the same thing, you know. But I'm telling you now, guys, you need to get in the habit of engaging your knee chakras. Bend your knees, especially when you're standing. Always encourage circulation. Okay guys, so I know this scene is a little funny. We got some ass in this scene, and you know, because of the mind control, because of the programming, there's a lot of people that might find this attractive. To each his own. Everybody has their own views on what beauty is. But on this particular video, I want to bring awareness to how our legs
have such an important role when it comes to circulation, when it comes to waste disposal in the body, and we really need to have eyes to see what is going on. In this picture, there's a couple of things I want you to be aware of, specifically here. This woman, because of the way you can even see how her knees are, but because of the way she keeps her legs, she's basically communicating to her body to store filth. She's not giving her body encouragement to get rid of whatever it is that's inside her body, and it's ignorance for somebody to stand in this way. That is body language telling your body to hold in shit, to hold in the doo-doo. All that crap in your intestines, this is telling your body to hold it in. Guys, you need to engage your knee chakras. You need to engage circulation in your body, and you do this by standing correctly. Stand with bended legs. So yeah. Okay guys, one more example. I do not know who this guy is, but he came up on the Google search, and as you can see, he has his legs bent. This position is a lot better than how the lady was. In this position, you're encouraging your stomach and all your internal organs, you're encouraging them to circulate, to open up, to get rid of the toxins. You're not having a tight ass. You're basically opening up your ass. See how his knees are bent? We need to get in the habit of standing like this, guys. So this is just an example, you know. Alright? Okay guys, so I hope you enjoyed the video. I intended on bringing a lot of awareness to the knee chakras, and guys, we have to put in the work. We need to get our bodies used to always having our knees bent. We need to always keep our knees in a bent state. Avoid straightening your legs. Avoid standing with straight legs. Try to keep your knees bent as you walk, as you run, and as you stand. I love you guys so much. We need to remember that our legs is a lot more significant. They're trying to make our legs weak by encouraging us to sit on chairs, by encouraging us to drive cars, sleep on beds, buses, and all that crap. It's our responsibility to maintain the functioning of our body, the healthy functioning of our bodies. So I suggest that you get into the habit of bending your knees. Not just for circulation, but also for detoxing yourself. By standing like that, guys, is very damaging for your spine. If you stand with a straight leg, you're putting too much pressure on your spine, and that pressure needs to be it needs to be evenly distributed, and you do that by bending your legs and standing like the way I showed you. So guys, it's all about body communication. We communicate with our bodies through our movements and our gestures. Through this video, I just wanted to bring awareness on how by us keeping our legs in particular ways, we might be communicating the wrong message to our bodies. So I hope now you can benefit from the information. Thank you for watching, guys. I never forgot about y'all. More videos to come. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching, guys. I love you so much. Keep those legs bent. I love you. Love awesome, awesome. What's up, YouTube? How's it doing? How you doing, guys? Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for, spending your time with me. As always, it's a pleasure. It's an honor. Thank you so much, guys. Much love, guys. This video, it is intended to bring much awareness to the source of so many diseases that are going on. I got a lot of messages from individuals that are suffering from various diseases, heartburn, constipation, all types of diseases that pertain to the intestines and the stomach. So many diseases, guys. So in this video, trust me, I'm going to share with you one of the panaceas to basically anything you might face. And this is going to be basically
a video that has the potential to save lives. This video is intended to save lives. I always support the natural way of doing things. We must remember our lineage, our DNA, our ancestors go way beyond time. These hospitals are just now being here, you know, and we are way beyond that. So there are other ways to approach healing, and I intend on bringing awareness to the power that each individual has to heal themselves. So there's a lot of ignorance we must relinquish. There's a lot of ignorance we must purify, and this video is intended to help you with that. So guys, I'll first start by saying that I hope you enjoy the atmosphere. It's a lot of blue, it's a lot of good energy, and it kind of pertains to what I want to talk about in this video. Guys, I want to bring much awareness to who we are, the body. We say it all the time. The body is 80% water. Look at our brain, look at our muscles, our intestines, even our bones. It's proven that our bones encase water. It's like we're water beings, you know. And one thing that people need to realize is we should start to see ourselves as we're like a water system. We need to understand that our bodies are powered by water. Just think for a second. Right now, I got fluids probably taking filth out my cells. And these same fluids are probably using other fluids to transport themselves to another fluid that then transport it to my skin. You know what I'm saying? Or there's a fluid that carries the hormones that my pancreas created to my bloodstream, and then my bloodstream. Now you see, your whole body is a great water system. Water is powering all systems of the body, and that is the basic element of life, guys. Beyond the human, let's take it even more basic. Plant life, water is essential. Let's take it even further, even down to the smallest cells like amoeba or protozoa, or all these cells they discovered and stuff. But what I'm basically saying is that at the basic level of life, water is always essential. It's always a friend, and water is basically our ally. Now guys, to be honest with you, we have been conditioned and trained and programmed to be ignorant of a lot of things pertaining to our bodies. They throw it in our faces all the time. We're water beings, or stay hydrated, drink water. They tell you all these tips and stuff like that, but it's all programming. Oftentimes you find that everybody's dehydrated, you know. I actually said it, guys. Yes, every single person you see is dehydrated. And it's a frightening sight when you really dive into it, and that's what we're going to do in this video. So follow me as I show you guys some things you need to know about your body to deliver us from a lot of ignorance. Thank you for watching. Okay guys, so let me take you on a journey real quick. Now let's know who we are, right? This is going to be this is going to be insightful into the source of a lot of diseases. Blank space. Let's put somebody here for us real quick. This can be the eyes. Hello. Are you happy? Yeah, I'm happy. That's good. That can be the head or whatnot. But that's not the focus. We're not really focusing on how this person looks. We're focusing on the inside. So let's take this down right here. This could be the stomach. Now this connects to the small intestines, and the small intestines is just wrapping up so beautifully, so divine. Small intestines is just wrapping up so divine. Wow. You see, the small intestines is very divine when you look at it. It's very long, but it's able to coil itself in such a way it takes up little space. So your body is very intelligent for it to do something so ingenious. So basically the small intestines is coiling up, and then it now connects to the large intestines. Okay?
Dexter.
I'm doing a video. I'm right here, right? And then this is the appendix, and now we're going up. Alright. And this is leading, I guess, out of you. This is where your anus is. You're out. Now, guys, let me just make it look a little better for you guys to, you know, relate better. Here, let me give you some hair. Oh, he really likes the hair. There you go. I'll give you some ears too. And I'll give you a beard. I know you like that. Alright, cool. A healthy dude, right? Now, guys. Now, let's look at our bodies. Our bodies is a great water system. We got veins, organs, our brain, our spinal cord. Everything is powered by water. Fluids are using other fluids to use other fluids to transport other fluids. Everything is powered by fluids. Guys, what is the source of all the water in our bodies? Let's look at it, guys. This is the source of all the water in your body. Now, I want to bring awareness to some ignorance that has to be purified. A lot of people have the bizarre belief that blood is created in the bones, and actually the bones serve as a reserve. The bones encase fluids that your body draws upon as a reserve, and we're going to dive into that later on this video. But basically, blood is basically created through this technology we see here. Guys, I got a lot of messages from people suffering from arthritis. I got a lot of people talking about messages about how they're weak, how they're basically suffering. Guys, blood is created through this technology, and I had a video about this. Your intestines, basically your immune system, dictates what dimension, what consciousness you anchor yourself in. So basically, this is where disease starts. Our body is primarily water-based, and through the unnatural practice of eating food, you see, eating food can be seen as a natural activity, but at this current age and time, when you look at humanity, when you look at people in public, food is no longer a natural thing. It's unnatural because of what it does to the body. Food, point blanks, dehydrates the body, and it basically robs the body of its innate ability to produce its own waters. So I'm going to stop it here. Thank you. Ready? So how you doing, guys? So this will give you some insight to what goes on in the various creatures in the animal kingdom, including us. Basically, the water that your body receives is primarily sourced by your digestive system, by your, alimentary canal. Right. So, as you can see, most people, most Americans, most humans, we eat 3 meals a day. Have you ever stopped to question how much water you're giving to your body? Let's take a look to what this sweet kitten is eating. I don't know what the hell that is, but basically, something like this isn't really water. As you can see, you see how fluid water is? I can't do that with this material. It's very dense. There's a lot of matter in this. There's a lot of mass, and there's a lot of basically stuff compared to what water could be in its pure state. Now, if you're like the average American, I'm eating shit like that. I'm eating Doritos, I'm eating Burger King, I'm eating pizza, I'm eating rice, Kool-Aid. I'm eating all these foods that don't really give fluids. These foods don't actually supply the body or water system with what it needs. It does the opposite. It gives our bodies mass. Now, the wonderful thing about God, the wonderful thing about the universe, the wonderful thing about our bodies love us. And one of the things our bodies does is it tries his number one priority is to keep us alive, to keep us breathing. Now, do you know what happens when your water system doesn't receive adequate water supply via your diet, what you're eating? This is what happens, guys. Your body is pushed into a corner. It has one choice: either to draw upon the bones, to draw upon the reserves, to draw upon the vital fluids, to get rid to. So it has a choice: either to draw upon the reserves, to draw upon the vital fluids. And this is only necessary to hydrate yourself. Your body doesn't want to do this, guys. This is the last resort. The last resort is your body taking the reserves from your bones and using it to hydrate itself. And guys, this is what your body does. Instead of doing that, your body will much rather let you operate at a low state of functioning. When you look at people, they barely use their brains. They barely use their organs. Guys, our bodies are forced into a corner. It's desperate. It doesn't know what to do. Either to use the vital fluids or to just suffer and live in a poor state of existence. And guys, this is the frightening insight to tell you, but guys, we're zombies now. Our bodies are now at the lowest state of functioning, to the point we're basically alive but dead. Now, let's take it back to the inner workings of the body. I want to show you how all this comes about. Let's go. Okay, my lovely people, let's dive deeper. That's a good question to ask, right? Let's see if you are. So guys, the guy that I drew earlier, we already know how he looks like. He's smiling. A lot of people smile, but there's a lot going on inside the body that we need to address. So this is the brain. Let's show the eyes. He's probably looking at something real nice because his eyes are delighted, you know. So basically, what we're really looking at here is not really the organs. I just want to show you a striking resemblance that needs to be addressed. It's the same thing I just drew. Basically, your digestive system. Guys, it was quite extreme for me to call us zombies. I kind of apologize for that. But I like to give you a lot of insight into the matrix, a lot of insight into the world, and I need you to be aware of this thing. It's kind of horrifying, it's kind of tragic, but once you know about something, you're in a better position to address it. So let me just finish up with this. This is the same large intestines as before. Now guys, first and foremost, our brain is not here. This is our real brain. Without blood, can your brain work? Without blood, can your heart work? Without blood, can your organs work? This is the primary brain of the body. And we need to just be aware of that fact. This is our first brain, our first and foremost brain. And whatever goes on here in our first brain then constitute what goes on up here. Another striking thing we must be aware of, the same materials that make up this brain is basically identical to the same materials that make up this brain. Okay? They are one and the same. You can say they are twins taking on a different manifestation. So guys, because of the food we eat, because of us going against nature, because we're going against who we are by putting dense matter into our bodies. We're water creatures, we're water beings, and this is our water system. This is our main sewer, our main pipe. Now, when we eat food, this is the process. The food is broken down, blah, 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 and it travels. And basically, the goal of your intestines is to make whatever you ate into a fluid. Remember, your body is primarily powered by fluids. The only thing your body understands is something in fluid form. Your body can't understand the pizza you just ate until it's in fluid form. Your body can't understand that apple you just ate until it's in fluid form. Everything that enters your body must be first made into a fluid until your body can process it. So this is what happened, guys. We eat food, it gets processed, turned into a fluid, and then it's evacuated out the intestines. Now, then the large intestines is very different from the small intestines. And this is something a lot of people don't realize, but the large intestines, it has a lot of ridges and holes and a lot of cracks and a lot of basically places where things can just get stored. Like my intestines can just inflate and become so big and just store so much stuff with all the ridges it has. So basically, now a human in its natural state, only water is present in this great technology, this great system of the body. And today it is not what it is. Today, instead of water powering the bodies, guys, aliens have hijacked our bodies. We are no longer humans anymore, and we are the result of aliens. I'm not talking about reptilians. I'm not talking about gray people with big eyes. I'm not talking about humanoids. I'm talking about aliens, the real aliens that they talk about, that a lot of people are yet to realize. The fourth dimensional creatures or the third dimensional creatures that are keeping humanity enslaved in the third dimension. These creatures that don't want to leave, these creatures that are stopping Earth from ascending, these aliens that we speak so much about but can't see, the aliens are us. We are the aliens, and this is how it happens. A child is born. We are born into sin. We are born into this matrix. We are born into a family that practices the act of eating. You give food to your child. Before you know it, the child is grown. The child is eating on his own. Over the years of eating unnatural foods, foods that don't hydrate the body, instead it basically robs the body of its fluids. This is what happens, guys. It starts in the large intestines. Right at the ending of the large intestines, that's where it starts. A cloggage is created. And over years of not addressing this issue, this is what happens. This is your intestines being filled. All these holes and crevices is being filled. It doesn't stop, guys. It keeps going. Every single hole, now your intestines is enlarging. Oh my gosh. Every single hole is being filled with matter, with third dimensional matter. Every single hole in your water system. And it doesn't stop, guys. It then begins to enter your small intestines. And then it starts to clog up your small intestines. And before you know it, your stomach is just so clogged, you start to feel heartburn. This is heartburn. Your intestines is so clogged, the food you eat can't enter your small intestines because of the cloggage, and you experience stuff like heartburn. Like that person that messaged me about heartburn, this is why you feel heartburn. Your intestines are clogged. And this is basically, I'm going to address a lot of messages I got. So a lot of people that have illnesses, this is what's going on. Now, these aliens I speak of are highly intelligent, and this is the technology that has been used to control humans for eons, for a millennia. And this is something, this information, it always comes out, but then they suppress it, and then it comes out, and then they suppress it. And once again, it's coming out. I'm going to be a voice to let you know what's going on. These aliens live inside us. What is the meaning of alien? Foreign, not of us. Guys, take a look into our bodies. With my eyes, I see it every day. We have bacteria, we have worms, we have maggots, actual maggots living in our colons, living in our intestines. Bacteria, all types of things. To give you insight on the atrocity that's going on. Because guys, I know this video is extreme. I know there's a lot of hard topics that I'm speaking right now, but it needs to be addressed, guys. So let's go further. Now, the primary goal of these aliens that inhabit our bodies, this starts from childhood. This is basically the Matrix. The Matrix is being ran by aliens. It's being ran by alien species that controls humans via their brains. The influence starts in our colons. The influence starts in our intestines, and then is then moved and transported to our brains. And we're going to go further into that. But these aliens are very intelligent. It might sound crazy for me to tell you this, but insects, no matter how small they might be, they are very intelligent. You might think that a human being is smart, but there are creatures in this galaxy that are way larger than us, but we still carry a similar mental capacity. Just because these insects are small doesn't mean they're stupid, guys. And right now, your body's most likely being ran by an alien government. Now, the only thing these aliens want, they want you to be a host. They want you to basically be in an environment where they can live. When you look at the Matrix, everything you see, that's their creation. They use humans. They use our bodies to fulfill their will. It sounds crazy, but guys, it's the truth. Aliens don't have to come to planets anymore and conquer the people and make them slaves. Like, all that stuff is bullshit, guys. The universe is filled with people way more intelligent. They've been using this technology for eons, and it was brought to this planet. These aliens, these parasites, was brought to this planet. Now, I just want to talk about this because I'm on the roll. I might as well tell you some things that you might not know about Earth. But Earth's history is a lot further than a lot of people think. And there was a time on this planet everything was immortal. Everything was immortal, everything was self-sustained, and everything was existing as its own self-identity. Everything was just expressing who it was. It needed no type of external anything. Everything was immortal. There was no sex. There was no need for procreation. Everything was perfect. Atrocity happened. Abomination happened, but everything is divinity. This earth was tampered with, and the way that they manipulated these organisms that was immortal is the same way they're manipulating us now. Nothing has changed. We are still those same immortals, but we are being ran by this technology. So basically, parasites and all type of aliens begin to live in our bodies because this is no longer a water system anymore. There is actual mass. There's actual solid matter that is formed here. And a lot of things people tell me, well, I'm healthy. I take a shit every day. I take a shit sometimes twice a day. This is something that you have to know, guys, because that doesn't mean nothing. That means shit. Basically, if you're taking a shit twice a day, that is no sign of health whatsoever. And if that's what you think, this video will purify you of that ignorance. Basically, your body can compress this filth infinitely. Your body can compress the same filth for years and decades. Just because you shit doesn't mean your sewer pipe is functioning well. If you ever take a shit, if it hurts, this is happening to you. If you ever take a shit and it's solid, this is happening to you. Solid shit is a clear indicator of dehydration in the body. And if you're dehydrated, if you're producing solids, you are presenting an environment for these aliens. So now, guys, it's tragic to say, but these aliens, because they are in who we are, this is God. Who we are, this is God. Our intestines, our blood manufacturers. Because these aliens are now inside us, they have access to our blood, and that is the gold mine. This matrix, they're trying to get our blood, and they already achieved it. So now, remember, the same material that powers your intestines is the same material that powers your brain. It starts to happen, guys. They start to create locations in your brain because your blood is now filthy, because your body can't get rid of this, because this is something we have to know. A lot of people don't realize this, but your large intestines is porous. It absorbs. Your body tends to absorb all these things back to your bloodstream. If your body was healthy, it would just be fluids, you know, being absorbed, being passed out. But because your body is dense, because it's solid, all these things can't get removed. So guess what's getting reabsorbed into your blood every day? Filth, toxins, and this is what powers your brain. This is what powers your organs. This is what powers your heart. And guys, this is what happens, guys. Your brain begins to happen. Aliens take over your brain. I ain't talking about no damn reptilian. I ain't talking about no damn gray. All these things are distractions to keep you off of what's going on. These are the real aliens. These are the creatures that are keeping humanity entrapped in this matrix system. These are the creatures that are keeping us entrapped in the third dimension. This is the enemy. It is us. You know, and basically, it's a lot of emotion in me, guys, because this is the war we're fighting. And basically, what happens is, instead of a human, you see, because some people, they might think that they're looking at a human because the person is smiling and happy, but really, they're looking at an alien government that has hijacked a human. And guys, these people are very intelligent. These people you see outside, all these people trapped in the matrix, all these people that do all these crazy things, it's not humans we're dealing with anymore. We're dealing with zombies. We're dealing with aliens. We're dealing with parasites that have hijacked humanity. So, I'll stop it here, guys. Let's just rest for some time. Okay, guys, so I know you're wondering now, damn, what can we do? These cravings for all these particular foods, all these addictions that we can't have control of, all these decisions we make that are against our bodies. Well, guys, it's not coming from our bodies. It's coming from an alien consciousness. Right now, there are two forces present in our bodies. There is the force of truth and there is the force of falsehood. These parasites are basically having us in the middle of choosing between our body's intelligence or choosing between the alien intelligence. And the alien intelligence, they want you to eat particular foods. And to be honest with you, these creatures are very versatile. They can live off fruits. Let's be reminded, fruits was our very first step in our dissension in consciousness. Because of the sugar present in fruits, it's easily absorbed into the blood and is then sent to the pituitary gland, and the necessary alternations are made so that our vibrations are lessened. So fruits is not the answers, guys, and you'll be surprised. Fruits is still feeding these aliens. They like all types of foods. To give you an idea, come out here, there's too much noise. To give you an idea of the kind of foods these parasites like, these aliens like, third dimensional food, they like anything. This is the guidelines, guys. They like anything that rots. anything that rots and anything that dehydrates the body. Of course, when you look at food, things rot at different rates. A glass of milk will rot very fast compared to a glass of orange juice or compared to a soda. So we need to remember these aliens are sourced by the putrefaction, by the rotten of the food sources. Whatever we eat, these parasites love it for that stuff to just mold up and just stay there. So foods you need to avoid are foods that rot very quickly, such as home cooked meals, rice and meat, anything that spoils quickly. Chinese food, burritos, milk, dairy, cheese, all these things spoil quickly. Even fruits spoil quickly. What we need to do, guys, is to return to who we are, and this is who we are. We're a happy human being with this organ in its natural state. Instead of filth being here, let's have air here and little water, but the main source is that this thing needs to be clean. And the only way for us to return to who we are as water creatures, as liquid beings, we must remember our duty of this organ as the main water supply of our bodies. We need to supply our bodies with adequate water supply, and that is where diet and such comes into play. Now, most of the foods on the market, it robs the bodies of fluids, and this is the measure, this is the remedy that your body naturally does to solve this dehydration problem, to solve the water shortage.
Yeah, I'm about to go out, guys, but back to diet. Basically, let's look at the word diet. Die is in the word diet. So you're basically choosing the way you want to die. You're choosing the way you want to feed these parasites. And these parasites, they basically feed off everything. Salt, flour, sugar, everything, So what do? Well, guys, the first step is changing the structure of our intestines from a dense matter back to what nature intended our intestines to be. Our intestines need to be a water system, and we do this. Our only primary objective is bringing our intestines back to its original state. Now, guys, this is like a trailer. This is like a bonus. I'm not going to teach you how to create this yet, but this is lost alchemy. This is forgotten alchemy that we practice, but I created this with my ancient methods that I inherited through my ancestors. But this is a elixir my body created that I can use to flush my intestines. But I'm not going to teach you how to create this yet. I'm going to suggest this. Guys, the water that your body uses, the only water that your body uses is distilled water. Your gastric juice, your intestinal juice, your heart, your blood, your brain juice, everything is distilled water, and there's kind of like corruption going on. They're telling you to drink water, but can you imagine a world where there is no safe water supply? Everything is poisoned. Guys, we are living in this world. Everything we eat is poison. Everything we drink is poison. So there really isn't no superior diet, but the only guidelines is what you need to do is to return your intestines back to its original state. If your intestines can get rid of food the way it's supposed to, no matter what you eat, before it can rot, your body should be able to get rid of it. That's your goal. So your goal is to bring your intestines into its healthy functioning. And the only way you can do this is by breaking down all these solids. And you do this with water. And I'm going to tell you the right water now.
Okay, guys, so in this segment of the video, I want to help you in choosing the best water possible for your body. We are water beings, and right now, because of the current state we're in, we really don't know what to do. And basically, I'm going to break down water. I'm going to tell you a lot of things you should know about water. So let's start with this. Now, if you're in the Matrix, this is basically a good source of water. I mean, any normal person will be like, this is an adequate source of water for our bodies. But let's explore water. Let's gain more awareness to what differentiates water. Basically, there are 3 things that you need to know about water. And there are 3 things that you need to have awareness on. 1, water has the capacity to store life. Let's compare water coming from a stream in the valleys and compare that to the water that we use in our sewer pipes. Water has the ability to encase chi energy, and this varies in different degrees. Another thing you need to know about water and how it pertains to the body, the temperature of the water you drink has a great significance. In this Matrix, it's kind of a mockery. They tell us to stay hydrated, they tell us to drink water, but most of the time, what temperature of liquids most people are drinking? They're drinking cold liquids. And guys, it's a mockery of your body. I'd like you to know, when you drink cold liquids, instead of you encouraging your stomach to operate, instead of you stimulating your stomach, cold drinks retard the stomach, and it basically slows down the functioning of your stomach. It's all about heat. It's all about the gastric heat right here. And when you put cold substances in your stomach, you're basically making a mockery of yourself. You're basically making a mockery of nature. And not only this, cold fluids lessen the activity of the heart. If I was to drink an ice cold beverage, most likely I might start shivering, or I might get a brain freeze, or I might feel cold. Cold drinks retard the natural functioning of the body. Now, and lastly, the last thing we need to be aware of about liquids is the material of the liquids, the ingredients. Is there salt? Is there sugar? Is there preservatives? All these things need to be considered, because remember, everything we put in our bodies has the potential to feed these parasites. And finally, the last thing we need to consider when drinking water, we need to consider whether does it have a negative energetic charge or does it have a positive energetic charge. And what I mean by that is, anything that has a positive charge, when it enters the body, your body can't get rid of it. Basically, anything with a positive charge, it has a foreign frequency your body can't really comprehend. What you want is things that have a negative charge, things that once you get it in your body, it will be able to assist your body in its natural functioning. So, those are the 4 things that you need to consider. How much life force is present in the water, the temperature of the water, the chemical makeup of your water, and lastly, the energetic charge. So you can stop it. Now, let's tackle the life force capacity of water. Water can store life force. There are 2 things that determine how much life force is present in the fluid that you're about to drink. 1, how much movement was present in the water, and secondly, the temperature of the water. A lot of people don't realize, but the way that they produce water like this in the industries, they basically boil the water down. They boil the water. They say that this is the way that they sterilize the water and make it healthy for drinking. I would like you to know this, because a lot of people don't know this. Anytime you boil water, you're basically removing all of the life force energy that the water might have carried. If you boil your water, you're taking everything out. And this is why after you boil water, it tastes flat. You know what I'm saying? It tastes flat. That's because the life force energy is gone. A good way of bringing life force energy back into the water is to do the method I taught you in my past video about putting life energy in your drinks. Just swish it through the air. But here's the thing, guys. Most of the time, people are cooking food. When you look at the temperature of the food, it's way above boiling point, and you're basically draining all of the life force out the food. And when you think about it, all the foods that we eat, there is no way you can put life force back in the water. There is no way you can put water back. There is no way you can put life back in these foods. So a lot of times when we drink water like this, people don't take the time out to re-energize it. And not only that, you're basically drinking water with life force that has been drained out. Another thing you need to know about is everything that you can buy outside, everything in the market, everything in the supermarkets, all those things didn't come from nature. It didn't come from your body. So it has a positive charge. If I was to drink this bottle of water, it's colder than my body temperature. My body temperature is probably at 98 degrees, 100 degrees, 110 degrees. Who knows, right? But right now, this bottle of water isn't warm, it isn't hot, it's actually cold. And if I was to drink this, it wouldn't really help my body do anything. We're already aware of the situation going on in the intestines. We're already aware of the situation going on in the colon. And this does not help whatsoever. We're trying to hydrate ourselves, but our bodies can't use water such as this. And lastly, we need to remember of the chemical composition of the water. Most of the time, the liquids that we drink don't really give our bodies the right ingredients it can use to flush itself and so forth. So, what water do we drink? How can we solve this problem going on in our intestines? How do we bring our intestines back to the state it's supposed to be? And this is how you do it, guys. We need to drink as much hot water as possible. Hot water, or water that is hot, is the only type of water that can activate our stomachs. Hot water is the only type of water that can break down all of the mucus that is formed here. Hot water is the only water that invigorates your stomach and allow it to do its job. It breaks down all of those solids. Think about it, guys. If you had a pipe that was clogged and you're trying to get rid of all these all this filth, if you spray it with a water hose, I mean, it will help you clean it up. But imagine if that water was hot. You'll be able to break down everything at a faster pace. That's the key, guys. We need to drink more hot water. And water like this won't really help you. To be honest, you need to drink water that has a negative charge. Distilled water. You can get distilled water from fruits because it came from nature. You can get distilled water from the sky, the rain, and also you can get distilled water from your body. Everything, all the water that your body produces is in a distilled fashion, and distilled water is the best water. So now we know we need to drink more hot water to break down this. We need to drink water that has a negative charge, and we need to drink water that has and lastly, we need to drink water that has life energy. Okay, guys, so this video is a no holds barred video. I'm just talking about things. My goal is just to bring awareness to a lot of issues. So now we know what's going on. It's about water and the quality of water that we're putting in our bodies. Guys, right now, the same way our bodies are pushed into a corner, it's the same way right now you're pushed into a tragic position. In this planet, in this society, in this world, everything you consume is poison. Every single thing you consume is toxic. Right now, you're pushed into a corner, and your only alternative is to rely on nature. Your only alternative is to rely on yourself. right here. Now guys, this suggestion I'm about to give to y'all might sound extreme, it might sound crazy, it might sound barbaric, but we need to understand right now, present in our bodies, we have falsehood. We have aliens that are trying to keep us in a false existence. We have aliens that are trying to keep our consciousness away from the truth, and they just want you to live in illusions your whole life. Okay? So this information might sound extreme, but it is what it is, guys. Right now, everybody's pushed into a corner where the only water they can use to begin to get this problem solved is their own water. Guys, I suggest that we start to drink our urine. As much urine as possible. Urine is that body temperature, so just by you ingesting it, it's already at the perfect temperature where your stomach can function, where your stomach can get activated, where it can help break down whatever is going on. Secondly, this carries more life force than anything in the market. Come on, man. A Coke stays in a bottle for years. Orange juice stays in a plastic container. All these water bottles are just still in a plastic container. There's no movement. But there's so much movement going on in your body, so much chemical reactions. Urine is very charged with life. It has the most life force energy everywhere. It's basically your blood. Okay, can you imagine how much life you will get from drinking blood? Guys, that's what urine is. Thirdly, it has a negative charge. Believe it or not, a lot of people feel as though urine is a waste. There's people around, that's why I'm talking quietly. A lot of people feel as though urine is a waste, but urine is actually the natural response your body does to fix this problem here. Okay? Your body will never produce urine unless it has to do with this problem. And right now, because you eat, your body has to produce urine so that you can use that to hydrate yourself. But because of the matrix, because of this alien consciousness, they have programmed everybody to believe that it's a waste. But honestly, it is your only reliable water source at this point. So, the materials in your urine have the essential hormones and the essential enzymes that power up your intestines. If I drink a Sprite, it doesn't have what my body needs to move around my intestines. It doesn't have what my body needs to function. If I was to drink orange juice, there's nothing in orange juice that pertains to my body. Urine has the chemicals needed for my intestines to begin to flush themselves. I'm not going to speak about this, you know what I'm saying? I leave it upon you to Google about this. It's called urine therapy. It's also called Shivambu in yoga. But basically, guys, in a nutshell, if your ancestors was here right now, if your great ancestors, your lineage, your family, if they was here and they saw you in the state you're in, what they would tell you is what I'm telling you now. My child, my son, my daughter, drink your water. At this point, it is the only water that you can trust. And a lot of people tell me, oh, it's a waste, it's dirty. I'll tell you what, if it's a waste, as you drink it, it should be becoming dirtier and dirtier. Guys, it's the complete opposite. As you drink your urine, over time, it will become the cleanest, purest water that you can have access to. Now, real quick, guys, because the video is about to cut, I'll let you know something. A lot of people think because I'm a vegan, because I've been a fruitarian, I have nothing to worry about. I'm free. That's not true, guys. We need to understand we are born into this matrix. Do you think being a fruitarian for a year or 5 years will be enough to solve all the problems we did to ourselves? We need to remember we have decades of problems we need to get rid of. This is starting from childhood. A lot of people are just now becoming vegans and they're like 25 or 28. Wow, there's 28 years of filth still stored in our bodies. Guys, it's not the diet. The source of the problem is water. And right now, we're in the corner where the only water we can drink is the water coming out of us. Okay guys, so some more things I would like you to know about your waters coming out of you. Now, it's scientifically proven that urine is a sterile liquid. If you was to piss on something, basically, if you was to observe it on a microscopic level, urine has the ability to kill all bacteria, to kill all viruses, to kill all things that could cause a deadly threat. The same way you clean things outside yourself. I mean, if this thing is contaminated with germs, all I would have to do is to sterilize it, is to kill all the microorganisms that are present on that surface. Guys, it's exactly the same thing going on in our bodies. We have parasites, we have bacteria, we have all types of things living in us. And what we have to do is, we have to clean this stuff out. Urine is the only thing we can use to kill all this foreign stuff in our bodies. Prescription drugs is not going to do it. Aloe vera is not going to do it. Coconut water is not going to do it. Herbs is not going to do it. Fruit juice is not going to do it. What we need is a sterile fluid that is healthy for the body, that can continue to be recycled throughout the system, so that all these living organisms can be removed. You can't drink sodium, you can't drink peroxide or all these artificial chemicals. They're too harsh, they're too artificial. What you need is the natural, sterilized liquid that you can use to clean yourself, and that's your urine. Now, guys, you know what I'm saying, seeing is believing. So anybody that was suffering from all those diseases, I give you a challenge. Drink as much as your water as you can drink, and see what 1 month can do for you, because 1 month of doing this should be enough to obliterate a lot of the problems going on here. Guys, what we want to do is to break this down so that it becomes a liquid system again. Right now, people are just carrying a lot of masks, carrying a lot of filth, and they think they're humans, but no, we're not humans anymore. When our intestines are so packed with filth, our organs are just squeezed into unnatural positions. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times, the filth and the parasites and the aliens and all the nonsense that is stored here takes up so much space. Your organs don't even have enough space to operate. Can you imagine your heart being so entrapped it can't move properly? Can you imagine your liver so trapped it can't do its job? Guys, that's what happens when you allow this to happen. You see it everywhere. People are just carrying ignorance with them. People are just carrying disease. Now, guys, I said it sounds like a crazy thing to do. It sounds like the last resort, but guys, we're pushed in this corner, and now that's the only thing we can use to deal with this problem. We need to use our own waters. We have been tricked. We have been lied to. There is nothing filthy about the human body. There is nothing dirty about the human body. Everything is divine. Trust in yourself. Trust in your water, and trust in your ancestors. There is a force. There is a battle between good and evil. There is a battle between truth and falsehood. These parasites will want you to react negative to this information I'm telling you right now. They want you to say, fuck what this dude is saying. Fuck Master of Earth. He's crazy. I'm gonna find another way. I'm gonna take a lemon juice fast. I'm gonna fast on water. I'm gonna clean myself out. Guys, none of that will help you. None of that will work. You will be shocked how able these toxins can stay in our bodies. They can stay in our bodies for decades. And right now, this is your only choice for your life. This is your only choice for your health. Like I said before, you want to drink something with a negative charge. All the filth that's in your brain, you need to drink the right fluids so that you can detox your brain. When you drink negative
Drinks, when you drink drinks with a negative charge, just like magnets, what happens? The positive charge is always attracted to the negative charge. If there's an abundance of negative fluids in my body, all the things that have a positive charge, all the filth, all the toxins, all the parasites, all that stuff will be attracted to the negative fluids, and it can then be dispersed out the body. But if you don't have this negative charge, if all you have in your body is things that have a positive charge, there will be nothing that has enough magnetism to take it out. It will just stay inside you. And last but not least, guys, if you see a worm, if you see an earthworm, if you see a snail, if you see a parasite, what happens when you put salt on that parasite? It shrivels up, it dies. Guys, there is a force inside of you that is trying to prevent you from going with this. There is a force inside of you that's trying to prevent you from using this practical knowledge, because they know once you start to drink the right water, all their colonies, all their civilizations, all their creations that are against you will die. So guys, if you're suffering from arthritis, heartburn, indigestion, constipation, Alzheimer's, schizophrenia, leukemia, dyspepsia, all these diseases, everything springs from who you are. Become who you are. You are light. You are the most. You are light. You're not filth and dense matter. You are God. You are light. You are divinity. So thank you once again for watching, guys. Guys, to be honest with you, I have just started with videos. It's like, you know, I don't want to scare off my new subscribers, but this is just the beginning. There's going to be other things that needs to be addressed. Okay, guys? So it's definitely a war going on. There are people you might think are humans, but no, they are completely hijacked by aliens. And right now, it's basically a war between truth and falsehood. Gravitate to the truth. Seek the truth and free yourself from illusions. Thank you for watching, guys. If you're experiencing any disease, it's the water that is the source of your disease. Dehydration is the root cause of most diseases out right now. All you need to do is hydrate yourself. All you need to do is drink water. Stay hydrated, guys. I love you. Thank you for watching. Hey, what's up, guys? We're on the move. We're about to go to nature real quick. That's where I want to do one of my videos right now. So I'll see you there. How you doing, guys? It is I, Master of Earth, and thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your time with me. Thank you so much for watching. Guys, in this particular video, I want to bring much awareness to the energy centers of the body. We are aware of the chakra systems, but to sum it all up, we have 3 major energy centers in the body. We have the energy coming from our genitals. This energy gets refined. This instinctive energy gets refined to a more human-like energy. You share love, you share compassion, empathy, all those good stuff. And then that energy gets more refined and it gets to up here. Now we're in the domain of God. We're in the domain of universal consciousness. We're in the domain of God's will. Guys, in this particular video, I want to focus on the higher energy, the higher form of this body energy. So the way it works is like this. Energy starts here, it gets refined, and then finally it gets to the top and you're enlightened. Okay? So a lot of comments, a lot of people ask me, Master of Earth, how did you get this mark on your forehead? Where did it come from? In this video, I want to share with you guys the exercise that I was fortunate enough to get, and I'm going to share with you guys today. Now, this exercise is an ancient exercise, and anybody interested in ninjas, you know, ninjas,
This is an exercise that the ancient ninjas used to use. And yes, I actually said that. This is an ancient ninja exercise. And what this exercise does, it generates the energy that comes from your higher chakras. The Chinese, they call it Shin. What you can call it is mind energy. Energy that gives you awareness. Energy that gives you consciousness. This energy comes from here, and the exercise I'm about to give you, what it does is it generates this energy up here. Now, a quick breakdown so you understand why we're doing this exercise, so you understand what exactly is going on. Right here on my face, I say it in many of my videos, the human body is a hologram. Present in my face, you can find my whole body. Present in my ear, you can find my whole body. Present in my hands, you can find my whole body. So today, guys, we're going to focus on the face, and presently, a lot of people are aware of this. How many people associate this area with the third eye? A lot of people, right? If you talk about the third eye, they usually envision this area, a dot in this area. Now, this is what I'd like y'all to know. This is secret knowledge. Not a lot of people know about this, but your whole body is present on your face. Your intestines, your stomach, all can be present here. The state of your stomach can be present in your nose. Your whole intestines can be seen on your forehead. And a secret spot a lot of people don't know about is the center line of the forehead. Now, this area of the face is very interesting. Here along my forehead, it corresponds to no organ. It is basically a hologram that exists by itself. Like how I told you, my hands is a hologram for my whole body. My ears is a hologram for my whole body. Guys, this area here is a hologram for the spirit. It is not a hologram for your body. This whole area is a hologram for the consciousness, for spirit. So a way of you accessing spirit, the way of you accessing your third eye, this spiritual energy, is to engage this center line. Now, a lot of Muslims, believe it or not, Muslims, they might not know it, but they're engaging in ancient forms of meditation. A Muslim will usually pray like this. He will get on his knees, make contact with the floor, and put his forehead on the ground. Now, the way that the human body works, anytime you put pressure, anytime you create circulation, you engage that organ, you engage that area of the body. So right now, as I'm putting my forehead, this center line, on the ground, I'm basically stimulating this psychic area of my body. I'm telling it to get, I'm basically encouraging my body to get into a meditative state. So guys, that's not the exercise I want to show you. I basically want to tell you the workings of the body. If you want to stimulate any organ, what you have to do is to create pressure. What you have to do is to create circulation, stimulation. Now, this spot is a secret spot. By stimulating this spot, guys, you're able to stimulate and activate your spiritual qualities. You're able to awaken your psychic centers. You're able to awaken your third eye. So guys, I'm pleased to share this with y'all, but this is the ancient practice ninjas used to develop their psychic bodies, to develop their consciousness, to develop the energy, the consciousness here that corresponds to the spirit. Once again, the science is the use of pressure. You create pressure at this location, and you do it by doing this. This is the exercise the ancient ninjas did. By me putting my forehead on the floor, I'm putting my body in the best position where pressure can be on the center line of my forehead. Now, as you do this exercise, what's important is that you open your chest. This exercise is marvelous for the spine. It gives your body a complete stretch, as you can see. I like to do mudras as I do it.
By staying like this, you're basically telling your body to meditate. You're opening up your third eye.
Okay guys, so like I said before, I hope you understand what we're doing here. We're trying to create pressure. We're trying to generate circulation. Our face is a hologram. There are various points in our face we can stimulate to bring about a result in the body. By stimulating this area here, this center line, what happens is it encourages the generation of awareness and mindfulness and consciousness. This area basically calms the mind. It's a gateway, it's a shortcut into a deep meditation. Just by you doing that exercise, you will instantly access altered states of consciousness where you're deeply inside it, a deep meditation. Here's some things you need to know about this point I speak of. Any type of fiery energy disturbs the functioning of this region of the body. And what I mean by that, any type of turbulence, any type of agitation, or any type of anxiety, fear, anger, all these very extreme emotions, believe it or not, it's all stored here. Anger is stored here. Grief is stored here. And all these different type of emotions really mess up the functioning of this region of the body. What you want is stillness. What you want is nothingness. You want a void to be present here. You want an all-knowing void to be present here. And the way you can do that is by generating mindful energy, by generating consciousness energy, by generating psychic energy. And you do that by stimulating this point. Now, I'm going to put this in this video because a lot of people are misled. A lot of people think the third eye is right here in front of my forehead. But really, the chakra we're talking about is located in the center of your brain. By you stimulating this place, it connects directly to the center of your brain, and you'll be able to bring about a more mindful state of consciousness. That exercise is the best exercise you can do for your third eye. It's the best exercise you can do for your throat chakra. It's the best exercise you can do for your heart chakra. That exercise basically works all the chakra systems of the body. It opens every single one, and it's like a shortcut for you to begin to bring the energy of this center to manifest. What else can I say? That exercise is great for nasal problems. Anybody that has problem with the sinuses, the vibrations and the pressure will be able to break up all the mucus and whatever is going on. It's also good for your eyes. The more shin, the more psychic energy, the more mind energy you generate here, the more healthier your eyes will be. You will be able to amaze people with your beautiful gaze. You will be able to have a very compelling gaze. And all this comes by developing this center here. Yeah guys, this thing takes a lot of practice, you know, and a lot of my subscribers, it ranges. Some people take their bodies seriously, some people train, and we have some subscribers that are catching up to where they need to be in the body. But guys, this is an advanced technique. This is something ninjas did. This is something that the common man can't do. So let me just show you it one more time so you understand what's going on. See, a lot of people, we're on different levels of fitness. So let me break it down for you. Your goal is to have your nose touching the floor. If possible, kiss the floor if it's possible. But this is how it goes. You can start with a headstand, doesn't matter. Now, most people can only get this far, okay? You can use your hands to support you. You know, you can use your hands. You can lift up your heels to make it easier. But what you want is the ability to maintain your balance and weight. Free hands. You can also pound your chest.
You can breathe in the fresh air from the grass, get the elements.
That exercise good for the spine?
Oh yeah, exactly. That exercise is marvelous for the spine. In fact, that exercise is one of the lost techniques that work the spine completely, guys. Because of sitting down, walking, standing up, our spines haven't really been flexed with that motion. So what you want is to bend your spine, encourage it to be flexible, and you can easily do that by doing that technique. That technique is an overall all-body workout. It works out your legs, it works out your arms, it works out your back, it works out your chest, it works out everything. It even works out your brain, your third eye center. It even works it out, guys. So this exercise is far more effective than doing push-ups. It's far more effective than doing crunches. It's far more effective than bench pressing. All those exercises is nonsense, and there's going to be a video specifically for exercise. But in this video, I want to share with you guys this lost ninja technique. So if you want to become more like a ninja, if you want to become more powerful, if you want to gain more of these abilities in your psychic centers, practice this lost ancient technique. Alright guys, good luck. Thank you for watching. How y'all doing, YouTube? Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. It is me again, Master of Earth, and I'm here again for another video. In this video, I want to give you a technique that we can use to charge our brains, to recharge these faculties. Wow, it's starting to rain. Let's get into the shade. Basically, during the day, guys, stress is everywhere, and our minds, our brains is always on alert mode. There's never really a chance where the brain can relax, despite when we sleep or when we doze off. So this is a secret technique you can begin to use to recharge your brain, to get your brain to finally relax. See, the key to relaxation in the mind is the fusion between the right hemisphere and the left hemisphere. When these two regions merge, which is yoga, when these two energies merge, that's when balance and peace and all the good stuff can just manifest. But most of the time, people are using one side of their brain while ignoring the other. That's not what you want. You want both sides of your brain to be synchronized, and with this technique, this is how you do it. Now, like I said in one of my older videos, your whole body can be found in your ears. A secret point that you can use to stimulate your brain is right here at my earlobe. This corresponds to my whole head. My eyes are within here, my ears are within here, my mouth, my tongue. So, in order for me to balance my brain, in order for me to recharge myself, I need to tell my body to get into the center, to merge the two poles of energy. And I do that by simply taking my right hand, placing it on my earlobe, taking my left hand, placing it on my right earlobe, and pulling down. Now, as you pull down, put your tongue touching the roof of your mouth, and I want you to squat. And you can just stay like this for as long as you want. But by doing this, I want you to focus all your attention in the center of your brain. By doing this activity, you are basically shutting down all body functioning, and all your energy is going to your brain. Your brain now uses this opportunity to merge and whatnot. Wow, it's raining. Might as well stop it here. Woo! Cowabunga! How you doing, guys? As you can see, it's raining quite hard right now, so I had to stop the video. But basically, let me talk more about the technique I just showed you. So just give me a second real quick. Okay. Well, guys, the technique that I just showed you is basically a secret technique. I had a comment, somebody asked me, how can we meditate? How can I, what's the best position for me to meditate? Guys,
That position I just showed you is one of the lost ancient meditative techniques. By locking your ears and pulling it downwards, you are subconsciously commanding your body to enter a meditative state. By simply holding down your earlobes, you will begin to manufacture alpha brain waves. You will begin to manufacture the brain waves that are predominantly used in meditation and trances and all those things. So, like I said, your movements and your gestures orchestrate the flow of energy in the body. By doing that technique I showed you guys, you're basically telling your body to meditate. You're basically telling your body to withdraw all your senses within here. And you're basically telling your body to do yoga, to become balanced. So guys, this is what I want you to do. I want you to explore that technique. Use that technique to allow your brain to finally rest. That technique is very rejuvenating for the brain. I suggest that you remain in that pose maybe 30 minutes, and that it will be a wonderful meditation. It's great, guys. It's very great. So try it out, guys. It's a lost ancient technique used for meditation. It will charge your brain. It will bring your brain to a higher functioning. Basically, it will make your brain a super brain. If you Google search super brain yoga, it's kind of similar to that, but we're not squatting up and down. We're just staying in the stance. So anyways, guys, I hope you enjoy that technique. I hope you practice it. It will charge your brain. It will allow you to fuse your right hemisphere with your left hemisphere, and it will allow you to synchronize yourself, to align yourself. So that is a good pose to do to realign your spine again, okay? So just squat and just hold that, and doing that pose daily will allow you to balance your brain, to recharge your brain, and to perform ultimate yoga. By doing that stance daily, you will merge the right hemisphere with the left hemisphere, and you will be more of a centered person. You will be more able to access the consciousness within the center. Okay? So I love you guys so much. More videos to come. I ain't going nowhere. Thank you so much for watching. It's a pleasure. What's up, guys? How y'all doing? It's I, Master of Earth, and I'm here again to share with y'all another video. Guys, this video, I intend for it to give you awareness and benefit you, because there's a lot of things going on in the people. There's a lot of warfare going on, and the more you know, the better able you'll be able to protect yourself and choose the right choices, you know? So, knowledge is power, and in this video I intend on giving you power. Now, I want to focus on the spine in this video, and I want to talk about a practice that humans are doing that are attacking their spines. Believe it or not, we are attacking ourselves every single day, and in this video I'm going to say why. Now, before I get into the video, I'll first like to give you an idea of what's going on. If you compare a human of today to his ancestors, let's say we compare a human of today with somebody that was living 5 million years ago. If you compare the body, what you would notice is it's the same human. It's the same heart, it's the same lungs, it's the same kidneys, it's the same organs. But the only striking difference between the human of today and the human of our far ancestors millions of years ago is our spines. Our spines has declined. It has become frail, weak, small, while originally our spines was considerably larger than before. And a lot of the things that we do cause our spines to become like this, and in this video I'm going to share with you one of the things that we do to ourselves that affect our spine. As you can see, this is something that you can find in everybody's house, in everybody's room. people, brothers and sisters, some people even have their own bed. And, you know, this is something that we all have to transcend. This is something that we all have to come back and really think about it. Is this normal? Is this the way nature intended? Well, in this video, let's dive into what this actually is. Now, such a surface doesn't exist in nature. This cushion is very soft. It doesn't engage my skeletal system. I'm basically using my flesh to support my weight. And this is not how it's supposed to be. Humans was never supposed to sleep on beds. If anything, we were supposed to sleep like this. All I'm trying to say is, humans are supposed to sleep on hard surfaces, guys. When you sleep on a cushion, what you're doing to yourself, you're putting all your weight on your flesh, on your skin, on your muscles, and you basically leave your skeleton not engaged. Now that I'm on the floor, all my weight is where? Is being in my skeleton. My skeleton is bearing my weight, and now my muscles are relaxed. There's no tension. I'm able to sleep. I'm able to let go. But if I'm on the bed, it's the complete opposite. My muscles are working while my skeleton is not even engaged. It's like my skeleton is not even there. Guys, why do we sleep? We sleep to allow our bodies to finally relax. During the day, the way our minds are designed is always keeping us in constant stress, and many people don't take the time out to relax. The only time our bodies get a time to relax is when this guy is gone, and that only time is when we sleep, it's when we dream. But here's the thing, guys. They tell you to sleep. They tell you that sleep is important. They tell you to sleep 8 hours a day. But see what you're doing to yourself. If I'm sleeping on this soft cushion, once again, my skeleton, my spine is not supporting my weight. It's my muscles. And at night, one of the most important things is circulation. You need a free flow of circulation in your body. And right now, blood can't circulate because why? Instead of my blood vessels being free, it has to carry my weight. It has to be stressed. But if I'm on a hard surface, I'm engaging my spine. I'm allowing there to be a free circulation of energy. Now, here's another thing you need to notice about the bed. And it's not just the bed. It's any type of cushion. Anything that is soft, it basically disengages the skeleton, and you basically force your body to support itself with its muscles, and it's not supposed to be that way. But here's something that I've noticed. On this planet, everybody you know has a misalignment, and it's so prevalent when they're old. People start to walk like this. They can't even move. They basically walk like zombies. And this is because of years of sleeping on beds, years of being on cushions. When I'm on a bed, believe it or not, you spend hours like this on the bed. And what's going on in my spine? I'm forcing my spine to adopt an unnatural position because my skeleton is no longer supporting it. It has to support itself. So the way your spine counters this surface, it collapses on itself. It collapses here, it collapses here, and you're basically, you know what I'm saying, over time, you basically adopt an unnatural alignment. And here's the thing, guys, this is people's lives. After they sleep, they wake up, they get on their 2 feet, they start walking. Eventually, what happens? They sit down. Let's look at this position. I had a video about this. This position collapses the spine once again, and this supports the misalignment you had from sleeping on the bed. This supports it. So now I'm sleeping. I'm on a chair. This is messing up my spine. I stand up again. I walk around, go to work at my job. I sit down again, and the cycle just continues. It's a cycle of misalignments. Anytime you sit on a cushion, anytime you put your body in that position, you force your spine to collapse and to misalign. Now, when we sleep, circulation is pivotal. A lot of people complain, a lot of people say that they don't dream no more, they can't dream. One of the biggest reasons why people can't dream is because they're sleeping on an unnatural surface. If you was to sleep outside on the grass, you will dream. But because there's no circulation, because once again, one of the reasons why people sleep is to relax their bodies. Sleeping on a bed goes completely against sleeping, if that's the case. Because if I sleep on a bed for the whole entire night, my muscles are supporting my weight. And this doesn't allow my body to relax. Now, so I hope you get it. You see what's going on. These things create a misalignment, plus all the things that we do, the foods that we eat, the fact that we don't get vitamin D. All these things slowly wither down the spine, and then you just end up discombobulated. This doesn't happen instantly, it happens gradually, and over years this happens to everybody you see. So what I want you to do is take this out your room. You do not need this coffin. Take the coffin out your room, okay, and try to get back into sleeping on hard surfaces. Sleep on surfaces that mimic nature. Now, because of the way society is, when you think about it, all people really do is stand, sit down, or they'll lay down. And what's happening is all these joints in our bodies are never engaged because we don't move them, we don't use them. A good thing that you can do is lie on the floor. Engage yourself. Do stretch on the floor. Do what comes natural. Get that motion going. Crack all those muscles in your body. You see, you hear those cracks? This is because I'm engaging my joints. I'm actually allowing it to do its job. But if I'm on a cushion, it will be impossible for me to engage these joints this way. This is why you need to return to the hard surface. Stop being scared of being dirty, guys. Get on the floor. Now, a lot of people go to yoga classes. They say, man, I feel so relaxed when I go to yoga. Or they go to some type of therapy. I feel so relaxed. Why do you feel relaxed? It's because most of the time their ass is on the floor. And when you're on the floor, your skeleton is supporting your weight and your muscles can finally relax. Guys, okay? So, if you want to sleep properly, sleep on a surface as close as possible to nature. Sleep on a hard surface. But get away from cushions. Any type of cushions, run away from it. And another thing you need to know, because of the years of sleeping on beds, right now your spine could be misaligned. Your spine could have a misalignment, and sleeping on the floor might be difficult at first. It might be unnatural, and this is because your spine is used to sleeping on your bed. Your spine is used to being in that unnatural position. So you kind of have to work, you know, a little bit just to get accustomed to a hard surface. And right now, to be honest, I can sleep like this comfortably. It's nothing. It's easy. Trust me. This is exactly the same thing with squatting. Get away from chairs, guys. Avoid cushions. Get used to this. It will save your hips. It will save your spine. It will save you. Stay away from cushions. Stay away from seats. Stay away from beds. Exactly, guys. Another thing you should know about squatting. People say squatting is so hard. It's terrible for the knees. My legs are not strong enough. You. 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 You.
isn't even for building strength. Squatting is for relaxation. People, your ancestors were known to squat and sleep, especially during the cold seasons. So it's not just about laying down. You can also squat and sleep. Sleeping like this is possible. Try it. It's very relaxing for the spine. Thank you guys for watching. This is just a quick tip. Please avoid the bed. This is just a idea. I'm just bringing awareness to some of the things that we do in our society that is everywhere, but it's not of our favor. Another thing I need to tell y'all, guys, when you sleep, the best way to sleep is butt ass naked. You need to give your skin time to breathe. You need to give your body the ability to make use of the mechanism known as the skin. There's trillions of pores, just all openings all over my skin that my body uses to disperse of toxins during the night. If I'm on this bullshit covered like a dead man, what's up guys, how I look in my coffin? This goes against nature basically. And it's like, you want to sleep, you want your body to regenerate, you want your body to relax, you want your body to grow, but all these things, covers, bed, doesn't allow your body to do that. Now remember guys, sleeping is very important, and we use it as a way to communicate with our higher self, our ancestors. If you want to have dreams, if you want to communicate with your higher self, sleep more naturally. Avoid this. Good night, guys.
YouTube, how's it going? Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. Thank you for sharing your time with me. It is I, Master of Earth, and I'm here again for another video. And guys, in this specific video, I want to explain to you once again that our gestures and our movements orchestrate the energy flow in our bodies. And in this video, I want to share with you a more natural way to go about running. Right now on the planet, you can basically say that human beings are running and jogging quite unnaturally. A human being will jog, basically alternating between his arms, swinging it, and at the same time he maintains a erect spine. So basically you're running like this. Now to run like that, I won't say that it's unnatural, but I will say that it's not the best movement if you want to conserve energy. Like I said before, your body is orchestrated by your movements. You channel and send the energy through your movements, and I want you to take a look at what you're doing when you run upright like this. One of the first things you need to realize is that one of the main functions of running is to move forward, is to go fast, is to direct your body forward, basically, right? This is something that people don't realize, but when you run like so, each step you're basically closing yourself. As you can see, my arm is across my chest, and as I make another step, you can look at it right now. It's like this. You see that? I'm basically, at all times, there's always something in front of my thymus center. Now, the way the human body works, anytime you cover this spot, anytime you close or shrink or cover this spot, you basically close off your center of expression. Okay? So if I'm running, I'm basically stopping myself from running at my fullest potential. Another thing about running in that way that's very unnatural, your spine is erect. When you look at animals in the wild, they bend their spines and they move with gravity. They move with the momentum. But us, on the contrary, we're standing upright, and at the same time, we're limiting ourselves by keeping our arms in front of us. And this is a big waste of energy. This is a big waste of energy. And I'm going to teach you a more natural way to run. Now, when you look at babies, you need to understand that your body is one unit. Your body is one system. And one of the errors of modern society, we like to isolate our muscles. Work out your biceps, work out your quads, work out your hamstrings, work out your, trapezoids. We like to isolate muscles, forgetting that our whole body is one big muscle. There's no differentiation. Everything is one whole piece. So, a more natural way of running is to use your whole body. When you look at babies use their whole bodies to walk. A baby will walk like this, with the hands up. Now, believe it or not, your hands is basically the top up. Your top up is basically the orchestrator, okay? All your power is being orchestrated from the top up. You express your power through your top half of your body. Now, where does your power come from? Of course, it comes from your pelvis. Of course, it comes from your legs. Now, one of the biggest mistakes, or one of the biggest things that we have forgotten as humans, we forgot how to incorporate moving with our top half and our bottom halves in unison. We're supposed to be using our arms to direct the flow of energy as we move. Okay guys, so you orchestrate the energy with your top half, and of course the power comes from your lower half, and it's your job to learn how to master these two forms of energy. Learn how to master the power from the lower portion of yourself and merge that with the orchestrating and the expression of your higher centers, and just learn how to move. Now, when people run, they make gravity their worst enemy. They run upright. They make gravity their worst enemy. Not only that, they make themselves their worst enemy. They're trying to run, but at the same time, they're giving their bodies subconscious messages to limit their run. They're basically saying, hey, you know what I'm saying? I'm jogging, but I don't want to bring out my fullest potential. Now, this is a way I want you to run. Instead of making gravity to be your worst enemy, instead of telling your body to hold back, do the opposite. Make gravity your friend, and instead of closing yourself, you open up your centers so that there's no restriction. Let me show you an example of what I mean. Instead of running like this, that is a more natural way to run. I'm leaning forward. By me leaning forward like this, I'm basically engaging my body, telling my body to proceed forward. Now, by me bringing my hands behind my back, like so, this position tells your body one thing, and that's to move forward with all your might. But if I'm like this, standing upright, running like this, my body has no clue that it's moving forward. All my body knows is that I'm standing upright and I'm restricting myself. But when you bend down as low as you can go and keep your arms behind you, you're subconsciously telling your body to move forward and to remove all limitations. So by moving like this, you're able to run faster, you're able to run with more ease, and it's better for your spine, better, a lot more natural. Now, something that I've noticed, when you run downhill, isn't it very easy to lose your balance? Like, come on, come over here. Okay, so if you're running normally, if you're going down a hill, it's real easy. It's real easy to lose your balance. The reason why it's so easy to lose your balance is because when you're going down a hill, you have your arms in front of you. This destroys your center of gravity. You're going like this, and it's very easy to miss a step and to fall. But if you put your arms behind you, it'll be a lot easier to go down the hill. It'll be a lot easier for you to maintain your balance, and it'll be easier for you to go faster. By running that way, I use little to no energy. Why? Because gravity is working in my favor, my spine is helping me, the momentum is helping me. All I have to do is put my body in the right position, and this subconsciously tell my body to move forward, to move with speed. But if I'm running like this, I'm giving my body the wrong message. I'm basically telling my body to restrict itself, to slow down. You know what I'm saying? So when you run like this, you're using too much energy. You want to stop that. You want to use as little energy as possible. You want to conserve as much energy as possible. So, run like so. Very effective when going downhill. Very effective when going uphill. Another thing you should know before I finish this video off, I don't suggest the exercise of jogging. I feel as though it's not as beneficial for the body as people tend to believe. And people that jog, they might not know it, but they're aging their bodies. They're basically putting their organs in a position when they begin to cook themselves. Because over time, what happens when somebody jogs? Over time, they start to... A lot of heat is generated in the body. You know what I'm saying? And when you look in nature, no animal would just start running for hours for no reason. They only run when it's necessary. For you to run and get to the state where you're just breathing like that, that means a lot of your life force has been wasted, and it means there's a lot of heat in your body. The exercise of jogging tends to cook your organs. It puts a lot of stress on your body, and you basically cook yourself. You're basically cooking yourself. Over time, if you jog long enough, the heat will build up to the point you'll eventually be cooking your organs. So I suggest that you refrain from jogging. It's a mainstream exercise for a reason. Anything mainstream, I want you to be careful about those things. Jogging is not what you think it is. Instead of jogging, a more beneficial exercise is to deep breathe. Breathe deeply, and you can incorporate this with jumping. You know what I'm saying? Or any slight movement. But to run around and just jog in this unnatural fashion, it puts stress on your spine, it puts stress on your body, and it's just a quick way to waste all your energy. You're basically wasting too much energy. So avoid jogging, and if you have to run, don't run in a way that is not in your favor. Make gravity your friend. Make your body your friend. Jog like this. So when you're going downhill, you don't even have to use your energy. All you have to do is just put yourself in the right form, and gravity and the momentum will do the work for you. When you're going up a hill, you'll be surprised. It's easier if you jog that way. That's it, guys. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. More videos to come. Guys, work on your spine. Work on becoming fluid again, okay? Thank you for watching, guys. I love you so much. Until next time. YouTube, how you doing? It is I, Master of Earth. Before I even start the video, I'd like to say thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. thank you for sharing this beautiful divine time with me. Guys, in this video, I want to focus on the topic that gets everybody interested. You already know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about sex. Sex is one of the only topics you can bring up and you got everybody's attention. So, in this video, I would like to dive into sex, and I would like you guys to know that currently on the planet, we're having sex completely wrong. And in this video, I'm going to teach you on how your ancestors had sex. I'm going to teach you the way the gods had sex. So, I would like to start this video by saying this, guys. Basically, the Matrix, this whole world that you see, the warfare, the spiritual battle that we're all going through, I like to let you know now, if you're over the age of 4, you're not really the target. The target of all this stuff going on in the Matrix, the target is the newborn babies coming in. We're not the target. The target is the children. The target is the people that are going to bring in the new generation. And basically, the warfare that they're using, they're trying to fuck up children the first 4 years of their life so that by the time they grow up, everything is already messed up. It's real hard to, to go back and fix all the problems that she caused through the children. So, one of the things that need to be addressed immediately is the fact that the act of having sex has become a unnatural thing. One of the most unnatural things about sex currently is that males often stroke women on their knees. They're actually having sex with their woman on their knees. The problem with this is that by default, you being on your knees, you stop yourself from accessing all the power of your thrust. So now you're basically just with your knees, and your whole thrust is limited. And this is a big problem, guys. This is highly unnatural. Even worse yet, men are having sex standing up. They're basically, and it's the same thing. There's basically standing up or sitting down. I had a video about this. But when you do these two things, when you sit down or when you stand up, there is a blockage that is created in your pelvis, and you basically stop yourself from rotating it, from moving it all the ways that you could. The more natural way to have sex is to do it like so. By me being like this, I have more control, my body is more engaged, and I have a larger range of motion. Let's say a woman was here, okay? All I would have to do was to grab her shoulders. This will anchor my body weight, and I'll be able to maneuver any way I feel fit. You see that? Any way I feel fit, I can maneuver. Gravity is helping me, my body state is helping me, my position is helping me, even the woman can help me. And in this position, you have more control over your thrust, you have more control over what's going on in your pelvis, and this stops you from premature ejaculation. You will have more control over your ejaculation. But when you're on your knees like so, your pelvis is limited, and not only that, it's like all your control will be lost. It will be very easy to ejaculate in this position. But like this, you're more able to engage your pelvis. You're more able to control everything. Another thing that you need to know about sex is that a woman should never be on top. I know how much we like to promote the cowgirl position, a woman riding a man, but let's just get straight to the point with it. Guys, we're living in a society where they're trying to make us weaklings by default. Our legs are weak. How many people can just naturally squat comfortably? How many people can stay like this comfortably? Basically, they're putting us in the position where we're weak. And Most of the time when women are riding on top of a male, the man is because the man is lazy or something like that. But you can stop. Okay, so when you look at your ancestors, when you look at nature, when you look at basically the universe, the male, basically the masculine, the person that has the masculine energy is supposed to give, is supposed to dictate, is supposed to guide the whole transaction, while the person that is feminine is supposed to absorb, is supposed to open up and receive. A woman can never receive if she's the one riding, engaged in the whole affair, okay? And for a woman to be on top of you, that just means you're a weak man. A man should never be on the receiving end of the stick. You as a man, it's your job to be as physically fit as possible. The stronger your body, the greater your ability to love. That's why women love muscular men. So it's up to you to strengthen these guys, strengthen your legs, know what it takes to have strong legs, and never have sex on your knees again. Instead, you have sex and you squat, okay? There's different variations to it. There's different variations, and I wish I had like a volunteer, somebody that I can, do the positions with. That might come in a future video. But the main thing I want to tell you is that having sex on your knees is unnatural. Having sex standing up is unnatural. Having sex, and if you're a man, you always have to be on top, because a woman can never receive if she's on top. She needs to be on the bottom to receive the whole transaction. Now, the warfare is not on us. The warfare is, of course, they're targeting children. They're trying to make this place as unnatural as possible. Sex is not what you think it is. The quality of sex determines the kind of soul you summon to this planet. If you're having godly sex, you will summon a godly child. If you're having barbarian, savage sex, you're going to summon a savage child. They're trying to have us in an unnatural state by default. They want you to have sex on your knees. They want you to do all these unnatural things so that the child that you bring down is of a low vibration. So this is one thing. This is another thing that I have to say. The ground is basically projecting a rhythm. It's projecting a natural rhythm, and the only way that your body can align with this rhythm is to make contact with the ground. The thing about it is, of course, sex is predominantly, it's about rhythm, it's about synchronicity, it's about merging. The bed is highly unnatural. Such a surface doesn't even exist in nature. Such a surface with so many cushions doesn't even exist. And the way your ancestors did it in the olden days, they'll always have sex on a surface such as this. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't really so fond of being on cushions and all that stuff. By having sex on a position like this, there's more of a, I could get a better grip with my legs. There's more power I can grasp. But if this was a bed, it would be harder for me to actually get a good grip. So I actually suggest that you guys stay away from beds, especially in lovemaking, because it's very unnatural. A more or safer, a more natural alternative is to return to the earth. The earth has a frequency that you are naturally aligned with just by making contact with it. So if you was to have sex on the ground, it will be a better possibility, a greater potential of you two guys summoning down somebody of a better frequency instead of somebody that is misaligned. Because the bed, it basically cuts your connection with the earth, and within that time window, within you not having this connection, you can potentially bring a soul that is not even attuned with this planet. So that's basically the gist of this video, guys. There will be more videos, but I got a message. Somebody wanted me to talk about sex, so this is one thing that I had to get out of here. I had to speak about. We're having sex completely wrong, and get off your knees, guys. Get off your knees, get off your bed, and make love. I love you guys. Thank you so much. More videos to come.
Greetings, YouTube. Greetings. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for giving me your time. It is your friend, your co-creator, your love. It is I, Master of Earth. Thank you for joining me for another video. Thank you for sharing this divine moment. Thank you. Now, in this video, guys, I want to share with you guys basically a very, very prized teaching. Basically, we're going to talk about the most prized, or basically the most important position when it comes to yoga. This stance is basically the ultimate thing that you can do that pertains to yoga, and this video I'm just going to talk a whole lot about it. So this is like a cheat for real. This is like a shortcut for a lot of people, and here is why. In a lot of spiritual schools, in a lot of places that develop people, a lot of places that teach people things, there's often a process when it comes to the chakras and the inner worlds of the body. Just like how it is with the chakra system, everything starts at the root chakra. If I was to teach somebody right now, the place for me to start would be the root chakra, and I will slowly work my way up until I arrive at the higher chakras, you know? But in this video, I'm skipping all the nonsense, all the crap, and I'm gonna start straight at the top. I'm gonna start straight at the ending. Basically, I'm giving y'all the omega, guys. I'm giving y'all the ultimate technique. So without further ado, let's get it on. Now, this is some information people don't know, but I'm gonna bring it out now. Of course, we all know that the root chakra is basically the foundation of all the chakras in the body. Basically, energy starts at the pelvic floor. Energy starts at your pelvic area, and it makes its way up to your cranium. Now, that is the case, but we need to understand our bodies basically have you could say it has two different forms. It has two different manifestations of a form of energy. We have the heavens, which is the higher chakras. This is the more subtle realities, the more energetic realities, the heavens. And then we have the earth, and this is all our inner organs here that, you know, our emotions, our sexuality, our physicality, and whatnot. Now, the root chakra is the foundation of all the chakras, of course, but people are not aware that we basically have two root chakras, and the second root chakra of the body is the collarbone. This is basically the root of the heavens. This is lost knowledge, but the Sumerians and a lot of the ancient people, they was aware that basically your collarbone is like an antenna. It tunes you in. It basically tunes you in into different realities and frequencies that pertain to the heavens. And it goes like this. The placement and the position of your collarbone determines the energy of the heavens, where you go, where your psychic and all your spiritual energy, where you go. So a lot of work was done on the ancient times to put the collarbone in the perfect position so that the heavens will be anchored in the right reality, that the heavens will be anchored in the right dimension.
Now, a lot of people believe that the chakras are basically along the spine. Like we have a chakra here, 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 basically along the spine. And you know, you could see it that way, but I like to tell you now that basically all your chakras are really found in your brain, okay? Your root chakra, your heart chakra, your throat chakras, your your body is your brain, and all your chakras are in your brain. By you stimulating your brain, by you opening up your brain, by you activating your brain, you activate all your chakras. And basically the technique that the ancients used, the ultimate technique that they used to, cuz let me say it like this. Basically, the progression of spirituality, the progression of the path, it's all about the journey of energy in the body. The journey from the pelvic floor, from your genitals, and how the energy travels upwards. That journey until it finally arrives in your brain, you know. That was the goal of all of the practices of the ancient times, and even of the practices that survive till today. All of them are focused on bringing the energy from the pelvic floor into the higher chakras. Now, the ultimate technique that did just that, because people will spend hours deep breathing. They'll spend hours doing Shambhavi Mudra, sending the energy upwards. They'll spend hours doing that while there's a position that was the most superior at bringing all the energy to the higher chakras, bringing all the energy to your brain. That exercise, that practice is, of course, the headstand. The headstand is the ultimate weapon that we have for signaling and sending energy to our chakras. This is the goal of many schools, many spiritual schools of thought. This is the goal of yoga. This is the goal of Tai Chi. This is the goal of most of all the martial arts. It's all about stimulating your brain, bringing all the energy into your higher chakras, and the headstand is the ultimate technique for doing just that. Now, guys, as you may know, humans, we're quite in a very interesting position right now. We're in an interesting predicament. Right now in society, we're basically going against nature. We're standing upright. We're the only creatures on the planet really standing upright and sitting down on chairs and walking on 2 feet and doing all these things. And what are the effects of all these unnatural movements? The main effect is that gravity is affecting us more than it is the animals. We need to understand that animals that are on 4 limbs, it's more of a balanced flow of energy. Because they're on 4 limbs, all the energy doesn't just go to their feet like it does with us. Because they're on 4 limbs, the energy actually has to circulate, you know? Animals like monkeys, they squat, they're always on all fours. The energy is always circulating, opposed to us that are always standing upright. All the energy does what? It does not circulate, guys. It goes straight down to our feet. Straight down. So, you know, because of this, energy never gets to our brain. They tell us we only use 2% of our brain, 5% of our brain. Guys, I'll tell you now, that is not a lie. That is true. We do not use our brain. And a lot of this is because of gravity and the fact that we don't know how to power up the various portions of our brain. Our brain needs energy, our brain needs blood, our brain needs sunlight. And if you're standing upright, gravity will never allow anything to even reach to your crown. Okay? So,
That is why the headstand is the ultimate weapon. Guys, we're living in an unnatural environment. It's by default they want to stand in upright. It's by default they want the flow of energy to go downwards. Turn your world upside down. I had a video about this, of the importance of switching the flow. And guys, this is one of the most significant, important things you can do for your health and well-being. Guys, your brain is not getting any nourishment because gravity is fucking things up. And not only that, food is fucking things up. You won't believe how many blockages there are that is all around this area. It's like if the energy was to travel upwards, it would be so many obstructions because of all the toxins from the food, guys. And people go their whole lives without energy actually reaching to their brain. When you was a child, children, what do children often do? Children often stand on their head spontaneously without being told to, because they naturally have that. It's in our DNA to do that. And that position is very healing for the body. Now, of course, you know that we have strayed away from the natural order of things. Where we're at now in existence, we're far away from nature. And the headstand, standing on your head, is one of the best ways to realign yourself with nature. Let's take it back to your source. Let's take it back to the alpha, the beginning of your life. When you was in the womb, when you observe the placement of the baby is inverted. Naturally, the baby dwells in the womb upside down with all the energy going to the higher chakras. There is something very significant about being in this system. I mean, there's something very significant about being in this position, guys. This position allows your brain to heal itself from all the traumas it experienced throughout your life. Our emotional minds, our limbic system, our cerebral cortex never get stimulated. And during the day, the only thing that's really running in the brain is the brainstem. That's basically the brain that's down here, closest to the neck. That's basically the portion of the brain that most people use. And this is only because this is the only portion of the brain that can actually get an energy source, that can actually get a blood supply. All these higher portions of the brain, they don't get blood because of gravity and because of the things that we do. And because of this, there are portions of our brain we don't use. We don't use our emotional brains the best we could. We don't use our limbic systems the best we could. We don't use our cerebral cortex the best we could. Because why? Gravity is keeping all the information from going there. A good way to use these portions of your brain is to stand on your head so that the energy can finally get to these areas and you can stimulate yourself so you can begin to experience a new state of consciousness, a new state of ego. Because once your brain starts to get blood supply, your ego will evolve and you'll have a more balanced, more evolved ego. Now, I can't stress the importance of doing this. This thing is very pivotal, guys. We need to understand that right now, you even looking at this screen, your heart is trying its hardest just to maintain a constant supply of blood to your brain. You can easily put your heart at ease by just inverting yourself and switching the flow of energy so that it works in your favor. You want gravity to work in your favor, and you can easily become the master of gravity by standing on your head. Now, standing on your head is an exercise that I highly recommend because it targets the inner worlds of the body. There's two worlds that we have. We have the seen
what we can see with our eyes, and then we have the unseen realm. We have the physical, then we have the spiritual realm. We have the external, we have the inner. The headstand is an exercise that targets the inner. It targets every system of the body. It targets your chakra system, your circulatory system, your lymphatic system, your endocrine system, and it basically stimulates your whole nervous system, guys. This is something that will proliferate you. It is something that will evolve you on all levels.
Okay, guys, so back to what I was saying. Your chakra system, your ego, basically your consciousness, is all based on where the energy is located in your body. It's your character, your demeanor, your aura is all related to where most of your energy is located. And most people you see, the majority of people you see in public, a majority of people, all the energy is predominantly found here in their stomachs. It's found here, it's found in their lower chakras, and you never really find much energy here or in the higher chakras. And because of this, because their consciousness is found here, what do you think these people will think about? All they really think about is sex, food, clothes, shelter, and all the other stuff. That is the nature of consciousness. If you're able to direct the energy into the higher locations, let's say I was able to get my energy to be predominantly here, instead of me thinking about sex and food, I'll be thinking about self-knowledge, love, compassion, love, all the good stuff. So, as the energy rises, consciousness displays, it takes on a different expression. So most people, the energy is down here. An easy way of bringing the energy upward is to stand on your head. Now, in this video, let me just show you the headstand real quick. Now, there is 3 versions of the headstand I'm basically going to show you in this video. The first version is, of course, the original headstand.
Just like this. You can keep your hands like this. It doesn't really matter. You can keep it behind your head. It doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that matters is that your head, you know, is on the floor.
That version is very difficult for people. A lot of people complain about their necks not being strong enough. So here's a more easier variation of the headstand. Instead of being it directly on your head, you could do it like this. Now, it's still the same thing. As you can see, my body's still inverted. That's the main thing to worry about. As long as your body's inverted, you'll still have the positive effects. All the energy will still be going to your higher chakras. Now, the last version of the headstand, of course, if you can't do the headstand, if you can't do that version, if your body cannot support that position, I suggest find yourself a hill, a nice steep hill, and just lay down on that hill. And that alone will send all the energy to your higher chakras. Now, on the planet, guys, gravity is making all the energy stay predominantly in our lower realms. Let's bring the energy to the heavens. The quickest, easiest way of bringing the energy to the heavens is to invert yourself. Turn yourself upside down, change the flow of energy, get on your head. So, that is the secret of yoga. That's the most powerful stance in yoga. It's the goal of all meditations. The goal of meditation is to bring the energy to the higher portions. By you doing that simple technique, you're doing just that. You're bringing all the goodness into your higher chakras. So, how often should you do this? Guys, as much as possible. Start slow, but
I want your goal to be, I want you to be able to hold the headstand for at least 2 hours a day. And I'm only saying this because I want you to be prepared for my future videos. There will be techniques that require you to have strong muscles in your neck. So I want you to start now to prepare for those videos that are soon to come. So train yourself to be able to hold that position 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 10 minutes. Just start slow and keep progressing with it. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for watching. That is a big secret, guys. By turning your world upside down, that is the goal of meditation, to stimulate your higher chakras, and that's the easiest way to do it. Thank you. Big hug, guys. Did you get my hug? Okay, get this. I almost forgot one more thing to put in this video. What are some of the things to look out for doing the headstand and inverting yourself? What are some benefits that you will experience? I will start by saying now that the benefits are endless. The benefits are infinite, guys. Not only will your thinking faculties increase, your ego would develop. You will have a more stronger ego that is more balanced and aware and vibrant. Not only that, in a result of all the energy finally reaching to your brain, you will finally put your brain in the best position where it can rejuvenate, where it can aid in your memory. You'll be able to remember things better. You'll be able to process information better. So this is like the ultimate technique for anything concerning the intellect. Now, for your endocrine system, all your hormones will be working at a better rate. Your organs will be in a better shape. So you will notice yourself having more energy. You will feel more alive. You will feel more light. And this is all because of the miraculous benefits of the headstand. Your body will be better able to get rid of toxins. This is something that is great for your lymphatic system. Your lymphatic system, I spoke about it in many videos, it doesn't get any help from the heart. This system of your body relies predominantly on your movements. So going in the headstand, you're basically allowing gravity to give this system, your lymphatic system, a new flow of energy. And this is something that I'm just going to put in this segment of the video. Basically, right here in my stomach, there's a major chakra here. And the energy of this chakra, it corresponds to the sun. There's basically a sun here that supplies my energy, that supplies my body with an energy source. Now, this sun that is located in the center of my stomach, it purifies toxins. It burns away toxins. Now, because of gravity, because of that downward pull, there is a lot of toxins that is basically just sunk in here, that's basically resting at the bottom. And because of gravity, these toxins can't really make a contact with this sun source. These toxins can't be purified because gravity is keeping it at the bottom, and it can't make contact with your solar plexus, with the sun there. So what your ancestors did in the ancient times to make sure that the toxins make contact with this energy source, this flame, is they'll suck in their stomachs. They'll breathe out and suck in. Doing that, you pull up all that energy, and you allow those toxins to make contact with your solar plexus. Now, since this video is about the headstand, I want y'all to be aware, by you being in the headstand, you don't even have to suck in your gut anymore. By you being in the headstand, you're naturally bringing all of these toxins into the purifying flames of your solar plexus. By you being in the headstand, you are allowing all of those toxins in your stomach region to finally be purified. That's one of the importance of the headstand. You allow your body, you allow the fire that is there to be able to do its job, okay? So if you get in the headstand, you might notice yourself farting like crazy. You might be passing gas, farting up the place, and that is just a symptom of what is going on in the body. Toxins need to make contact with this sun, with your solar plexus, and if toxins don't make contact with it, it will be hard for your body to get rid of the toxins. So you have to, you know, allow the toxins to make contact with that energy source. Another thing you need to know about the body does not like stagnation. The body enjoys movement, and anytime something becomes stuck, it creates disease. Now, because of gravity, we have kind of forced our organs to adopt unnatural positions, and a lot of our organs have been in the same placement for years. By standing on your head, by flipping the script, by turning upside down, you actually give your organs a position to realign itself. So by standing on your head, you allow your organs to shift their placement, to place themselves better, and this translates into well-being. When you allow your organs to move around and to position themselves without being affected by gravity, you allow your body to be able to balance more, to be able to realign itself with what it should be. So another thing about the headstand you should know about, aging. One of the greatest symptoms of aging is what it does to your face. You know what I'm saying? You don't really recognize somebody as an old person until you see wrinkles and that old aging face. We need to understand that that symptom of having a wrinkled face is all symptoms of blood not getting to our higher chakras. If there was blood getting to our higher chakras, our face would never wrinkle up like that. But because gravity is always maintaining a downward pull on our face, because there's never energy up there, it begins to sag and wrinkles form. By standing on your head, you're flushing your face, your higher chakras with blood, and this is a great way to remain young in the face. If you don't want to look old, if you don't want wrinkles, if you don't want gray hair, because gray hair is just the result of energy not making it up to your higher chakras. If you don't want all these symptoms, stand on your head. Allow blood to get into these faculties. So the headstand is basically a cure-all position. It's good for digestion, it's good for every single organ, it's good for every single chakra, it's good for circulation in the body, it's good for everything, guys. Make sure you practice it from now on, and please, if anybody's interested in my videos, I'm telling you now that this is something you want to practice, because in the future I will be giving out ancient techniques, and you need to have a strong neck. So start now. Be able, the minimum, I want you to at least be able to hold it for at least 45 minutes. You know, that's just the first step, guys. So I'm about to start making some more videos, so be prepared for that. So thank you so much, guys, for watching. I hope that you benefit from this video. This is a great secret. You're basically receiving the omega of all the teachings. This is a shortcut in yoga. You can instantly put all the energy here by standing on your head. So become God, become divinity, become who you are, which is infinite. Do these things and become an evolved, better you. I love you so much, and I want to see you grow, guys. I want to see you become the best version of divinity you can be. Thank you for watching. Until next time, guys, I love you so much. And in case you missed the first kiss, here's another one. Thank you for all your time. Thank you. I love you guys. Bye-bye.
How you doing, YouTube? It is I, it is your co-creator, it is your love, it is Master Earth. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. Thank you for celebrating this divine moment that we're sharing right now. Guys, in this video, I'm going to make it quick. But basically, I'm going to share a technique that we can begin to use to free us from these illusions that we see. Obviously, we all know that everything in existence is sourced by the same thing.
everything is consciousness. Everything comes from that infinite eternal source. And now, presently, we have a lot of things that kind of stop us from being in oneness, being connected to that source. It's like there's a lot of things, for example, pants, or grass, or all these forms, all these things that we identify with, all these things that we perceive is, of course, a product of our minds. It's a product of our perception. So, in this video, I want to share with you guys a lost ancient technique that we use to access no minds. Before I talk about the technique, I would like to explain something to you guys. We need to understand the connection our minds have with our bodies. You can basically say our brains is our bodies, and all the emotional tension, all the tension that goes on, anxiety, whatever it might be, all turbulence that goes on in the mind has a adverse effect on the body, you know. So that's why it's pivotal that you obtain a peace of mind, you obtain a calm mind, a powerful mind, strong mind, so your body can in turn be strong, healthy, calm, all the good stuff. So one of the things that is quite apparent when you look at people's bodies, there is a lot of muscular tension in different regions. It might be in their legs, it might be in their chest, it might be in their neck. Regardless, a lot of people are constantly with tension, and they don't really relax themselves. They don't really know how to relax. And a lot of times it's the mind that stops them from relaxing. So this technique, it basically obliterates the mind. You get a chance to see how it feels to exist with no mind. You actually become enlightened. So this is the technique, and this is just a precaution. I want you to do this technique in a place that is safe. Stay away from sharp objects. Stay away from anything that is precarious. Remember, your mind will detach, and I don't want you hurting yourself. But like I said before, your body is like a remote control. You orchestrate the flow of energy in your body. My palms are open, the energy is open. My palms are down, the energy is basically closed, you know what I'm saying? Unless I open up, you know what I'm saying? So basically, this is what I want you to do. We all know that the breath is connected to the brain, and I intend on doing a video about breathing, so look out on that. But basically, our breathing is directly connected to our brain and our brain waves and our minds. Change the way you breathe, you instantly change your mind. So this is the technique I want to give you. A very simple movement, very simple movement. You open up the center, you open up your psychic centers in your body, basically your chest, your throat, and your higher chakras. And you do this by basically doing this. You stand shoulder width apart, and you basically just go down like that. Okay? That's the movement I want you to do. You're basically moving down. Here's the catch. This is what I want you to do now. I want you to breathe in. And once you breathe in, I want you to hold it. So this is what I want you to do. You breathe in, hold it, and go down. Hold that same breath and go down. And keep holding it. Keep holding it. Keep holding it. Go as low as you can go. Keep holding it. Keep holding it. Keep holding it. Keep holding it. And as you keep holding it, basically, by staying in this position, you're basically commanding your body to open up all the centers that lead to your brain and so forth. And by you holding in that breath, you're basically pushing all of the channels of energy to your higher chakras. So that is why it's pivotal that you hold in your breath as you do this motion. And all you have to do is wait for your body to enter no mind. And it's that simple. Try it right now. You hold in your breath. Of course, I don't want to do it in this video because I might fall. It don't matter. Let me show you.
Just now, you probably won't believe me, but I left my body. You know what I'm saying? So try this technique out. Holding your breath, just wait for it, guys, and it will happen. You will enter no mind. And this is something that is great for the body, because once you shut off your mind, you actually get to relax your body. You actually get to relax yourself. And just so you know, I could have fell down, but I just decided to be in the squat, you know what I'm saying? But when you're in that position, just let your body do what it wants to do. So you might want to lay on a bed or anything that you feel comfortable with. But as you stay in this pose, go as low as you can go, holding that breath, and just wait, and it will happen. It takes about 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and it kicks in. Alright guys, this video was going to be fast. There's more videos coming. I'm just, you know, I'm handling business, but I haven't forgot about you guys. It's so much love. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching. Experience no minds. Experience the pleasure of existing without this, you know. You are divinity. You are love. Feel your own spirit. Know what it means to be. Know what it means to exist without the limits of your mind. Enter no mind. Become enlightened. You are enlightened. Thank you for watching. Master of Earth.
Oh, what's up, YouTube? How you doing? It's I, Master of Earth. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being one with everything right now. This moment is divine. Thank you guys for giving me your time. As always, it's a pleasure. In this video, guys, I want to speak of a subject that isn't really getting much attention in the conscious community. Come on, guys, we all want to ascend. We all want to increase our consciousness or access states of consciousness. We all want to open up our chakras. We all want to do all these things. But most of the time, all you really hear is to eat fruits and to do other things like that. So in this video, I want to, you know, speak about, you know, a subject that a lot of people ain't speaking about. And in this video, I'm specifically talking about a muscle, or you can say an organ, that is being used in a way that it wasn't meant to be used. Of course, you know, the body is filled with marvelous organs. We have hearts, we have kidneys, we have livers, we have spleens, we have beautiful organs. But currently, the main function of our organs is digestion. We mainly use our organs to get rid of all the toxins and the waste and the filth that goes in our bodies. Believe it or not, all these organs that we use for digestion have different purposes. If you was to stop eating right now, your body, a vehicle of consciousness, will adapt to that reality, and all the necessary changes will go on in your body, and you'll be able to attune to that reality, that frequency. So it's all about your ability to access different states and different realms of consciousness. Right now, people are in the lower dimensions, and right now, we're really just using our organs to digest food, to get rid of food. But we have organs here dormant that we can use to explore the many wonders of existence. So in this video, I want to speak of the muscle that we currently use to stop ourselves from urinating, and the muscle we use to stop ourselves from taking a shit. That same muscle that you use, let's say if I was taking a piss right now, if I was to stop myself from taking a piss, that's the muscle that I'm speaking of. It's basically that muscle that you contract to stop yourself from expelling anything out your pelvic area. Now, it might sound crazy, but the human body was not meant to process food the way it's doing now. We wasn't meant to take shits. We wasn't meant to really piss all the time. And this specific muscle, luckily, we can still use it the way it was intended to be used in the ancient times. What I'm saying is that this muscle, as you may know, it's the root chakra. Everybody speaks about it. The root chakra is what? It's the foundation. It's the root. It's the ground, basically. And here in your pelvic floor, the highest forms of energy your body encases is holographically found here. You can find sex energy here. You can find kundalini. You can find all types of highly fine forms of energy. Precious energy is all found in your pelvic floor. Now, when we go about our day, when we breathe in all our natural body mechanisms, believe it or not, just the act of breathing, our bodies do this as a way to circulate energy so it can in turn make its way to the higher chakras. But because of gravity, all the energy is now having a natural downward flow, okay? So what's the result of gravity? Basically, even though we breathe, even though our body is constantly trying to circulate the energy upwards, because of gravity, there is a lot of energy that is still flowing downwards. And now the result, this is basically kundalini. It's like massive amounts of energy is just resting here because of gravity. And it's basically potential. It's your own energy that you can use to signal back up into your spine. Okay? So this muscle that you use to stop yourself from urinating, this muscle that you use to stop yourself from taking a shit or defecating, this muscle is basically the physical manifestation of this energy center. And by you contracting that muscle, you're basically engaging all of the various forms of energy in that region. So this is what I want you to do, guys. I want you to make it a practice of stimulating this muscle during your day. When you stimulate this muscle, what you're doing is there is an upward pull, an upward contraction, and what you're doing is you're making a connection between this muscle, between this organ and your spine. Because of gravity, there's not really a connection there, but when you willingly contract this area, there's a connection, and energy will begin to go up your spine into your higher chakras and whatnot. So the thing that we need to know is this is where all our energy is housed. By you stimulating this area, by you contracting this area, you're basically you're basically stimulating the energy flow, and you're allowing all these goodies to finally be able to access your bloodstream. It doesn't matter if the energy doesn't go all the way up your spine into your brain, but as long as you're just contracting this area, you're allowing the energy to be released, and it can in turn take manifestation in your bloodstream, and it can now be circulated. Now, this region of your body is of course connected to your brain. It's connected to the center of your brain, and believe it or not, any type of imbalance, emotionally, mentally, physically, any type of imbalance, any type of agitation or anxiety, it takes manifestation in this region. People might not know it, but each emotion is accompanied with a contraction of this area. Like if you get mad, or if you have grief, or if you're sad, or if you're happy, there's always contractions going on in your pelvic floor, whether you're aware of it or not. So by you engaging this muscle, you're also healing yourself emotionally. This place is it's connected to your emotions, it's connected to your brain, it's connected to all your endocrine glands. So by you contracting this area and you lifting it up, you're in turn flushing your whole body with renewed, beautiful, vibrant, healing energy, okay? And by you contracting this muscle, if you're ever in a state of emotion, by you contracting this muscle, it will be easier for you to access relaxation. You'll be able to be calm. So, now that we know about the mechanisms of this organ, of this muscle, this is where the good stuff, this is where the thing you need to know comes into place. This place holographically stores the most precious energy your body has to offer. Now that you know how to stimulate this organ, now that you know how to activate it, during your meditation. It doesn't have to be meditation. You can just be standing up, or you can be sitting down, or you can be lying on your bed. All you need to do is simply contract this muscle, and you can instantly circulate healing energy in your body. Kundalini, sex energy, magnetism, whatever you want to call it. By you contracting this muscle, you amplify all your practices. If I'm meditating right now, by me contracting this muscle, there will be more magnetism in my bloodstream. You see what I'm saying? The act of contracting this muscle instantly pours magnetism in your bloodstream, and there's an elevation, there's an a expansion. Now, this organ is also the panacea for all sexual disorders. We need to understand that this is the center of strength in the body, guys. For males, you have your erection. For women, this is your ability to contract and maneuver your vagina. Your pelvic floor, all the muscles here signify your strength. And in most people, these organs are weak. They run to the bathroom, they can't even hold in their urine, you know. And the thing is, we have forgot of the importance of stimulating this organ. So get into the practice of stimulating this organ, and you'll be surprised. After a couple of weeks, the energy there would have evolved, and holographically, your whole body is in this area. So when the energy there evolves, your whole body evolves. You become a new person, okay? So this will be good for your sex life. This will be good for everything. Now, we need to follow the ways of our ancestors. Of course, there's clues everywhere in nature. If you look at horses, or if you look at deers, these animals remain strong their whole lives. Lions, gorillas, a lot of animals are naturally inclined to stimulate their pelvic floor. Horses do it, deers do it. When you look at all these animals, even lions, they will contract their anus during activity or before activity. And by you doing this, you're basically squeezing life energy, kundalini, whatever you want to call it. You're basically increasing the magnetism in your bloodstream. So this technique is something that you need to incorporate in your meditations. This is something that you need to do while you're breathing, while you're engaging in all your practices. If you want to balance your body, I had a video about this. You place your hands together, you put your tongue on the roof of your mouth, you look up. But now, with this information that I've just given you, you can now amplify this state of consciousness by squeezing your pelvic floor, okay? So everything is tied in, okay? And by you squeezing this area, by you creating a upward pull, because when you squeeze this area, when you contract it, you allow your spine to make connections with this energy source. You will begin to feel it instantly. So do it while you're doing your practices. You'll be surprised if you're just in the presence of people and just stimulate this organ. You will see how your environment reacts. This is a very, very, very significant energy center. And if anybody want to instantly put energy in their aura, if they want to have mental balance, emotional balance, because your emotional mind, your mental mind, your physical mind is all connected into this area. By you strengthening this area, you strengthen all those different layers of your being. So, now that we know about the importance of this organ, I really suggest that you guys make it a part of your quest. Make it a part of your make it a part of your quest. Make it a part of your journey to strengthen this part of yourself. We can't neglect any part of our bodies, and this is a very significant part. Strengthen your pelvic floor, and you'll be amazed by the benefits. It will translate everywhere in your life. Everywhere will become better. Your mental mind is here, your emotions are here, even your physicality is all present in this center. By squeezing that muscle that you use to stop yourself from urinating, to stop yourself from defecating, you're in turn strengthening your whole body. Yeah, guys, it's very important. Just do it, you know. Now, this is a technique that you can do to instantly bring some of that energy up into your body. Of course, it's so simple. All you gotta do is squeeze it, but this is a technique that you can do. It's a breathing exercise you can do to send the energy upwards. So this is how you do it. Of course, we all know when you take a full breath, it starts with the stomach, then it's the diaphragm, then it's the upper chest, then it's the throat. So it should look like this. What I was just doing is, I just took a full breath, then I squeezed, then I breathed everything out. I had a video about this. It was a video about addictions, how to control addictions. And our emotional mind is here. By you breathing out all the air and then sucking it in, okay? You're basically isolating the connections of your spine and your pelvic floor. So by me doing that, I then contracted my abs and I also contracted this PC muscle, and this helps to channel your energy, okay? Because believe it or not, food, gravity creates blockages that stops the energy from going upwards. But by you breathing out and pulling everything in, you allow the energy to easily flow up. Another exercise that you can do to experience the wonderful magnetism in this area, this is how you do it. Your eyes are connected, your eyes are basically connected to everywhere in your body. And when I look up, I'm stimulating my higher mind. And when I look down, wow, I'm stimulating my emotional mind. We need to take advantage of the relationships our eyes have with our whole bodies. And this is a technique that incorporates this relationship. This is what I want you to do. It's so simple. All I want you to do is to take in a breath. Take in any breath you want. Taking a breath, right? And as you exhale, I want you to contract the muscle here. Contract that muscle as you exhale. Keep holding in that muscle. It should look like this. I'm contracting, you see it? And then when you finish exhaling, you hold it. You hold everything. You don't inhale yet. You don't release the contractions. You hold everything for a second or two, okay? And then once you release, I want you to look up and take a full breath. Now, when you exhale, I want you to do the same thing, but look down. Look at your nose. Look at your nose. The nose is the physical manifestation of our emotional minds. So when you breathe out, when you exhale, I want you to look at your nose and contract this muscle here. And exhale all the air out. And then, when you breathe in, you release all these muscles and look up to this center here. So you alternate between looking from this center to this center, this center to this center, this center to this center, okay? So when you're breathing out, you contract this muscle, and what you're doing is, you're creating the energy, you're squeezing it out this area, you're creating the energy, you're squeezing it out. And then, when you finally release and breathe in, and when you look upwards, you are now sending that energy up your spine. So try it. Tell me if you feel anything, and I know you will. When you exhale, hold a contraction. You don't have to breathe in immediately. Just hold it there for about a second or two, or 4 seconds, as long as you want. Then you breathe in and you look up, okay? When you exhale, look at your nose, or you can look to the floor. It doesn't matter. And then as you inhale, look up to the center here. So you just alternate, that's all. You're going to your mental mind, emotional mind, mental mind, emotional mind. You can even close your eyes when you do it, you know? You can even have your eyes closed and just look down. Just the act of looking down stimulates your emotional mind. But all you need to do is to maintain, you know, that motion. that motion subconsciously tells your body to take the energy upwards. So, you know, guys, I think I gave you all you need. So, of course, it's a pleasure. I hope that you benefit from the information, guys. This is real information, and nobody's talking about it. If you want to instantly put energy in your body, just contract that muscle. And here's a hint. Here's a tip. Here's a great secret that a lot of people don't know about. Anybody that is a fan of Dragon Ball Z, or anybody that's a fan of all these animes, a lot of the time, these anime characters, they have to power up. They have to just take out time and just contract themselves and power up. What you need to know is, what they're really doing is they're contracting this muscle. You squeeze that muscle, you incorporate breathing techniques, and you send all the energy here all across your body. So a great... Okay guys, well, I have to go now. So I hope you take this information. I hope that you apply this information and you make it practical. You practice it. Guys, I want you to get into the habit of contracting this muscle. See how long you can hold it for. Try to hold it for 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. Just get into the habit of just connecting with the consciousness, the energy here. You can contract it any way that you feel. You can hold it. You can keep squeezing it. It all depends on how you feel. But thank you for... Yeah, the camera cut, but as always, thank you for watching, guys. Thank you. It's always a pleasure. Guys, one last thing. I forgot to say it. And I say this in a lot of my videos, but I have to say it in this video because everything is connected. As you're practicing this technique of contracting your pelvic floor muscles, the consciousness there, the energy there, you know, get into the practice of leaving your tongue making contact with the roof of your mouth. Of course, you may know your tongue is connected to your heart. Your tongue is connected to all the meridians in your body, all the channels of energy, all the flows. So by you connecting it at the roof of your mouth, you're maintaining a circulation, a flow. So this is something that you want to be going on as you engage your pelvic floor. You don't want to generate energy that's not circulating. Am I correct? So, you know, place your tongue on the roof of your mouth and do the exercise. Thank you for watching, guys. Thank you. I love you so much. Until next time. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for watching. It is I, Master of Earth. Thank you, viewers. Thank you for being here with me. Thank you for sharing your time with me. And in this video, I intend on sharing some love. I intend on sharing some truth. So I intend that the information in this video will help you. Okay, so without further ado, let's get started. Guys, as you may know, this reality that we live in, you can basically say that it's unnatural, you know. You know, we're surrounded by synthetic things. We're surrounded by artificial things. And right now, we're really straying away from the natural order of things. And, of course, you may know everything that your body experiences, it always gravitates to obtain a balance, you know. So us living in this environment, our bodies has balance with this environment. And one of the things that our bodies do to balance with this environment, it changes the flow of energy. In the ancient times, you can say that the energy of the body and the meridians, you can say that it was all moving clockwise, but now all of the energy channels is moving anti-clockwise. And this is only because during the day, a lot of people don't realize it, but their bodies are always signaling. Our bodies are always signaling to us to slow things down. When you look at the Matrix, when you look at how society is, everybody's always on the go. Everybody's always moving forward, you know. And sometimes the body just wants you to just stop, to breathe, and just to be present, just to slow down a bit so your body can catch up with itself. And what happens is people don't really give their bodies a chance to catch up with themselves. Some people don't give their bodies a chance to maintain the right energy flow. And what ends up happening, you can say that because the energy doesn't, because it doesn't enter the right flow, you can say that error is created and stagnation. So one of the physical manifestations of this energy flow going on, of course you may know that the center of life energy in the body is here, found in your chest. The direction of your meridians is all determined by the energy here in your chest. People that have a high life energy, people that have a lot of energy in their heart chakras, they have enough energy to power up all the meridians and to put everything in the right flow. And people that have weak heart chakras, people that have weak life energy in this region, they don't really have the energy required to keep all the meridians in the right flow. So here's something that I want you to start doing. This will allow you to instantly stimulate your body into creating the right energy flow within your meridians. The way that your body changes the flow of energy, the way that your body changes the flow from clockwise to anti-clockwise, stagnation is required. That means any place that there's movement, if you're able to stop that energy, or if you're able to block it in any shape or form, the energy will go the opposite direction. So living in this environment, living in society, the areas that are often targeted first with stagnant energy is the center of your chest, right here in the core, if you expand your rib cage, right here, and finally right here, right next to your collarbone. It's surprising to know that these three areas here in the center of your chest and here, these are basically the manifestations of life energy in the body. The more life energy you have, the better and more efficient the quality of energy in your body. The more life energy is here in your chest, the greater everything will go well. The greater everything will be according to plan, and everything will be, perfect and good. So this is what you can do to encourage your body to create the right flow. All you have to do is stimulate your thymus gland. You can hit it any way you want. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to encourage a vibration here. One of the best things you can do when you're stimulating yourself, you can incorporate sounds. You can say ha ha ha, boo boo rah, ha 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 ha. Ha, H-A, ha, that is the sound of the heart chakra. Ha, ha. This sound releases a lot of energy. It releases a lot of heat. So as you stimulate your heart chakra, make sure that you're saying ha. Now, another place that I want you to focus on, that stagnant energy is always found in these places. I want you to focus on here, and I also want you to focus on here. This is where your spleen is located, and a lot of times there is a lot of filth and mucus and waste that is being stored in this region, And the only reason why this energy is stored here, this filth is stored here, it's only stored there to create a stagnant energy. And wherever there's stagnant energy, your body begins to flow in the opposite direction. So I want you to do the same thing and just, ball up your fist and just hit your ribs right there. Hit it as long as you want. And the sound for your spleen is whoo, okay? Whoo, 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 whoo. As you say that sound, it'll be easier for you to open up this region so you can really get inside and create a vibration. Last but not least, you gotta target your collarbone. You can use the same sound as your heart chakra. You can say ha, or you can say he, ha, 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 ha. But what I want you to do is, during the day, make sure to stimulate these regions of the body. Right here in your collarbone, like around here. Here at your thymus gland, and of course at the edge of your ribs, like around here. By you stimulating these areas, you are sending vibrations that shake out the filth in these regions of your body. And when you shake out the filth, the energy flow there begins to return to its normal, its normal flow. So just know that the center of life energy, the center of energy in your body is found within your upper body. It's found within your chest. A good way of bringing more energy into your system is to stimulate these regions. Now, your immune system is of course found in this area. By you strengthening these three locations, by you eliminating as much filth and waste out of this region, and up here, by you doing this, you will strengthen your immune system and you will be more immune to all the stuff coming from your environment. Believe it or not, our environment tends to create stagnant energy in the body, and our job is to obliterate all stagnant energy and to, encourage your energy flow. So by you stimulating these regions and also incorporating sounds, because we need to realize that, on the planet right now, they condition people not really to make noise. People hold in a lot of emotions, and people hold in a lot of sounds. And by them holding in all this energy, by them being stagnant, by them not encouraging the energy flow, there is a lot of heat that builds up in the body. So by you using sound, by you saying ha, ha, you are cooling this region of the body, and you're eliminating all of the stagnant energy. Ha, hoo, hoo, W-H-O, hoo, hoo, ha, 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 ha. Now, if you feel any pain when you're triggering these, if you feel any type of pain, that means that you need this thing. So if you feel any pain as you're hitting these areas, that means there's a lot of filth there that is getting activated and whatnot. So this is some beautiful knowledge you should be aware of. By you stimulating these regions of your body, you can maintain immunity from your environment. You will be immune from anything your environment throws at you. You'll be immune from cigarette smoke. You'll be immune from smog. You'll be immune from toxic air. And all you have to do is to continue to encourage vibrations in this area. Believe it or not, when you breathe in, a lot of the filth gets trapped in this region of the body. So it's your job to encourage an energy flow by stimulating these regions. Another thing that you need to be aware of, after you stimulate these regions of your body, it is suggested that you maintain your tongue touching the tip of your mouth. Just hold it there. Just that simple gesture alone encourages the body to start to flow in the natural flow. Just by you placing your tongue at the tip of your roof, you're telling your body to adopt the natural flow. So this is what you're doing. By stimulating yourself here and all of these places, you're telling your body to get into the natural flow. You're encouraging your body to get into the natural flow. You're giving it encouragement. You're pushing your body. By you doing this and finally finishing it off by leaving your tongue making contact with the roof of your mouth, you're keeping the energy within the right flow, and you're encouraging this. So all I suggest is that during the day you focus on these 3 points: your spleen, the center of your chest, and around your collarbone, around here. All these points have something to do with the kidneys. Life energy is generated in these points. So the more life energy you have, the more immune you will be to the bullshit. So during the day, just, stimulate these regions and always leave your tongue touching the roof of your mouth. Become immune, okay? Create life energy by, stimulating these organs. Thank you for watching. I wanted this video to be quick. There will be more to come. All right. Hello, my people, my fellow co-creators, universal divinity. How y'all doing? Are y'all manifesting God's essence? I believe you are. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. Guys, it's me again. In this video, I want to reply to a question I have received from a comment. The question was, why does the body age? Why doesn't the body last 1,000 years? And why are we dying 80 years, 90 years, 100 years? And in this video, that is the question that I want to that's the question I want to target. So thank you, Scotty. Thank you for that question, because that question made me remember something that I experienced. And it goes hand in hand with this video. What it made me remember the question is, there was a time I went to Africa. You know, my family, they're from a village called Amuma, and my folks, they felt the need to send us just to experience the culture. So, you know, I went overseas, I went to my village, and I stayed there for some time. And one of the things that I will never forget about going to my village, Amuma, and the culture there is very different from here. Over here, everybody's ostracized from each other, everybody's just separated. Over there, everybody knows everybody. It's shocking how the culture, how everybody is just so open and free towards each other. But basically, within the first 2 weeks, I don't know what day exactly, but within 2 weeks of me staying there, they had a burial. So, some random family was having a burial. I didn't know who they was, but you know, my cousins and my aunties and and everybody related to my family, they knew about this family that was doing the burial. So we went. So when I went there, they was passing out shirts, and on the shirt, they basically, how they do it is, they will print the face of the person. They will say his name or her name, and under the person's name, they'll write the length of that person's life. Like, I was born at this time and I died at this time. Rest in peace. Now, the years that was being printed on these shirts was 212 years old, guys. The shirts basically said this person died at the age of 212. And you can already tell by the way I'm saying this, at that time, I was in complete, utter disbelief. I was coming straight from America. What I'm taught, from where I'm from in America, what I'm taught, the most oldest person alive is 110. Like, what I'm taught, humans only live to be 80, 90, 100 years old. What is this nonsense of somebody living to be 212? I thought it was a mistake. I thought that it was bullshit. But it wasn't. The person actually lived to be 212. And this guy was famous around my village because a lot of people would joke around. They would joke with him, and they would say that they thought he would never die because he had outlived so many generations, and he actually died at 212. So thank you for that question. I'm gonna explain to you why I believe humans age. But I'm just happy that you asked me that question, because it made remember about that experience I had. And anybody watching, you need to realize that the media, or basically anywhere you get your information, that is what you use to form your perception of the world. And the powers that be, they are very, very, you can say they're very precise on what they allow you to see, because they know the power that knowledge will bring you, I guess. So I'm pretty sure that there's plenty of cases where people are living to be 300, 400, 500, 600, 1,000. I'm pretty sure this is a common occurrence, but because we're in such a controlled environment, stories such as these never reach the awareness of anybody, and they want to keep it out the possibility of the average person. They don't want the average person to think they can live to be 200, but fuck that, you know. Trust me, you can live to be, I can guarantee somebody a life of more than 300 years old. I can guarantee, with the knowledge I have acquired, I'm pretty sure that anybody can learn how to live a considerable large amount of time. So in this video, I'm gonna try to tackle the reasons why humans age. Now, man, to be honest, guys, the reason why we age, it might sound crazy to hear this, or it might sound crazy to hear this, but people choose to age, basically. And they choose to age out of the need for entertainment. The same way that you eat because you're bored, or the same way that you do things because you're bored, it's the same reason why people age. People choose to age because they are bored with their existence. And they are only bored with their existence because they are not doing things that are synchronized with their thymus gland, okay? They're not doing the things that are aligned with this essence here. And what happens is they get bored and just sabotage themselves. They choose their age. But, you know, in this video, I don't want to just say it like that. I don't want to put my house address out. In this video, I don't want to say it like that. I want to make it scientific to give you an idea of what goes on in the body. Make it spiritual too. Give you an idea of how consciousness works. So this video might be comprehensive. It might be a simple video. Who knows? Let's just see what the universe makes happen. But the first thing I would like to say is that aging, you see, we have been conditioned. Well, I can't say that we have been conditioned. I will say that your ego has been conditioned to experience time the way it does. Originally, if you look at animals, if you look at insects, if you look at birds, they are a lot more present than humans. I'm talking about wild animals, not domesticated animals or animals that you gave man-made food to. And I'm gonna, you know what I'm saying, tell you why I say this, man-made food. But animals, or people that are enlightened, or people that have a high state of consciousness, one factor about these people is that they live life in the moment. A lot of people that experience aging, it is their own doing because they believe in such concepts, and their consciousness with its omnipotence then manifests whatever form that you generate. You know, whatever reality that you create, your consciousness have the power to materialize it. And basically, all around the world, what are people participating in? They're participating in aging. They already got their lives planned. They're already got the stages. I'm gonna go to school, then I'm gonna get a good job, then I'm gonna get married, then I'm gonna have kids, then I'm gonna retire, then I'm gonna live rich. I'm gonna live rich with all the stuff I earned over this whole time, and blah blah blah. This whole sequence, you see, the problem is that a lot of people don't understand that anything linear is an illusion. And anything that appears to be a sequence, if you ever observe a sequence, then you are entertaining time in your consciousness. It might sound bizarre for me to tell you this. It might sound like this guy is crazy. But to be honest with you, there is no such thing as happenings in the universe. Nothing happens. You can't say that this caused that. You can't say that there is a doer. You can't say that there are events going on. In the truest sense, reality is very fluid, and reality is infinite. It's forever changing. You can never label it something. You can never call it something because it always changes form. And that is the nature of the universe. The universe is infinite, and for example, this very moment, you might think that you've been on this planet, you know, you might think that everything is real. You might think of some of the memories that you had, but in its truest sense, everything that existed beyond this moment has no true reality anymore. The only true reality is the now, the present moment. And a lot of people have the sabotaging ego program of time running, and they're just constantly in the future, constantly in the past. I spoke about this in my video on how there's two things that your body reacts to. Your body reacts to truth, because there's power in truth, there's energy in truth. Your body reacts in a good way to truth, and your body reacts in a bad way to falsehood, because there is no power in falsehood. Anything that is false, your body gets absolutely no power from it. This is a universal truth, guys. Nothing exists outside of this moment now. So everything I just said, everything that you thought I just said didn't even happen. You know what I'm saying? But this is advanced stuff, man. I don't want y'all to start thinking about quantum physics and whatnot. But all you need to know is that all that is right now is the unfoldment of creation, as the unmanifest becomes manifest. Basically, all that this moment is God essence. It's basically consciousness becoming a form, existing. Man, it's so hard to explain, dog. Damn. But basically, all you need to know is that this moment is constantly replacing itself. The now is the only place that has reality, and people that think in the future or people that think in the past, they're just entertaining programs of aging. Yeah, guys, so like I said, nothing that exists outside of this moment has any reality whatsoever. So if you're thinking in the future, or if you're thinking in the past, what are you doing? You're engaging in falsehood. And what this falsehood does, your body doesn't understand it. Your body can't derive any power from it, and you're basically entertaining the program of aging. To be honest with you guys, your body only understands truth. So if the present is going on in your reality, if the now is going on, and you're here contemplating dinner, or if you're contemplating what happened yesterday, do you think that's helping your body? Oh my gosh. Guys, the thing is, you need to learn how to remain in the present, and you need to relinquish all identifications with any type of form that your mind produces. You are not who you think you are. That name that they call you, that's not your name. How do you know that you didn't just teleport here? How do you know that this earth is constantly replacing itself each day, and everybody you see is just a new person? You know, you gotta stop believing that time exists, because it doesn't. There is no such thing as events. There is no such thing as anything happening. The universe is basically this. This is what the universe is. You think it's a form, you think that stuff is happening, but basically the only thing happening is just the unmanifest manifesting. Okay? That's all that's going on. Okay? So that isn't all I want to talk about, man, in this video. I want to make this video scientific. Now let's go on the scientific side of the aging process. But mainly, the main thing you need to know about is being present and not being present has a lot to do with aging. The first thing you need to do to transcend this problem, because it truly is a problem, is the problem that our egos are generating for us. A thing that you need to do is you need to understand that nothing is linear. There's no step 1, step 2, step 3. There is no sequence. There is no happenings. Everything just is, and there is nothing outside the moment. Okay? Just focus on the moment and nothing else. Okay? Even if you saw somebody walk across the street, just know that that's the manifestation of consciousness, you know what I'm saying, taking in form. Okay? But so a good way to transcend this problem of time, because it's a great problem, you need to realize that there's no such thing as time, and all that's going on is just the universe manifesting itself. Automatically and spontaneously, the universe is just manifesting, unmanifesting, manifesting, unmanifesting, and you have consciousness. You are witnessing the unfoldment of creation. You are witnessing God essence. You are witnessing the universe as it manifests and unmanifests. Don't allow your ego to bring up all these forms like this is causing this to happen or this is going on. Nothing is going on, okay? So a good thing you can do, always focus on the now. What you can say is this one statement: there is no cause of anything. And that is all it takes to really be in the present. If something happens to you, there is no cause of anything. Remain in the present. There is no cause of anything. If something moves, there is no cause of anything. If something drops, there is no cause of anything. Anything that you give your attention to, your ego will try to identify with it. Your ego will try to tell you what's going on. Like, okay, this person is talking to this person because of this or this. Anything that you perceive, there is no cause of anything, and always know that reality is fluid, that reality is always anew. Okay? So that's some true wisdom right there, guys. But let me head to the scientific portion of this video. Now, aging, guys. One thing that's very distinctive about humans, one thing that's very distinctive about Earth, I'm speaking as a representative for all the other beings that live on our galaxy. We need to accept the fact that we're not the only ones in the galaxy. And I'm just going to give you an idea of how they see this planet. One of the things that strike them most about Earth is that if you look at the way Earth is designed, there is an abundance of water. Like, there's hydrogen everywhere. There's hydrogen in the ocean. It's even to the point it's in the air, okay? And to some of the beings in our galaxy, this Earth is so abundant with water. It is so abundant with hydrogen and these elements that to them, from their eyes, anybody on the surface of the planet is still in water. We call this air. We might think that it's air. We might think that it's dry. But to be honest, aliens will say that we're still underwater because of how this planet is. We think that this is dryness, but really it is not dryness. There is water present. There is hydrogen present. There is consciousness present. There is life present. And to them, we're still underwater. People say it all the time, all the time, all the time. Humans are made of 80% water, blah, 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 and other stuff. And in this video, I'm gonna share something with you guys, man. That is true in a sense. By the very structure of this planet is a water-based planet. This planet was originally for water-based creatures, but luckily it evolved to what you see now. And to be honest, there really isn't much of a distinction between us and underwater creatures, because to beings in the galaxy, we're still underwater, okay? So just because we're breathing in air doesn't mean that we know what I'm saying, we're land creatures, because truly there is no land, there is no dry. Earth is a water-based planet. And you can say that humans are water-based creatures. Humans don't originate from this planet, but you can say that, damn, I don't want to limit humans by saying they're water-based creatures. But in this context, I'll say that I'm calling us water-based creatures because water encases consciousness, it encases life. So you can say that we're life beings that use, we're just, okay, man, when I say water, I'm saying the life essence of water. And that's who we are. We're filled with water. We're filled with life. 80% water that they say, the other 20% mass and whatnot. And yeah, we're basically water beings. Here's something that people don't realize, and this is one of the greatest indicators of aging, is when you look at the origins of humans, when you look at how they are as embryos, how they are as they develop, how they are as they're a newborn, if you watch how they progress as they go through puberty, if you watch as they become adults, if you watch and look and see what happens when they become old, one of the symptoms of this process that you will notice is that the percentage of water in the body, basically the percentage of life energy, the percentage of consciousness, the percentage of life dissipates. You can say the older we get, you can basically say that aging is basically the evaporation of water out the body. A good analogy is the fruit grape. You know that fruit? You have a grape, right? What happens when all the life, all the consciousness within this grape is dissolved and evaporated? All the water is evaporated. It shrivels up, right? And it becomes what is called a raisin. Guys, that is basically what aging is. It's your body becoming a raisin. It's your body filled with life, filled with consciousness, a grape, a newborn becoming a raisin. And the main indicator is the evaporation of water. And we're water beings. We're supposed to be filled with life. We're supposed to be filled with consciousness. But unfortunately, we're trained to not be filled with life. We're trained instead to choose aging. So like I said, man, this video is going to be comprehensive. So I'm going to share with you why I say everybody chooses to age. I wanted this to be for a later video, to be honest, because this is a very comprehensive video. But a lot of people talk about dimensions. There's a lot of people that claim the earth is soon to merge with the fifth dimension. A lot of people are saying that some people are stuck in the third dimension. Some people are saying stuff about the fourth dimension. I know a lot of you have heard a lot of talks about dimensions. And one thing that you need to know is that dimensions is basically qualities of consciousness. You can basically say the higher the quality of consciousness, the higher the dimension. And right now, you can say the higher the consciousness is, the faster that dimension is, the faster the energy, and the lower that consciousness is, the slower that dimension, the slower the reality of that dimension. Now, guys, this is something that people are yet to realize. I wanted to say this for another video, but man, I guess this is how everything is going to come together. The human body is a vehicle of consciousness, okay? You are consciousness, and you use this body to explore who you are. You use this body to explore the infinite expressions of consciousness, the infinite expressions of infinity, or whatever you want to call it. If you want to call it God, you can call it God, whatever you want to call it. And basically, all the dimensions are present right now within this moment. And I need to put this in here right now, but you need to obtain the ability to discern truth from falsehood, because there are a lot of teachers on YouTube, there are a lot of teachers writing books, there's a lot of people writing lectures talking crap, talking falsehood. They're projecting people's minds in a future date. They're saying the earth will soon merge with the fifth dimension by 2020, or saying all type of end dates, judgment dates, and basically projecting you into the future. And I'd like to let you know that these people don't know what they're talking about. And I don't want to call any names, but if Judgment Day rings a bell to you, or any fear-based prophesized event, like a lot of people talk about that stuff, it's all bullshit. And what you need to know is that the real power that you need to know is that within this moment, all the dimensions are accessible, and you use your body to choose what dimension you attune to. Now, in this video, I'm not going to go in depth with it on how to choose what dimension you want to go to. I will have videos on that, but this video, if I talk about everything, this video might be a long video, and I don't want to talk forever. But what I would tell you is that your body is a vehicle of consciousness, and you do choose where you do choose which dimension you travel to. And right now on the planet, the majority of people are in the third dimension, and there are a lot of people in the fourth dimension, but you know, a lot of people are yet to reach the fifth dimension. And I'm going to tell you the way that I'm going to tell you how this happens. Consciousness is infinite. You're alive. You need to realize that you're infinite, you're consciousness, you're beyond all forms, you're beyond this body. And what I need to let you know is that the human body is not what you think it is. Like, we are yet to get it figured out. But what I'll say is this, man. What I'll say is this. We choose what dimension we travel to because of the biofeedback our body has with itself. I haven't made a video about this yet, but I'll soon make a video about this. But basically, your intestines is not what you think it is, guys. Your intestines is the ultimate energy processor. And believe it or not, your intestines determine a great deal which dimension you tune into. And I'm going to explain to you why. Now, your body's ability to gravitate to the different dimensions are not being controlled by the brain up here, okay? This brain up here, even though they talk about all this crap about the pineal gland being the stargate, people are saying that within this brain we have technology that will allow you to teleport across the galaxy and stuff like that. And in this video, I'm talking about dimensions. I'll let you know that this brain up here has nothing to do with tuning you into all these dimensions. The organ that is responsible for generating the frequency so that you can attune to that dimension is, of course, the heart. Yeah, did y'all see that coming? I know you did. The heart is the organ that determines what dimension you gravitate to. And your heart uses the information from your intestines, which is your first brain. Your intestines is your true brain. This brain up here is a bullshit brain, guys. It has technology that is great and all, but because of the ego, this brain is really fucking up humanity. But what I'm saying is that your true brain is your intestines, and your heart uses the information in your intestines to know where to gravitate to. And it goes something like this. Basically, your intestines is a super energy processor. It processes all forms of energy. It was never meant to process food. To give you an idea of the things that your intestines process, it will process sounds, both sounds that you hear and sounds that you actually produce. It will process motion. If somebody watched my video about spinning, if you engaged in spinning, you will see the kind of effects it will have on your brain. You will see the kind of effects it will have in your intestines. All motions are processed in your intestines, believe it or not. And your intestines are supposed to process motion. These are one of the things that your intestines are supposed to be able to process. So if you spin, I know you feel sensations in your stomach. I do too. Another thing that our intestines was made to process is light. Our intestines was made to process light, and a byproduct of light, you can say, is vitamin D and whatnot, but all these things are processed in your intestines. And another thing that's processed in your intestines is the air. And to be honest, guys, there are subtle stimuli right now there are subtle stimuli that are present that our intestines are supposed to be able to process. And you see how I use the word subtle, because these things that I talk about are fluid in nature. They are not dense, they're not physical. These things are very fluid and subtle. And our intestines can't really process this information anymore because right now on the planet we are experiencing a time where humans are putting food in their intestines. And a lot of people believe you need food to live. A lot of people think you need food to grow or whatnot. But to be honest with you, here's the key, guys. Here's the knowledge that I want you to know. To be honest with you, your intestines is the ultimate energy processor. And you as the God, you as the creator, you, right now, people have lost their memories. People have lost the ancient wisdoms. But to be honest, there was, in the ancient times, even surviving now, there are people that are aware that you can actively choose what frequency you gravitate to. And here's why. Your intestines is a super energy processor, and it's there to process absolutely anything your body that comes towards your body. I told you before, I'm going to tell you again, your immune system is mainly found in your intestines. And basically, any type of stimulation, any type of energy that goes down there, once it's processed, all the information now goes to your heart. And your heart then uses this information to generate the frequency that corresponds to the intestines. And you then experience that dimension. What's going on the planet, guys? People are just putting in things without even thinking twice on the effects. They don't even think about the frequency of the things they put in their food. And the end result is the base frequency that is found in their colon, in their intestines, is a third dimensional, dense frequency. And their heart then creates this bullshit, basically. The food is, in a way, is forcing us to attune with such a dense reality. And this might sound impossible to you, but just imagine the kind of reality you will attune with if you wasn't putting food down your intestines. Instead, you was putting life, consciousness, sound, beautiful movements, and so forth. If this was the frequency of your intestines, your heart would then be like, your heart would then know that you are functioning in a high frequency environment, and your heart would then produce the same frequency found in your heart. Your heart will produce the same frequency found in your intestines. Do you know how high light vibrates compared to food? Do you know how high sound vibrates compared to food? Do you know how high movement vibrates compared to food? Because believe it or not, when you eat food, it slows down the movements of the body. So that alone should give you an indicator of what you're doing to yourself, okay? But this is something people don't know, but your frequency is directly related to the things in your intestines, the quality of your intestines. And what's in your intestines determines the frequency your heart produces. And whatever frequency your heart produces, that's the dimension you attune with. And right now, everybody you know is in the third dimension or even lower. And some people are in the fourth dimension and whatnot. But I'll have a video about this later, man. I gotta stay on topic. Now, your heart is directly connected to the pineal gland in the brain. And we of course know that I hope you know, but the pineal gland is, it can be seen as the ultimate hologram for the body. It encases everything that has to do with your body. And one of the things that are one of the things that will enable you to see the significance of your pineal gland, you will know that out of all the cells in your body, your pineal gland cannot get sick. Even though they say that it get calcified, even though they say that the functioning of your pineal gland has lessened, that organ will forever be intact. If it's not intact, you will die basically, or you'll just be real fucked up. But basically, man, your pineal gland is directly connected to your heart. Whatever frequency your heart is generating from your intestines, because there's a biofeedback going on. Your brain, your intestines, tells your heart what's going on in your reality, because all your intestines' job is to process the information that your body makes contact with. Your intestines is your immune system. Your immune system tells your heart the kind of environment you're in. If you're giving your heart information that has high vibrations, if you're giving your heart love, beautiful mantras, beautiful movements, and so forth, you will gravitate to a higher dimension. But if you're giving your heart low vibrations, your heart will then know, okay, it's time to gravitate to a lower dimension. Okay? But damn, so your pineal gland is connected to your heart, and this is where your consciousness is. And most of the time, because of the low frequency that your heart creates, that person's consciousness is on a low state. You actually produce the thoughts of somebody in a lower dimension, okay? Because of the state that your heart is in, your pineal gland then assumes a similar position, and that's what happens. You know what I'm saying? Like, this whole body here doesn't even know what words are. It doesn't even process thoughts. This whole body down below my neck is in charge of emotions. And if my heart is in the lower dimension, if my body is producing lower dimensional emotions, what do you think happens to these emotions when they take expression up here in consciousness? Basically, my pineal gland is forever connected to my heart, okay? If I'm in the third dimension, I'm gonna be generating third dimensional thoughts. If I'm in the fifth dimension, then I'm feeling fifth dimensional emotions. I'm feeling love, I'm feeling peace, serenity, bliss. But if I'm in the third dimension, I might be feeling jealousy or shame or embarrassment or all types of things. So where am I going with this? Let me stop it here. Okay, so where was I getting at? Of course, I was talking about aging. And now, there is no cause of anything, to be honest, guys. Everything is perfect. Whatever happens is absolutely the perfect manifestation of the universe, okay? It's the perfect manifestation of God essence. And nobody is neither right or wrong in whatever they choose to do with their life. But aging is basically, you can just say that it's the evaporation of your life essence. Your life essence takes manifestation in the water of your body. There is water present in your pineal gland that is holographically connected to the water in all of your body. A lot of people call it the crystal body because of the nature of the water in your pineal gland. It is so divine. It's so, oh man, it's mind-blowing. But the water in your pineal gland is connected to the water in your whole body. And as as the water in your body evaporates, as your life essence evaporates, so does the water in here. And eventually, instead of you being a fluid, high vibrating entity that exists in the higher dimensions, because humans are supposed to be in the higher dimensions, but we choose to be in the lower dimensions. Instead of you being in the higher dimensions, we choose the age by being in the third dimension, which isn't even our true home. Humans were never supposed to exist in the third dimensions, but we're existing. So I guess it's perfect. I guess that's what the universe intended. But whatever. We're living in the third dimension, and of course, experiencing energy this low, our bodies need to correspond with the dimensions. In the universe, balance is like one of the ultimate laws of the universe, and everything strives for a balance. So if your body is experiencing a higher reality, a higher dimension, it's going to attune itself with that higher dimension. You might notice yourself getting skinnier. You might notice yourself losing weight. You might notice yourself having more energy. You might notice your mind working better. These are all the symptoms. I don't want to say that they're symptoms, but whatever, it doesn't matter. This is all the things that attuning into a higher dimension brings. Now, if you choose to attune with a lower dimension, and these dimensions are very slowed down, what do you think happens in the body? Your body has to slow down to balance with its environment. And one of the ways that your body slows down, it evaporates the water. It makes a good analogy will be a free-flowing river, a river that's constantly flowing. That's like a higher reality. It's always movement going on. And then you have a swamp that is just in the presence of sunlight. Over time, if the swamp doesn't obtain any movement, it's just going to shrivel up and just, be non-existent. And the river, as long as there's movement going on, even if the sun hits it forever, it's still going to be existing. You know what I'm saying? So basically, when you attune yourself into the lower dimensions, you do force your body to attune itself with the attributes of those dimensions. And because people are in the third dimensions, one of the things that your body must do, it has to evaporate its life essence. A lot of water has to come out of you. Your body needs to become dense in order for you to experience a third dimensional reality. So, and when your body becomes dense, energy doesn't move fast, it moves slow. And before you know it, the process of aging comes into play, So, why do we age? We age because we are misusing the technology of our intestines out of ignorance. We are choosing to age because we don't know any better. And hopefully this video answered your question. But in a nutshell, you determine where you gravitate to. You determine the quality of life that you experience. And people, out of ignorance, are choosing the wrong type of life. Our bodies, you might think this is a throat. You might think this is a heart. You might think this is a lip. You might think this is a nose. But all these things that we have come to know have higher purposes, higher functions. And one of the functions of the whole mechanisms of your intestines and your gut and all these things are used to attune you into the dimension of your choosing. And a lot of people are ignorant of the relationship of basically what you put into your body and what you experience. You get what you put in it. They say that saying, or they say you get out what you put in it, or And that's basically the human body in a nutshell. If you put death, if you put aging in your body, if you put lower dimensional stuff in your body, you become lower dimensional. You become aging. You become death. Humans are water beings. We're life essence beings. You need to gravitate to life. You need to understand that your intestines is what you use to gravitate to all the dimensions that the universe has to offer. And you need to know, you need to be aware of the kind of things you put into your body. Your number one goal is to become sovereign. Your number one goal is to have more control of what goes down your throat. Because a lot of people, they think they're powerless. A lot of people think they have to eat. A lot of people think they have to eat to survive, but you don't need food. That's one of the biggest lies. You know what I'm saying? You can transcend all these mind forms the ego has created. You know, you're beyond any mind form that might spring out your mind. You are all of existence. You are consciousness. So, yeah, guys, instead of putting death in your body, put life. You are life. You know what I'm saying? You might be surprised, but something like your own urine has more life than anything the third dimension can offer you. Like supermarkets, restaurants, any place where you can find food. Most of the time, the food has a lower dimensional energy. So when you put that inside you, you will see that attunes you to a lower dimension. You need to attune yourself with more life energy. Attune yourself with what belongs to you. You know what I'm saying? And of course, there's more videos to come. I'm going to talk in depth on what to drink, what to eat. You know what I'm saying? There is no rules, but just know that no matter what you choose, every action, I mean, it sounds like a contradiction because there is no choice. But, you know, there's a consequence for every action. And the soul, who we are, the consciousness, you might think that life is just happening to you, but really, you are choosing your experiences. You are choosing what dimension you gravitate to, guys. Know who you are. I love you guys. Master of Earth, thank you for watching. I hope I answered your question. There's more videos to come. Thank you, guys. Subscribe, like, share, comment. There is no cause of anything. Stay in the present. Nothing has existence beyond this moment. This moment is the totality of all that exists. Merge with this moment. Forget about the past. Forget about the future. I love you. There's no cause of anything, guys. Thank you so much.